there, sort of tall buildings poking out through the low cloud and the general grey mist and so on. So that's the scene, and it's annoying and it's frustrating. But if there's one man who will defend it, he can try. Afternoon, Jimmy Anderson, and also Sakib is here as well, which is great to see. Jimmy, we come here full of hope and expectation, a bit burnt and suntanned earlier in the week.
Yeah.
And look.
Well, good afternoon first and foremost. Yes, it is looking pretty grim.
Yeah. Is it from a local perspective? I mean, unfortunately, we can't get a weather forecaster up. I think on their lunch breaks or something. But from a local knowledge perspective, and we all know, cricketers all know the direction, don't they, of the really bad, persistent weather, which I thought here was over to the left. That was where David Lloyd always referred to it as Bill's Mothers.
Yeah.
But the fact the flags are pointing from completely the other direction to that.
Yeah, well, it's grim either way. So I drove in from, normally it comes from sort of the Altrincham direction. Well, obviously not just there, but further south than that. Right. And I drove in from there and it was pretty grim. And I looked at the skies, and when it's this grey, when it's such a blanket of grey, it doesn't really break up. It just sticks around all day. But yeah, you said the flags are going the other way, and you're looking across to Manchester, and it's again, you can barely make out the high-rise buildings there, so it's not looking great that direction either.
We're surrounded, basically, is what you're saying.
I feel like we are, but I don't want to be too negative. You never know here in Manchester. It can stop. The ground is very quick drying as well, so it won't take long for them to get the pitch fit enough for play. So we just have to keep our fingers crossed.
Saki, you can defend your home as well if you like.
I mean, if you want me to defend it, we were all complaining at Durham the other day about how hot it was. So here's Manchester trying to give you something different.
Oh, well, that's fair enough. Actually, that's probably well, that's a positive way of looking at it, I suppose. Yeah, okay. Well, we'll keep an eye on what's happening out there, and we'll witter away here. Actually, we've got lots of things to talk about because England's one-day form. Certainly in the men's game, I went to watch the women the other day, who are actually playing some really good one-day cricket at the moment, albeit against a very dispirited-looking South African team. So they're preparing nicely for the Commonwealth Games. But it just seems quietly as if England's one-day game is not going off the rails as such, but it's just lost some of its impetus. I don't know how much. I mean, I wasn't therefore at the Durham game where it was 40 degrees, and I know you were. Were you there, Saki, for that? Well, okay. I mean, how much do you take into account the fact that it was absolutely roasting, and that game? I mean, was it almost like a sort of a one-off that's played it, and I mean, did you take too much from that or not because of the conditions that were there at the time?
Yeah, I mean, I think you should take the heat out of it. I don't think that was an issue for the players. It was for a couple of players, but it shouldn't be because we play all around the world in hotter conditions than that. The toss, I thought, it turned out to be crucial because the pitch slowed down and it got more difficult to bat as the game went on. But yeah, I just think it's been all the tosses throughout the series seem to have just gone against England. The pitches haven't been great. You know, we look back to that game at the Oval when Bumrah and Shami bowled an amazing opening spell on a pitch that was doing all sorts. So you win the toss there and bowl, and it could look slightly different. So I think, you know, when things are going against you, that you know, it feels like everything's going against you, and those little things do make a massive difference.
Yeah. And do you feel, I mean, you can get a bit of a trough with these things, can't you? I mean, and in a way, part of a coach's job, a captain's job, is to make sure that players don't actually think you're going into a bit of a trough of bad luck and everything's against you and all that sort of mental side that goes on.
Yeah, I think the sort of skill is, certainly of the coach and captain, is to try and put all that in the past. You know, once it's happened, there's nothing you can do about it now. You've got to focus on the next game. How do we get, or how do we improve our performances? How do we get the best out of ourselves? And I think that's what they've got to, you know, that's what I'd be doing if I was captain or coach, trying to just keep the players positive, keep them practicing hard, trying to get them playing as good a cricket as they possibly can. And when you get out on the field, just try and, as hard as it is when you lose it, you know, you're not winning as much as you want, trying to keep that smile on your face and play with enjoyment like we've seen the white ball team for the last few years.
How frustrating you find it, Sagib, not to be involved? You know, you're just breaking through, you've got this injury and so on, and you're sitting back, and obviously results aren't going England's way. He's sort of desperate to smash the glass down to this commentary box and get out there and try and make things better. Yeah,
it is frustrating, and I think for me that really kicked in when I watched the first test of the summer at Lords, and before that, after you get injured, you try and avoid cricket and not watch. But first test match of the summer, Lords, turn the telly on, and that's when it sort of really hit home for me. And being able to do this, I quite enjoy it, because it's the closest you almost get to actually being out there, and you're watching and you're trying to take as much as you can in at the same time. And the game is moving forward, so from my point of view, as much as the best thing for me to do is probably not watch,
yes,
from a frustration point of view, I feel like I have to keep watching just to keep up, and it goes with the white ball side, and even more so now with the red ball side as well, which is the way they're progressing as a team and the brand of cricket they're playing. You almost have to watch to keep up with it.
Yeah, it's a quite interesting contrast, isn't it? And that there was the England Test side absolutely wiped out in Grenada and sort of finish, and yet there had been this, well, they called it the red ball reset, of course, which never really happened, but actually the red ball reset has happened now with Brendan McCullum and Ben Stokes. Is it inevitable, therefore, that a few bad results in white ball cricket and T20 and One Day International cricket therefore makes you that sort of make it even more obvious, if you like, that things aren't quite so good in the one-day game, which has always been a bit of fun, always regarded as being the lesser pressurised of the two. And it's finished, well, Nasser Hussain's captaincy, for instance. Michael Vaughan came in as captain because it just seemed to be much more fun under Michael playing in one-day cricket. I mean, is that a fair illustration, do you think, to make?
I think there'll always be comparisons, especially when one side is doing better than the other. We've had that with the white ball side over the last few years as well, and I think the red ball side, for me, for this season, I've been a fan of, and I've been an outsider almost, and it has looked very fun to be part of. Just that environment, the way they're playing, is something. If I was a county cricketer right now, I'd be thinking, I really want to be part of that squad. And it has been the case for the white ball side as well, and it wasn't too long ago. I know it's only the Netherlands, but it looked great fun out there. They were smashing the Netherlands, but I think it's a couple of games, and I think it's, for me, watching from the outside, it's just about just stay calm in this moment. Let's not get too far ahead of ourselves, because the squad hasn't changed a great deal. There are a lot of injuries, but just because Owen Morgan's retired and now obviously Ben Stokes, they are two big players, but the core of the side is still very much the same.
Yeah, it's always been the case with you, Jimmy. I know you haven't played for a while of white ball cricket now, but was that always the young lads, a bit of fun, like sort of the nursery almost, when it came up to playing for England? Because people were obviously, a lot were trying to progress onto the Test team, but was there that feeling that it was more fun? You could go out, you could play your shots, all that sort of stuff in one day cricket, and that it was actually much more serious playing Test cricket.
Yeah, I feel like when I played, the teams weren't that different, the squads weren't that different, so a lot of the Test guys would have played one day cricket, and now obviously you get quite a lot of separation. We've got two separate coaches, two separate captains, and back when I played, it was more often than not the same captain of both teams, the same sort of players in those squads, as I said. So we saw it as a sort of release to, you've got the pressure of Test cricket that's over 5 days. White ball cricket was a bit of fun and sort of the weekend, if you will, to let your hair down and have a night out sort of thing. Now I think, as Saki said, there's going to be those comparisons now, and even more so now because of the separation of the two formats, with the separate coaches and the separate captains and very different looking teams. But I also think that there are some world class players in there. There have been for many years, and I spoke to Jonny Bairstow the other day. He's not played a huge amount of 50 over cricket in the last 12 months. Just because of the schedule. So it can, even for someone of his quality, it can be difficult to come into a series and just show your best form, because it is, as much as he's been in great form in the red ball setup, it's a completely different game here. He's now opening the batting. It's a different proposition to the way you build your innings is completely different to a Test match, no matter how good your form is. So I think that you've got to think about that as well. It's not easy when the first one-day game of this summer was the first time that the World Cup winning top 6 had played together for since that World Cup final.
Yeah.
That's incredible to think of. It's almost like 3 years ago that's the first time they've played together.
Is it inevitable that these 3 formats that we have, that each one sort of takes its turn to be a priority simply because there's a World Cup coming up in T20, so right, we're going to focus on that coming up in October. Next year, of course, there's going to be the 50 overs, so perhaps some more emphasis on that, but actually, there's a T21 again next year. I mean, how's it all going to fit in? I mean, Ben Stokes made those comments, and quite pointed comments, didn't he, about we're not cars, you can't just fill us up and take us out there, and he talked about the commitments and so on. I mean, it's inevitable, isn't it, that one of those is going to suffer if there's emphasis on the other ones.
Yeah, and again, that's the sort of difficulty of the management. Their job is to try and manage the players through those periods, trying to get you want to be winning all the time, so getting results, but at the same time not making sure your players don't burn out. And I think that's going to be an incredibly difficult job. We saw through COVID trying to rest and rotate players, particularly in the test format, and we saw what that did to the form and the results of that team. So I think it's such an incredibly difficult thing to do. But yeah, I don't know what the answer is. Well, I do know what the answer is. It's play less cricket, but yes. I don't think that's going to happen.
No. Now, look, it's 1 o'clock, so they should actually be about to bowl the first ball of this match right now. But that's not going to happen. Certainly not for a little while. I'm not saying it's never going to happen, but I'm just looking out on the sheets in front of us. It is still actually lightly spotting with rain, but it's not as heavy as it has been over the last couple of hours or so. So maybe things are lightening up a little bit. Manchester, perhaps a little more visible now than it was, the city that is. A little bit of that grey seems to have lifted. But the fact is that at the moment they can't play, and they have to wait for all this to stop. And then, of course, there's the sweeping up operations, the clearing up that have to take place. But the stewards are down there. They've got their sort of pack-a-macs on, and they're showing people into positions, and which they're taking up. Some wet seats, I'm afraid, for you up there, up on that big, not quite so temporary stand these days. It seems to be a permanent structure out there over to the left-hand side, with thousands of people, of course, make a lot of noise when play gets underway. But otherwise, it's quite a bedraggled scene at Old Trafford. The Red Rose Suite has gone to our right-hand side there. Memories of some bio-bubble evenings spent in there, I must say. Guitars and all sorts of terrible noises. It's funny looking at that hotel, the memories coming back, Jimmy, hey? 2 years ago. Isn't it? All being in there. It just seems like a really strange memory of literally being shut in there. I think Chris Wokes was in the room below me. Sort of shout down over the balcony and have a conversation, but it does seem a really strange time, doesn't it, now looking back at that?
Yeah, I don't want to think about that. Getting woken up at 6:30 every morning by Will on his lawnmower.
Yes, he was. That's right. He was out here doing his bit. It was a really funny time. The only exercise or fresh air was walking around the car park. So anyway, happy those days are gone. But I was just thinking of the Red Rose Suite, and it's a big hole there, and a couple of diggers, redundant at the moment, but there'll be something impressive going up there, I'm sure. So we'll keep an eye on what's going on outside, of course, and let you know what's going on. We are going to have some county cricket for you, because there's a number of games that are being played today, and they are actually being played as well, so they've managed to avoid the rain. So if we're not playing here in about 35-40 minutes from now, then we're off to go and bring you some cricket from there, and we've got plenty of other things to chat about as well, not least where England are in their one-day cricket at the moment. 1-2 lost 5 is the score sheet since Owen Morgan announced his retirement. We haven't included the Netherlands in there because, of course, he was still in charge then, but that is sort of Owen's legacy, if you like, and what Jos Buttler has had under his new watch. It's interesting comparing the two formats, because that's kind of a way to start, isn't it? And you look at the way that Brendan McCullum has started, and how does Matthew Mott feel about that? I mean, he's come in at the same time, completely new to it as Brendan was, and Brendan's kind of he's had lift off, and Matthew Mott hasn't got off the ground really.
white ball setup and the white ball series, where you expect the pitches to be good. You know, traditionally in England the scores are high, wickets are good, and then the start of it is a green seamer, and it just wasn't great. Lose the toss, get put in, and then it was a real struggle from there. So I do feel for him and Joss, because I think that there could definitely be something special there. Joss is someone who has been vice captain for a number of years. He's captained the occasional game when Owen's missed out or been injured or something. And I think he's got a really good cricket brain. I think he could do an amazing job here, and I think he will do an amazing job with this white ball team. It just might take a little bit longer than potentially people thought.
Sort of need a start. Just string a couple of wins together and get going.
Yeah, exactly. And when you're new to any role, you do want to get off to that start, and hasn't happened for them so far. But it's one of those, and especially in white ball cricket, as soon as you win one and you win another, momentum sort of takes care of itself a little bit. And I think that's all they need at the moment is just string a few wins together, and they'll get back to what they used to be like. You know, the guys at the top of the order, I found it hard work, and it almost sets the tone for the rest of the innings. We've been so used to seeing these guys come out and smack the power play, but like Jimmy said earlier, the conditions have suited the bowlers, and this England team is not one to go into its shell. So yeah, look, I think it's just a matter of time until they string a win or a couple of wins together, and they'll be back to what they used to be like.
And what about taking over as Joss has done from such an influential figure? And I'm going to credit Nick Holt here, who's done a splendid piece in the Daily Telegraph today, and we'll structure some of our chats about that. But he's really gone into quite a number of areas. And I must admit, I was watching the game on telly the other day, waiting for the toss and so on, and up popped Owen Morgan doing the toss and interviewing Jos Buttler, which I thought, really? I mean, I can understand Sky showcasing who they've got on their commentary team, but it's a bit like the spectre at the feast, isn't it? I mean, when the World Cup winning captain, when the wheels are slightly loosened on the person he's handed over to, and there he is asking the questions at the toss. I thought that was a bit stiff. What do you think?
Well,
would Joss mind about that?
I don't know. I did notice that Joss's first answer was quite short. I did wonder whether it was.
It was. I mean, he must have been I mean, I suppose he knew he was going to do it, but I know, in fact, didn't quite say, look, you've got to pick your socks up, have you? But I mean, it could come down to that in a few games' time. Yeah,
I mean, there's no perfect way of doing these things, I guess. It feels, it's tough on Joss that it was quite sudden that Owen retired.
Yes.
And then suddenly he's got this job, and then a few games later he's doing the toss. I get that might not be great for him, but I think it was going to happen at some stage. So I think they're good mates. I'm sure they still.
Yes.
I'm sure Joss is still leaning on him for advice or just chatting about how to take the group forward. But again, Joss has got great people around him as well, both on and off the field. In that dressing room in particular, the likes of Joe Root, Jason Roy, Moeen, that these guys with so much experience he'll be leaning on them as well for help and advice throughout his tenure.
Yeah, and whereas Ben Stokes has picked up a team that I say it's broken, that's not fair, but Joe Root had obviously run his course, and so therefore was he's finishing on a losing note, as it were. Time for a change and all that sort of thing. It's easier to pick up, surely, I'd think, from that, even though it's a very low point. But I think it's easier as a new captain to come in, as Stokes has done with McCullum, and say, right, come on, grab it by the scruff of the neck, we've got to do better than this, rather than follow somebody who, let's face it, is a bit of a legend, is a World Cup winning captain and everything else. I mean, that must be a much tougher job.
Well, of course, yeah. I mean, the Test team was bottom of the Test Championship.
Yeah.
I think won one in the last 17 tests. So yeah, it's a much easier job just to go, well, that's not working, so let's just give it a good go.
But even morale is high. I mean, and morale is low in that team, and the confidence is very low. It's actually easier to start in a way from that threshold, even though it is at a poor place to be, but actually when there's a lot of expectation, World Cup coming up round the corner that England are hoping to do well in, that's much more of a challenge, I would think. Yeah, definitely.
I also think it can be more of a challenge when the games are coming so thick and fast.
Yeah.
And I've commentated on most of the white ball games, and we even commentating on it, you're knackered from the travel. It's just constantly game after game. So that if you're in bad form as a player, so that where do you get your practice in? Where do you get that quality of practice and thinking about the last game? What did I do well? What did I do wrong? What can I do? And then, in a test match, I feel like you've got more time. You've got 3 or 4 days in between games to be able to sit down and analyse stuff and think things through. Whereas here, like there was a game here on Sunday at Old Trafford. They travelled up on the bus to Durham on Monday and played on Tuesday against a completely different team.
Yes,
I just don't see how that's feasible for a team to do that. And obviously they had to rest players. The bowlers had a rest because of the injury risks that they would have been there. So I think all that rolled in together just makes it such a tough start to Joss's reign and Matthew Mott as well. So I think they'll be looking at it. Well, I hope they're looking at it sort of realistically and saying, it's been an unusual start. It's not been the easiest. Let's just try and get through this best we can now. Try and get some results towards the back end of this series. We've got T20s coming up against South Africa as well after this one-day series finishes. So try and get some results at the back end, and then just think about the next thing that's on the agenda.
I might throw the start time in as well of these games. 1 o'clock in the afternoon, that's neither one thing nor the other, really. That's not a day game, it's not a day-night game. But if it's for the players on this schedule, as you're talking about, realistically, if you're bowling the last over of a match that started at 1 o'clock, lots of pressure, 20-odd thousand and so on, what time are you going to go to bed? What time are you going to be in a state to go and actually go to sleep and have a rest before you're up again the next day on your bus and going to the next game?
Well, more often than not, is if you play a day-night game, your adrenaline's going until the early hours of the morning.
Yeah.
Especially if you bowl as a bowler, if you bowl second, as you say, the adrenaline will just be pumping, and you won't get to sleep till the early hours. And then, so take today for example, if they do play, it could be a 9:15 finish latest. So the adrenaline's then pumping. You get back to your hotel at 11 maybe after you've done your rehab and stuff in the dressing room, seen the physio. And then the adrenaline's still pumping through you.
What do you do?
And
just lie on your bed?
Just watch TV and try and relax somehow.
With a sort of food delivery in or something.
Yeah. And then tomorrow they're travelling to Leeds.
Yeah.
And then it's 11 o'clock start on Sunday.
Yeah.
So as a bowler, I just find that incredible to I'm sure I must have done it at some point in my career, but I just find it. I couldn't.
Want to be up and about. You don't want to be feeling tired at all, so you'll take caffeine at 8 p.m. When do you ever take caffeine at 8 p.m?
That doesn't sound a very good idea.
Exactly. So you have all of these things, and then you've got to counter in the fact you have to recover well and get going again in a couple of days. It is pretty brutal, and I think with this 50 over comp, sometimes that goes unnoticed. Is you're in the field for 3-4 hours of high intensity, almost similar to a T20 game. And then you're doing it again in a couple of days, and if you're a batter, you've obviously got a bat out there as well. We saw Van der Dussen the other day and how many runs he had to run for him and his partners at the other end. So, it is hard work, and then to do it again in a couple of days later, it is brutal.
Yeah. Oh, it's worth mentioning, isn't it? Because again, it's something that perhaps doesn't always get factored in when people are looking at results and so on. But it's clearly important. Have a quick peering out. What can we see? The puddles. There is still rain falling on those covers, definitely. You can just hear it in the background, actually. We've got some plastic covering our outside microphone. There's a little sort of tinkling sound. That's the rain falling on that. So we can still hear that, which means it is still raining. There are very few spectators in at the moment. I don't necessarily blame them. Is there much room to sort of cower here at Old Trafford? I can't remember now. Where can you hide? Because there's very little covering of the stands. But where do people go when it's raining?
I don't know. Under the point, there's a sort of walkway with
Right.
with sort of food outlets at the back that you can hide under.
Right.
Imagine the temporary stand as well. There's room at the back of most stands where you can get underneath somewhere.
Right away. Well, I mean, there should be a full house here, but there's very few who have taken their seats at the moment, and those that have got a lot of wet weather gear on, umbrellas up, and all of that sort of thing. So we can add on 30 minutes, and there's loads of time. Yeah, it's only at 1:15. So lots and lots of time yet for us to get some cricket here today, and let's hope that everyone's journey is not wasted. But at the moment, the rain is falling. What about? And I haven't had a chance. I say I wasn't at that Durham game, but to talk about Ben Stokes' decision, but sort of wider than that, and the fact it seemed all a bit of a no-brainer really that he'd selected the 50-over format to move on from, because it is very time-consuming. If you're a player, there isn't that absolute need to play it like there used to be maybe 20 years ago. You had to play every match for England because that was where you earned your money. Now there's enough, well, being paid more, enough sources of income and so on. But do you think it is a worrying time for 50-over format? I mean, do you think the players generally like playing 50 overs cricket? I see Ravi Ashwin the other day said, I just switch it off now when it comes on the telly, it's boring. Do you think that's something that's held widely out there?
I definitely think it's bottom of the list out of the three.
Yes,
yeah,
it has to be, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think especially with we've talked about the schedule so much, but as much as it's going to be like this, busy and 2 games in 3 days, things like that, the travel that's involved, it's going to take its toll on people. And if it's more so, I think, for the guys that play all 3 formats, or even Test matches and 50 overs, that could be brutal on the body and on the mind as well. So I can completely understand Ben's decision, and yeah, I think in the future other players will probably take that option. Even guys that just play T20s and 50 overs, just white ball specialists, could potentially favour just T20s, just because it's so. If you take into account, we've talked about your mindset and the you've got to take that into account. Lots of the current white ball squad have got young families, so I think there's potential that something would have to give in the future.
Yeah. If you're listening and you're an ardent 50 overs fan, it'd be nice to hear from you actually. What is it about 50 overs cricket that you really like? tms@bbc.co.uk is our email, of course, as usual. It'd be nice to hear from you, because it seems to me that if you're a cricket lover, it's in a way the format to watch, because you get to see both teams, you get to see a result, you get to see Joe Root playing properly in inverted commas, or Virat Kohli, or whatever it may be. You get to see Nortje running in and bowling at 90 miles an hour. You get it all, don't you? And yet somehow it is, as Jimmy said, it is the bottom rung on the ladder of the 3. What do you think, Safi? You're younger, so you're probably much more up for it, I think.
See, I really enjoy playing the format. I feel it's one of my stronger formats, but would I watch it? Probably not. If I'm being completely honest, I might watch the opening burst from the seamers and then turn it off, because it's almost the in-between is the first bit you get is very close to red ball cricket. You'd like to think if there's a little bit of movement. And, I love watching Test cricket, and T20 cricket, even for me, I probably wouldn't watch a great deal just here and there, because you sort of know what you can expect. Batters are trying to whack it, and high-scoring games or what everyone wants to see. I'm a little bit different, and for me, I just find, even for these guys, is they don't really know what tempo to go at. And when you're watching 50-over cricket as well, there's not a great deal to be taking away from it, if that makes sense. If in the middle, ball's doing nothing, you're just watching a seamer run in, hit the deck halfway down, and the batter's rotating the striker trying to hit boundaries. I do feel the skill level in 50-over cricket has gone down massively compared to what you get in a T20 game or a Test match, and that's the difference for me at the moment.
Yeah, I also think that, apart from obviously the World Cup final was thrilling.
Yes.
Since then, how many close games have there actually been in 50-over cricket?
Before then, how many were there? Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. I just find there's too many games that are won by between 50 and 100 runs, just not close. Whether it's one team getting bowled out, we saw England get bowled out at the Oval, it was game over.
Yes.
India won.
Okay, let's hear what people think about 50-over format. Andy Zoltzman, good afternoon to you.
Hello, Agus. Hi.
You've been scribbling all sorts of... We're saying a little challenge here, because we're going to sort of look at where England are in white ball cricket at the moment. I mean, do you sense a decline?
I think there clearly has been a decline since the World Cup. They've had 8 bilateral series since the World Cup against teams ranked in the top 10. They've won 4. 8 bilateral series since the World Cup. They've won 4, drawn 1 and lost 3. A couple of those wins, they had a win against Ireland 2-1 in 2020, and they beat the Netherlands. They lost twice to India, once away, once at home. They lost at home to Australia in 2020. But while we talk about the volume of cricket, so ironically in the white ball game, I think a lack of 50-over cricket, as Saqib was mentioning earlier on, has worked against England. Just looking at the 3 years after the 2015 World Cup, England played 63 games by the stage we're at now in the World Cup cycle. This time they've played 25, and only 19 of them against teams in the top 10. So they're playing a huge amount.
Massive decrease.
Yeah, so obviously part of that is due to COVID, but also the changing nature of the global cricket calendar and the influence of domestic short form leagues, including the introduction of the 100 in this country. You look at the individual players, the amount of cricket that they've played. Now, I've looked at players in all formats, international and domestic, and in the first 3 years after the 2015 World Cup compared to the first 3 years after the 2019 World Cup, so take Jason Roy, he's faced only 41% of the amount of deliveries batting across all formats, domestic and international, as he had in the previous World Cup cycle. Adil Rashid has bowled 18% of the overs. Now obviously, again, COVID and injuries are a factor in this. Moeen Ali's batted and bowled only about a third of the amount that he had. In
all formats?
So this is across all formats. So in terms of the sort of form and rhythm of players, I think for someone like Jason Roy, doesn't play a lot of domestic cricket, the fact that he's playing so little, and so I keep saying there's very minimal 50-over county cricket, I think has worked against a number of the England players. But also in terms of their scoring and power plays, really up to this summer they were sort of playing in the same way, and so it's really just this 4 games we're looking at, which is quite a small sample size in ODI cricket, but they have batted in a kind of different way. We saw that they were no wickets down after 10 overs in Durham, but only 47 on the board, which is their lowest score with no wickets down after 10 overs in about 5 years.
It's about their average power play score. 47 for 2 is according to Nick's research, and I give him credit for that, but that's their average, and it's the lowest since 2015. Which
so in that 4-year cycle up to the World Cup, it was around about 57 for 1.5, I think, in power plays. So it is down, but we have seen, as you were saying, sort of different wickets this summer from the sort of very batting friendly wickets we saw for most of those 4 years up to the World Cup. So it's slightly hard to draw any sort of conclusions about the state of the side. What has been different is the bowling attack that won England the World Cup has really not played. Plunkett hasn't played since, was left out after the World Cup. Chris Wokes has played 7 ODI since then, Mark Wood 6, Joffrey Archer 3, and Ben Stokes only 10 and bowled only 33 overs in those games, and now has retired. So in terms of evolving a new attack, obviously you want to sort of bring in new players like Saqib came in last year in that series with Pakistan, which is one of England's probably best series since that World Cup, with an entirely new fresh team. But it hasn't been the sort of the evolution of a team. There's been that bowling attack basically just hasn't played since 2019. So I think that's another factor in England's struggles. And in terms of how the global game evolves from here, I think we might see that the bilateral series are getting shorter. We used to have 5-game series before that. Jimmy would have played some 7-game ODI series, often tacked on at the end of a summer.
Cool. Yeah, gone forever.
I remember playing a 7-match series in India quite a lot. Yeah, losing 6-0 with one round off.
So I think
that was a regular occurrence.
That's not a bad effort.
So I think just generally the way people consume sport now and cricket now is maybe more tournament based, and so we'll see more focus on the international tournaments, T20 and 50 over. So I think the future of 50 over cricket will be much more the sort of major tournaments and less in between. Yeah.
So what are they going to do? Because it still obviously generates a lot of broadcasting income, doesn't it? Because of television companies on all day. It's perfect, and to replay and so on. I mean, it's a very lucrative format for the authorities. But if it's not being played very much and the quality is dwindling away, that's not a good sign at all, is it? That's not a good future for it.
No, but again, much of it is about context. So those years up to the 2019 World Cup with England, I was lucky enough to join TMS in 2016 and see a lot of those, that evolution. And there was a sense of a project that was building. Whereas now, when there's so little white ball cricket, it almost feels like it's just being done as a bit of an afterthought. There's no sort of evolving narrative in that format, because there's so much. Cricket really is, I think, unique in world sport and competing against itself. You have all these different formats, international and domestic, and it's incoherent and often that's kind of mutually destructive in a way. So I think that's the big challenge for cricket as a sport.
Some in touch, and thank you for doing so. It's good. Adam, I prefer one-day internationals over T20. For club cricketers like myself, it's the most relatable. It's predominantly the format that we play the most. Our Saturday cricket is 40, 45, 50 overs, and our midweek cricket is T20, and I love it because it builds and completes the story in a day. Sarah, 50 overs cricket, it's the best as a fan. You get a full day's cricket, a whole match, best value. It's the best format, although she prefer the John Player League, the old 40 overs back in the day. That is, you'd have liked that, Jimmy. Short run.
Yeah. Was that 8 yards or something?
15 yards.
15 yards.
Yeah, you bowled 8 overs each.
Yeah.
If you're a canny, you'd slip your first 5 in early.
Yeah.
5 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 5, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
You come back. You might get a bit of tap later on. You might go for about 4 and over later at the death.
Yeah,
that was great. Short run as well. 40 overs, start 2, finish with 6.
180. We're not chasing them.
Oh, that's low. Whoa, cool. You've gone round the park if you go for that.
One of the factors in how 50 over cricket has changed was that, and you guys could talk about this, when they went to having 2 balls, whether that reduced the influence of reverse swing later in the innings and then reduced the effectiveness of spin. Do you think that made a difference?
I don't know. I think that it made a difference for me in England because you've got a new ball for the first 10 overs, and and for me, as Aga's just said there, I'd try and slip 8 out, 8 overs in, them 2 at the death. But yeah, I think that made a difference in English conditions in particular. That ball staying harder, the seam staying harder. You did get a bit of movement. And at the death, I just think in the death it's probably more in favour of the batter because it's you don't have that reverse swing that we used to get with one ball. You don't get that. The ball going softer and darker. So I think it's that. That's the only difference I can sort of think of. I don't know what Saki thinks.
I think you know, I've all I've known is 2 new white balls, and I was having a conversation with Jimmy during the Durham game about white balls and how they've gone and whether they swung more 15 or 20 years ago, and they did. But for me, all I've known are 2 white balls, and so it's hard for me to obviously comment on that. But I think if we cut it all down, it's actually the amount of 50 over cricket we play, and you know, the more you play of a certain format, the better you will get at it. Now, if these guys aren't playing 50 over cricket, they've got nothing to reflect on. You can't just keep playing the same game every time. You know, 2019 for me was a breakthrough year, and part of that was the 50 over comp, and you played a lot and you get better almost every game because you start to realise what skills you need at certain stages of the game. So it is different to T20 cricket in that aspect, but if you're not playing it, you've got nothing to fall back on, especially if there was nearly 12 months since the last 50 over game we played against Pakistan.
Yeah, extraordinary. That rather strange noise you heard there, I should explain. It's a very good friend of mine. He's a South African cameraman. A lot of the cameramen on the circuit are South Africans, and he's rather more cheerful than the last time I saw him, which was in the Caribbean towards the end of that trip. Might have been Grenada, where he was very disconsolate, and we'd been there by then about 5 weeks, and his suitcase had been lost from the very start, and he was still in the same clothes that he flew out in, and apparently his case was eventually located. It'd been to Bogota and back, so he never actually saw it. So that was that noise, and actually I was hoping it was going to be positive, that he was actually taking off his microphone sleeve or something like that because it stopped raining, but no, he's gone off. That was that rather strange noise. Andy?
Also, you know, the talk of the format dying. If you think back to the World Cup, it was a tremendous tournament. There were lots of interesting, varied games, high-scoring games, low-scoring games. You wouldn't have said at the end of that tournament that the format was struggling. And the Champions Trophy in 2017 was a really good tournament.
Yeah, it was.
Dramatic ending. So, but those were, you know, the tournaments that had that.
It was quick with knockout games, and that was why the Champions Trophy. I mean, I think people really saw that as being the future of 50 overs cricket. Really, Champions Trophy, play it like that. Every game matters. I think the problem's often been in these series that. I'm sure every game does matter, but does it? When it's a knockout situation, that's what makes the World Cup so. When you're going to get knocked out, it's just a different feel to the game, isn't there? If you lose, you're gone. And there aren't very many one-day games that anyone plays now in which that is actually the case. There's always, we'll come back in 3 days' time and try and win that one. If you're sort of brutally honest about it, that knockout focuses the mind a bit.
Yeah, definitely. And you need that. Also, you need that experience of knockout cricket to do well in. Do
you think we have enough of it?
Big competitions. Oh, we obviously don't in England, do we?
No.
We've sort of lost that 50 over element, knockout competition. Really. Yeah. You know, if the players that are coming through, if they're good enough, they'll be playing in the Blast in the 100. They won't be playing in that what has been downgraded 50 over competition, which again begs the question, where do you get the next generation of 50 over cricketers?
It's not bode well at all.
Not at all.
No, very interesting. Another look outside, and actually I can't see the rain falling on those puddles at the moment, and I'm listening and I can't necessarily hear it tinkling on our mic over, so maybe, although actually an umbrella's just gone up again over there, so but what do we know? But at the moment it's still it's dank, I think is the best way of putting it. I think we've got some Morris dancers in over there, a little bit incongruous maybe, should be dancing around a maypole or something, but over there in their white costumes, gathering just below the point, hoping for something better, and there's that little crackling again, I'm afraid, on the plastic that I can hear, and umbrellas, up they go again over to our left, so it is still raining, and we'll just keep an eye on proceedings. We're going to go off for county cricket shortly, in round about 10 minutes or so. Is it always easy to point at the batting for being the issue in one-day cricket, and when things aren't going very well, whereas as Andy's read out there, all those bowlers who actually aren't present at the moment. I mean, it's easy to point at power play figures and runs per over and that sort of thing, and that's where you focus the issue. But actually, if you are missing all those bowlers as well and bowling at key times, that's obviously going to have a big impact, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, and I think if you see a good wicket, you just sort of expect a high-scoring game. And I was having a chat with a couple of the boys during the game the other day, and it's just a case of if you have points of difference, and Liam Plunkett was very good at that.
Yeah.
where he would take wickets on very good batting wickets in the middle. And I think if you expect that level of bowling, then
But bowling aggressively, basically, wasn't he? But come and bowl short and fast and a couple of men out.
yeah, he was. He had a tactic, and it might have looked easy, but it was very effective, as he showed in that 4-year period. And I think that's when bowlers can really come into their own as well. Otherwise, in 50 over cricket, you can just expect to go at 5, 6 and over these days, and it looks all right. But to win games, you probably need to have someone who will give you something different and take you those wickets in the middle. And I think England really did have that in that 4-year period. They had a consistent squad. Even though the guys were playing red ball cricket, they'd have, we've sounded like a broken record a little bit, but the schedule allowed them to play white ball cricket as well. And you saw the likes of Stokes, Joe Root, Jonny Bairstow, Chris Woakes. All of these guys did play Test cricket as well, but they were a constant. They were consistently playing white ball cricket as well, and it sort of just allows you as a team and as a captain to, play around with your bowlers. You know what your best attack is and how effective they can be in certain conditions. And at the moment, I've been a part of it where you come in because some of the other guys are playing Test cricket, and you just feel like you're keeping a spot warm. I don't think that's good for anyone, because as a captain, you've got these guys for this series, and then you're hoping you get these other guys further down the line. I just think with the way it is, you can't play your best attack every game, especially if those guys are playing red ball cricket. And it just makes the captain's job harder as well.
Yeah, it is quite a good example of where we are with 50 overs cricket. Liam Livingstone, who, and again, I'll credit Nick for these, so if he's wrong you can blame him. But Nick Holt wrote today that Liam Livingstone has played 64 innings since the end of last summer. All but 7 of those were either T20 or the 10 overs league. So 57 innings of those 64 were either T20 or 10 overs. That's pretty terrifying, isn't it? And he's had a couple of good opportunities this summer to come out and bat, because he's given time to bat, coming in at number 6 or wherever he's been coming in. 4 early wickets down, lots of time, and he actually hasn't made the most of that. Is it possible, do you think, to get so sort of focused into one form of the game that's just actually becomes almost the way that you play? And he has got out in those opportunities, playing aggressive shots when perhaps he might have been a bit more patient.
Yeah, I do think it can have an effect. Yeah, I think the way you get better at something is by doing it more often. And if he's not playing cricket where you need to stay at the crease and build an innings even in 50 over cricket, you need to build an innings. You can't just go out there and smack it from ball one and come off every time. It's not going to work. So unless you're playing those formats, even I think playing red ball cricket for the white ball team is a good thing as well. Playing county cricket,
right?
It's a different style, obviously, different style of batting, but it makes sure your technique's still right. You still need a good technique to play white ball cricket. So red ball cricket should help that. You have to build an innings. You have to work out the conditions, how to pace your innings. Do you start off more sort of cautious and then try and you build up through the gears as you get more settled? And I think that's what we haven't seen yet in this summer, certainly from this white ball side. Is yes, they want to be aggressive, but you still have to read the conditions and be able to build an innings and work out what's a good score on this pitch. What should we be looking at after 10 overs and then 20 and then 30? I think that is it does, if guys are just playing T20 cricket, which is going to be the case now going forward, unless something changes in domestic cricket here, they'll just play T20 cricket and then come in for the 50 over series whenever that might be, and then have to manufacture their game to fit into that, which, as Liam's stats are saying there, is proving quite difficult, right?
Yeah. He's someone, Saggy, who's been talked about in terms of Test cricket in some quarters, but I mean, looking at the way that he's been playing in this 50 overs, I mean, he seems a long way from that. I mean, have you seen a side to Livingstone's game that could one day get him into a Test team, do you think?
Yeah, absolutely. I've grown up playing with him, and his first-class record still, I think, is very good. And it's just a shame that we aren't seeing much of him in red ball cricket. And you know, he'll play the IPL at the start of the season, and then the rest of the season he's pretty busy with England commitments, and there's not really a chance for him to get any red ball cricket. And the opportunities, like franchise cricket, aren't there in the winter as they are for red ball cricket. And you know, I do believe he has the game to go and play red ball cricket, especially in this current squad, or the way they play. He's a very good spinner. He's actually got a very sound technique with the bat as well. But like we said, he just hasn't played any long form cricket for a long time, and that's just down to the schedule again.
I saw him play an amazing innings here against Somerset a few years ago. He batted at 6 or 7, I think. We did bat 3. He batted 3, and we were way behind the game, and he got 140 and basically won the game. But he he's got that technique. He built an innings. He left the ball well. He's got solid defence. But I think the more T20 cricket he's played, the more that sort of disappears.
Great. Well, look, thanks for chatting through the rain there, which unfortunately is coming down rather heavier at the moment. So what we'll do is bring you some live cricket now on 5 Sports Extra in the County Championship. To our listeners on Radio 4 Longwave, look, we'll say goodbye for now, but if there is play here, we'll be back with you later on. If this rain finally clears away. Let's hope it does. For those on 5 Sports Extra,
welcome back to LV County Championship Cricket here on Sports Extra. Welcome back to Cheltenham, to the college and to the festival, and welcome to some sunshine. I hope they've switched off there in Manchester, because they won't have enjoyed me saying there's beautiful sunshine here at the moment, and the possibilities of a cracking end to this game, and an important game. Let me just briefly outline what we've seen already happen on the final day of most of these matches in the LV County Championship. It includes Surrey with another victory. They continue to be unbeaten in the Championship this season. They continue to lead the Championship title race in a very strong position. They've beaten Essex today by 6 wickets. The target was just 161. They got there with that 6-wicket margin, and that does mean, of course, they sit prominently at the top of the Championship title. It means that Hampshire have really got to work hard here this afternoon against Gloucestershire, where we'll start again this afternoon with play at 5-2 or there and thereabouts, with Gloucestershire following on 316 for 6, a lead of 60 runs on this final afternoon. Another result from today, important one as well, towards the top of the table, is a Lancashire victory over Northamptonshire by 4 wickets. They took their time in the end getting to that 278, but they got there. And a 4-wicket win for Lancashire, which means that they continue just to perhaps hope they're a little bit off the pace, but just hope that if somehow Surrey slip up, if somehow Hampshire sort of fall away a little bit, they've still got an opportunity. They're on 10 games played, Lancashire, on 156 points. That's 31 behind Surrey. Bear in mind, of course, if you are joining us and you're not following closely Championship cricket, 24 points is the maximum for a win. So it shows that 31-point gap is a big gap. We've got another round coming up next week of Championship. Then we take a break, mainly for the competition that we're not allowed to mention to our listeners. I can talk about the Royal London One Day Cup, but not the other one. And then we're back again in September. And hopefully an interesting run, and it could be, especially if Hampshire can maybe pull off a victory here this afternoon. But if they don't, they're going to be slipping away a little bit from Surrey. It's important from Gloucestershire's point of view, because although at the moment go rest their souls and bless them at the ECB. They unfortunately are not really telling us exactly what is going on in terms of promotion and relegation, and neither will they until the season is over. But Gloucestershire at the moment are without a win, and that is really what they'll be thinking about. They want wins, and if they were to save this game against Hampshire here, that will be a very big tick for them. So plenty to play for from a Gloucestershire point of view as well in all of this. The Essex defeat at Surrey means that they've slipped back a little bit. But there's been a victory for Kent, which means that they have gone above Warwickshire. Warwickshire now are third from bottom in the Division 1 tables. I say, I can't really tell you what that means in terms of next season. We don't know, and I know it's frustrating. It's really frustrating. But anyway, Kent today, they won't be frustrated. They'll be very happy with that victory by 177 runs over Warwickshire. Bearing in mind that Kent were bowled out on Heatway Day on Tuesday for 165, and today they bowled out Warwickshire for 147. So a 177 runs victory there. The Warwickshire target they needed for victory was 325. So we've got plenty of interesting cricket to come still in Division 1, even though we've had quite a few results come in. Division 2 is all very interesting, and again, let's forget the promotion. I'm going to forget the promotion because who knows. But let's concentrate a little bit on the title. Nottinghamshire against Derbyshire, away to Derbyshire. Nottinghamshire scored 618 for 8 declared. Derbyshire, with a late start today, are in their second innings. They're following on, and they're 96 for no wicket. They trail by 204 runs. We're going there for commentary very, very shortly, but also keeping an eye on Lords, because big scores there. Sussex 523, Middlesex 485, but now second innings, Sussex are 74 for 5, and that lead is just 112 runs. That could prove to be a really good finish as well. And just to complicate matters, should I say, Leicestershire Glamorgan, they're on day 3 there. And Leicestershire made 584, Glamorgan 244 for 2. All the matches with live cricket you can find on the BBC Sport website and app, and please do so. That's where you get all the coverage throughout the day, no matter if even on Sports Extra we go back there to Manchester, which according to the forecast is unlikely, but you never know. But what we're going to do just before we get a bit more cricket here at Cheltenham is just touch base there at Derby, because this is an important one for Nottinghamshire. They're top of the Division 2 Championship race. Big score first innings, 618 for 8. It's been hard work getting the wickets, and again it is proving so, even though they forced Derbyshire to follow on. Derbyshire 100 for no wicket. They trail by exactly 200 runs. Let's join for the next 5, 10, 15 minutes or so. Commentary there at Derby.
The word salad in that sentence, I've no idea what that means.
No, not me really.
Got a short leg in place for Lewis Reece. Dane Patterson, he bowls it down the leg side. Reece takes it on, misses it, goes through to the keeper.
Frank Watson's the one who, along with Dave Bradley, does the Worcestershire commentaries. He has an allotment, the typical old-fashioned, allotment down the road, and he's shown me pictures of his allotment. Grows absolutely everything down there.
Goodness me, I hope he doesn't show me pictures of it next week. Frank,
if you ask, he'll...
Frank, if you're listening.
Well, is
he working today?
Yeah, he's stood in for Scott Reed today and done the last knockings of Northants versus Lancashire at Wantage Road. So he's probably driving back from Northampton, but he'll show you his photos if you ask him.
Will he not show them if I tell him not to? This one is down the leg side. Welcome, Sports Extra listeners, to the Encora County ground for a few minutes at least, where Derbyshire are still 200 behind Nottinghamshire. They're 100 without loss. The game, final day, reduced to 75 overs due to morning rain. We've already had 10 of those. Harry Kane, a career high 46, Lewis Reece 41, the first century stand for the opening wicket for Derbyshire this season. Harry Kane in his first match of the campaign as well. Lewis Reece, who hasn't been opening this season because of Shan Masood being with Derbyshire, although he's not here at the moment. So a new opening pair for Derbyshire, and it seems to be working for them at the moment.
I think we'd like to give our new listeners a little bit of jeopardy that Notts are going to knock over these wickets and win the match comfortably. Here's Stephen Mullaney bowling at the start of a new over to Harry Kane, who, as Dave says, requires 4 runs for the first 50 of his career. But quite truthfully, since we arrived here and the match got underway on the very hot day of Tuesday, it's very seldom looked like any of the bowlers were going to get any joy at all.
No.
It's a flat one which Notts rattled up over 400 on the first day for just 1 wicket, as Mullaney again bowls to Kane. The young man fielding it there with the floppy sun hat on is Kyle van Vollenhoven, who is playing for Clifton in the Nottinghamshire Premier League, but had a little bit of a spell with Warwickshire last year. Played.
Looks like your bar's arrived, Dave. That's good news for you. The old mobile bar. I think that's for the women's T20 on Monday here at the Ancora County Ground.
Played against Notts last year. Dave Bracegirdle, Dave Fletcher here at the Ancora County Ground. There's a Division 2 match. There's an awful lot of nothing happening at the moment. I think we've got Joe Clark, who's...
Have you paused it?
As far away from bowler Stephen Mullaney as virtually any other player on the field almost, apart from Lyndon James who's at long leg, trying to have a discussion in almost with semaphore. Give him a flag apiece. A lot of long distance shouting going on. The result of it is we've got a leg slip in. Mullaney bowls to Harry Kame, who plays this up to the young sub-fielder at mid-off, Van Vollenhoven. Exactly 100 on the board, 100 without loss. The score by and large is immaterial because Derbyshire were made to follow on exactly 300 behind. So they're still 200 behind. It's all about survival today, getting through until tea time. Next one's dropped on the leg side and fielded by Liam Patterson-White, the ball polisher and the slow left-arm spinner who we've not yet seen in action today. Picked up just one wicket in the first innings, but very often comes to the fore in the closing stages of contests when there's been a fair amount of wear and tear on the wicket. Well, I'm not entirely sure there's been a deal of wear and tear. There's probably been more wear and tear on the tarmac on the road outside the ground than on this strip, as another one's played down as far as Patterson-White. Notts rattled up 618 for 8 declared over the first day and a half, with 241 from Ben Duckett, 196 from Asiba Mead. They put 402 on for the second wicket. Dave said you can never really tell how a game's going until both sides have battered, so we didn't really know how good a score that was as Mullaney bowled. This is pushed into the covers and they take a single 101 without loss.
It was quite good, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It was quite good.
Yeah, Derbyshire all out for 318, made to follow on yesterday, and second time around, well, they're doing pretty well. 101 without loss after 49 overs. Mullaney now 9 overs, none for 12, and Kame with that single moves on to 47.
2 full sessions left, effectively 64 overs. The one or two people here are going to be working late into the night at the county grounds because they've got to take down all the advertising boards ahead of the ground being transformed into an international arena on Monday night. And that game's on BBC One. I was going to say BBC One. It's certainly on the BBC. It'll be on BBC One or BBC Two, I imagine. I'm going to see for the first time today James Pattinson, the Australian.
Here's an offer we can't refuse. Jay Clayton, gents, if you're not doing anything tomorrow, how about coming down and doing commentary of our cricket game against Chesterfield third 11 tomorrow? Not sure who your team is, Jay. He says it's against Chesterfield third 11.
Bit niche.
I'm sure I'm washing my hair tomorrow afternoon. I don't know what you're doing.
Yeah, I'm busy. This one is way wide of the off stump from Pattinson, and the umpire must have been tempted. It was taken in front of Joe Clark at first slip by Tom Moores.
I'm almost reluctant to not go and watch my team, which I will do, but each of the last 2 Saturdays I've been roped into umpire. That's not in the plans.
No, I shall. I think I've been home one day in the last fortnight, so I might have things to do. Pattinson in and bowls. He takes on the short ball again, does Harry Kame, and gets a run down to the substitute fielder. I think that is Van Vollenhoven.
Has he got the floppy hat on? Yes, that is him.
Excellent. It's only the afternoon of day 4. I've started to recognise some of the players who don't have numbers on their backs.
There'd be a lot of letters if he did have.
Wouldn't it? You wouldn't be able to read it, would it? From here?
No,
I can barely read Moores and Clark.
We'd just hope that the number would suffice, but he's wearing a plain Nottinghamshire shirt. I'm Sure, he'll be looking forward to his cricket tomorrow in the Nottinghamshire Premier League. Kyle van Vollenhoven.
Reece on 41 on strike, 102 without loss. Derbyshire as Pattinson around the wicket bowls to him, and he's trapped on the pads, wrapped on the pads in
Here
front.
we go.
And there's going to be overthrows here because there was a shy at the stumps at the far end and it wasn't backed up by Dane Patterson. Well, it was, but he couldn't get to it. He sprawled, and they're going to settle for 2 overthrows there. And, well, James Pattinson will be furious. He was ready to punch the ground a few minutes ago. Now he'll be ready to punch the stumps.
I'm just wondering how you can make him any more angry by turning down that LBW appeal. Yes, shy at the stumps and let it go for overthrows. Crikey.
He won't be best pleased.
No.
104.
He's never far from the point of simmering at the best of times.
2 leg byes, of course.
As soon as he crosses over, they call it white line fever, don't
He's
we?
a completely different person.
Yeah.
It's remarkable. He's in again now and bowls to Reece, who guides this down towards a widest third man. Van Vollenhoven.
We're going to
loses
leave
his
the game
focus on
there
that.
for now. It continues, of course, on the BBC Sport website and app, and it seems though it's going to be a really hard job for Nottinghamshire to get those Derbyshire wickets. Sussex 85 for 6, a lead of only 123 runs. Where's all that come from? Big scores, 500, 400, and now 85 for 6. So that's another one you might want to keep an eye on. Maybe have a listen there at Lord's. But the one score I didn't bring you, by the way, and that's because there's been no play so far at Taunton's, the game between Somerset and Yorkshire. Somerset concerned about relegation. As I say, maybe there's absolutely nothing to worry about in terms of relegation at the moment. But Somerset 225 for 6, lead Yorkshire by 373 runs. They've got themselves in a strong position. No players yet today, I'm afraid, due to rain at Taunton. So whether they'll get on, we don't know. What I can tell you also is that there's rain in Manchester, so no second ODI as yet. The forecast is not great. They're not optimistic there, England versus South Africa, but if there is any change to that, we'll be back on Sports Extra, back to that ODI in Manchester. In the meantime, we continue with our coverage of county cricket, and following the Surrey victory over Essex by 6 wickets earlier today, it means the pressure is back on Hampshire. Technically speaking, they're not second at the moment, but they will be if they can get a win and to keep the pressure upon Surrey up there towards the top. Hampshire made 457 first innings. Gloucestershire all out here at Cheltenham for 201, following on now 316 for the loss of 7 wickets. And that's 8. Wickets are falling quickly. Game is moving on quickly. Let's now join the commentary team of Kevin James and Kit Harris.
1 ball before lunch. He got rid of Hammond, and in consecutive deliveries after the interval, he's had Zafar Gohar caught behind and Tom Price LBW for the second time in the match. 3 in 3, Kyle Abbott. And we welcome 5 Live Sports Extra here at Cheltenham, where all of a sudden a match that was just meandering a little bit has buzzed into action with a Kyle Abbott hat-trick either side of lunch, with the 3rd, 4th and 5th balls of his 18th over. He now has 4 in the innings, and Gloucestershire are 316 for 8. Kevin James.
Wow, absolutely fantastic. Just as that was happening, I was trying to look it up actually. Kyle Abbott, I'm still looking it up, but I'm sure it was 2019, his last hat-trick, so his 2nd hat-trick for Hampshire. It may be his 3rd. Hopefully Dave Allen, Hampshire's honorary archivist, is listening. Hat-trick exciting, but 2 different commentaries coming together, says Dave Allen, so I'm not quite sure what that means, but anyway, Dave is obviously listening, so Dave, let me know. I think it was Somerset in September 2019, but let me know. But absolutely awesome. We had this situation against Kent earlier on in the season on a very flat wicket. Hampshire was struggling to take 10 wickets all day, and we got to tea, and all of a sudden I think Abbott took 3 and 4 balls or something like that. Boom, 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 all over. Thanks for coming. And we almost get into that situation here.
Well, Tom Price has the ignominy of a pair. LBW to Abbott both times, and now this little mini nightmare for Gloucestershire is not over. It's still 1 ball left in the over. Kyle Abbott is going to bowl to Zach Chappell. He only made 1 first time round, still 3 slips. Now a short leg has come in as well. Could it be 4 in 4 for Abbott? And he's been hit on the toe, and maybe a little bit of an inside edge. No, there isn't. Must have just been heading wide. Abbott has gone for the leg stump Yorker there. A leg bye has been run. And Gloucester supporters, they may almost exclusively be around the ground, but there is warm applause for Hampshire's Kyle Abbott. It's certainly not every day you come to a professional cricket match to witness a hat-trick. A hat-trick, indeed, that took 42 minutes to complete. Gloucestershire 317 for 8. 61 ahead. And now there's a bit of work for Ryan Higgins. He's found himself at the non-striker's end, though. 62 he has. Maybe it wasn't the smartest move for him to call Chappell through for that leg fight, because now Abbas is on and Chappell has the strike.
Now Dave Allen's just come back to me actually. It was Worcestershire in 2018 was Kyle Abbott's last hat-trick, and I remember that actually. That was up at New Road, and he was bowling in partnership with Dale Steyn. That's not too shabby attack, is it? It was a fairly low-scoring game, if I remember rightly, and Hampshire won it.
Kidding.
I know.
Bowlers like that.
And yeah, it was awesome game. Here's Abbas then, and he's on the back foot there, Chappell, and he hits it through extra cover. Lovely shot. That's 4 runs. Looks like he's going on the counter-attack here. Zach Chappell, and he's saying, we're not having any more of that, mate. We're going to hit a few shots and just try and push that lead up a few more. Is that no ball as well, Kit? Abbas overstepping. So the lead now at 323 for 8 is 65. Just shows, doesn't it, really? We were saying before lunch, Hampshire just getting a little frustrated with the fact that nothing was going their way. Just shows, doesn't it? You hang in there, you keep going, and then it happens. Here's Abbas, bowls, Chappell on the back foot. Can't find the gap this time as he steers in up to mid-off, fielded by Keith Barker. Wow. Well, I'll tell you what, that's woken me up from that lunch. What did we have for lunch? I can't remember. We ate it and we all said it was lovely, and now I can't remember what it was.
You were becoming a little despondent with the torpor of the game. But
yeah, I could feel Hampshire's pain out there in the middle. I could feel it radiating off the middle. Up on the balcony here as Abbas comes in. Left to right as we look. Bowls. Chappell gets a length ball, pushes that out towards extra cover, and there is no run. Just shows, isn't it, when they always say about people's moods and what have you, and it affects those around you. I kind of got affected by those 11 fielders out there. Yeah, just looking at them, it sort of rubbed off on me from a distance. Shows, isn't it, when you're around people who are positive, you are positive. And I wouldn't say Hampshire weren't positive, it's just that you could feel that they felt they should have got a little bit more out of the morning session. Here's Abbas, bowls. Chappell gets wrapped on the pad, trying to work their way on the leg side. It goes out on the off, and there's no run.
This positivity has rubbed off on Zach Chappell. His team might well be in the mire after that Kyle Abbott hat-trick, but he fancies playing a few shots here, in spite of the situation. And, well, Hampshire have loaded the gun here. They've seen that he's interested in swatting Abbas to the leg side, so they've just stuck the substitute fielder, Joe Weatherly, out at deep mid-wicket.
Abbas in again. Sunshine comes out as Chappell gets a length ball, punches it back to the bowler, and there is no run. Abbas is wicketless, and that's worth a headline in itself. None for 66 in his 16th over.
Well, there isn't much in the pitch for him. You've got to be quick and bouncy, or have what swing that there is in the first 10-15 overs of the new ball. But for a nibbly seamer, medium fast like Abbas, it's not really been the pitch.
Hasn't really, hasn't he? Hasn't looked particularly penetrative as that's outside the off stump, and Chappell quite happy to watch that go by. Dave Allen, still listening, Hampshire's honorary archivist, says his mood has been affected too. I think there'll be a few people down Hampshire way that will suddenly be puffing out those chests. I mean, as it got towards lunch, would have been sort of just cowering a little bit and somping over their desks and their chairs, and all of a sudden now they're bolt upright.
Well, Surrey do need to be given a run for their money, having beaten Essex earlier today. That requires a Hampshire win at the top of the table.
I think there's 30 points difference wrapped on the pad against Chappell, but they could have taken a run actually. Higgins decides that he's not. He wants to keep the strike. He's 62 not out, and what an eventful post-lunch session we have with, well, if you start with the ball before lunch, Miles Hammond. 3.16 for 5, Gloucestershire, in relatively good shape. They are now 3.23 for 8.
Yes, that's right, Kevin. A 30-point gap between Surrey and Hampshire when you take into account the bonus points that Hampshire have already racked up on the scoreboard in this game, 7 of them. So if they win this, 16 more for the win, so they reduce the gap to 14, having played the same number of games. Lancashire, who've tied up a win, are 1 point behind where Hampshire are right now, 156. So it'll be a chance for Hampshire to put a bit of daylight between them and the Red Rose. Now Abbott, wicket, 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 leg by. He's now going to bowl first of his new over to Ryan Higgins. Flash through down the leg side, a big appeal. In fact, Brown is absolutely convinced of it. So is the slip, James Vince. But it's news to Kyle Abbott, as indeed it is to Graham Lloyd, neither of whom were interested in the least. James Vince just inquiring of Ryan Higgins what that noise could possibly have been, and Higgins touching his front thigh pad.
I'll tell you what, for a quiet spa town, I've heard a few sirens over the last few days.
It's more ambulance than cops. Make of that what you will. Here's Abbott again to Higgins. Goes for the big drive, and he'll get runs here. Just the single. The field is well spread for him because Hampshire, not unsurprisingly, would like to have a bowl at Zach Chappell. Barker fielding at mid-off, so Higgins is more than happy to take the single. Goes to 63. Gloucestershire 324 for 8. So the fielders once more converge on Zach Chappell, who's looked to be positive. Those 2.5 slips in once again. The scoreboard's gone blank, but 8 wickets down, that's what counts. Here comes Abbott again. Bowling to Chappell, a drive, a positive one. Keith Barker's got it in his hand and he's throwing down the stumps at the non-striker's end, but very quickly run by Chappell, and he's made his ground before the throw even came in.
Adrian Kirk has tweeted at Solar Sport, "Come on Hampshire, lovely start to the session. I'm glad I'm having a sneaky listen whilst in the office."
Well, good for you, that's what we're here for. I should think a high proportion of our listeners are at work, indoors, outdoors, one way or the other. Good to have you with us. Abbott bowling now to Chappell. Goes for the pull, it's high and it could be caught at deep backward. Yes it is, my goodness me. There were 3 of them out there for the sucker ball. Abbott banged it in short. He had plenty of time to choose where to hit it, but the only decision he seemed to make was up in the air. It came straight down. It looks to me like James Fuller is the one who's pouched it, and Gloucestershire are now 9 down, and Higgins, well, not entirely to blame for the nature of his dismissal, because he had to try and hit something, but he could have perhaps been a touch more judicious about where. Abbott all of a sudden has 5 for 70, and Gloucestershire are 324 for 9. The lead just 68.
Well, it's all gone a bit Pete Tong, isn't it, for Gloucestershire since lunch? You could have seen that this morning, the way things were going. Van Buren, Hammond, Higgins looked like they were in for most of the day, and it's just suddenly changed in the blink of an eye. Yeah, I don't blame Higgins. I mean, you know, we get into that stage now where he probably feels, look, I've got to. He likes to play positively anyway, and probably just felt that he had a license to do that. I just see there's a big hug match going on there between Nick Gubbins and Kyle Abbott, and that's nice because there's even a bigger hug there between Felix Organ and Kyle Abbott. Well, Felix Organ would have felt better at lunch because he put down the simple one of the 2 catches this morning that Hammond was dropped on in the 120s. And, Organ, I know, would have felt bad. He looked as though he was a bit distraught, and now with these other wickets that are falling around, he'll feel even better.
Well, he'll feel all the better still if they wrap this up quickly, and he finishes with a handy little 30 not out opening the batting. It could work out in that ironic way for Felix Organ that he gets a few to add to his average.
I tell you what, they're so disgusted around the ground they've even turned the scoreboard off.
So it's actually 325 for 9. That scoreboard's given me a bum steer. 69 the lead. And in comes Abbott. First ball, rolling to Josh Shaw, who just drops his gloves and lets it go through just about chest height. Now Abbott's got not only the short leg under the lid behind Josh Shaw, but also a shortish mid-wicket. He's not afraid to bang one in. Now they're going to be keen. This is funny, isn't it? They got number 10 and 11 in, and they spread the field out to try and give the run to Shaw to keep him on strike. And he accepts the run. Might even get 2 here as he pushes it wide of mid-wicket. They will come back for 2. Should just get it as well. It's not often you see number 11 being given the run to keep him on strike when you've only got number 10 at the other end, but that's nevertheless the way Hampshire have played it. 327 for 9, a lead of 71 at the end of the over from Kyle Abbott, as Shaw is off the mark with 2, and Abbott's figures 5 for 72. Richly deserved. He's been irresistible and irrepressible since we came out after lunch.
And the other bit of good news, it's not quite down the road, but you'll know what I mean. They're actually going to have some play at Taunton at 2:35, 50 overs of the match between Somerset and Yorkshire remaining. So no play so far today, but they're going to get some in around about 25 minutes time, I think.
50 overs, you say?
50 overs left in the day, according to this.
No doubt Somerset will have declared.
I don't know what the match situation is, actually. I should have a look. I think you might be able to. I'll have a look in a moment, actually. Keith Barker is coming on from the Chapel end. Quite incredible when you think the last 2 wickets, well, before lunch, the 5th wicket put on 124, the 6th wicket put on 115, and at the fall of the 6th wicket, as forward is Chapel, place it out on the offside and there's no run. When Hammond went, and of course with the hat-trick of Kyle Abbott, they lost 3 wickets for no runs. They've lost their last 4 wickets for just 9. Complete turnaround. I think it stunned everybody here. Not as big a crowd today on day 4 as we've had the first 3 days, but even so, I'm just looking around the balcony and even some of the media are stunned. Ed Seaboard, BBC Bristol, he's stunned. Is that his stunned look? I think it's his stunned look. Here comes Barker round the wicket. Chapel drives on the up through extra cover. Nice shot. Chase for Mohammed Abbas. It's going down the hill. He's given it up. 4 runs for Zach Chapel, and the enthusiastic Gloucestershire supporter just below us, who has been quiet, I think it's fair to say, just before lunch and just after, has suddenly found his voice again. 327 for 9, I make it. I hope that's up to date, because the scoreboard, I'm afraid, has gone. Well, it's there, but it's gone in terms of its display. Perhaps there's been another fox that's chewed through the cable while that hat-trick was going on. Here comes Barker. Bowls, and it's whipped away on the leg side by Chapel. That's a nice shot. Weatherly comes round on the boundary below us. 2 more to Chapel. It's 3:33 for 9. There we go. So I might just be a little bit behind from time to time. I'm sure you'll be more up to date, Kit.
Just exploring digital options for keeping track of the score. It is 3:33 for 9. A lead 77. So there's still cricket left in this game.
Yeah. Oh yes. Chapel facing Barker once more. Barker's looking for 5 wickets. He goes for the huge heave. That's gone through to Ben Brown. Well, if he'd got hold of that, that was going over the Chapel. That was a huge, mighty swing of the bat. That would go on the Chapel roof. They were having to replace the slate.
Do you think it's slate?
I'm not a roofer.
It's more likely to be lead, isn't it? Old Chapel like that.
Is it? Surprised it's still on then.
It's Cheltenham, dear. Lead thievery in Cheltenham. The thought.
It's too high for me anyway. I wouldn't be going up there doing anything. Here comes Barker again then. And bowls to Chapel. Chapel gets a good Yorker and digs it out well as well. Good thinking there from Keith Barker. At the moment, the 2 main seam bowlers for Hampshire, and of course I don't wish to relegate Abbas at all, but 5 for 72 Kyle Abbott, 4 for 65 Keith Barker. The seamers once again are doing it for Hampshire.
Yeah, well, it's been an impressive performance because it's not an easy pitch to bowl on. They've both made use of their height, and well, it would be highly just if Keith Barker could wrap things up with a fiver of his own here.
So if that scoreboard doesn't come back on, the run chase is going to be interesting, keeping tabs on that one. There's a drive from Chappell. It goes up to mid-on, fielded by Abbott, and that is the end of the over. 3:33 for 9. Gloucestershire lead by 77, and I'd love to tell you how many overs are left in the day, but I can't.
I can tell you,
Can
there
you?
are 67 left.
Ah.
Perhaps the board has been switched. Maybe it's a new form of censorship to deprive the Gloucestershire faithful of the terrible news. Kyle Abbott is going to continue. Just for the time being, Keith Barker will have to set aside his hopes of getting a fiver. In club cricket, of course, what happens here is that the Keith Barker club cricket equivalent may go down and think, I'll just bowl a nice little maiden here. Leave me on for my 5. That certainly won't be the professional way of going about things.
No.
Abbott on for 6 here as he starts his 20th over. Bowling to Josh Shaw, who has 2. And he plays a pull shot just forward of square, and it nearly hit short leg between the eyes. Whistled past his left shoulder, and a good front foot swashbuckling sort of pull for 4.
Good shot. Nothing wrong with that, was there?
That was a shot of a top order batsman in a white ball game. And a major moral achievement, if nothing else, for Josh Shaw, which is that the short square has been taken out of harm's way and put at mid-wicket. Here is Abbott again, and he's just driven it in the air, across the line and straight to mid-wicket, who had only just been moved from short leg, Ian Holland, I believe. And the innings is over. Oh, what a bit of luck there for Hampshire. No sooner had they put the fielder there than Shaw swung it straight into his hands, and it only just went in inches above the turf. So it's all done in the blinking of an eye. Gloucestershire are all out. 337. That means that Hampshire will require 82 to win, and for what it's worth, and it's only really the elements that you'd think could save Gloucestershire at this point, there will be 64 overs remaining on the resumption.
And we will return to the commentary very, very shortly, but I've got to take us down to Lords right now, because Middlesex, of course, in second place in the Division 2 table, behind Nottinghamshire. The latest, by the way, at Derbyshire following on, still Nottinghamshire without any further wickets in Derbyshire's second innings. So Derbyshire 117 for no wicket, trailed by 183. So that could be a draw there. You would have imagined, with the Sussex score of 523 and Middlesex 485, it would be the same outcome at Lords, until you see that Sussex, second innings on the final day, are 94 for 6. It's a lead of 132 runs. Let's get a flavour for the next 5 or 10 minutes or so before we come back here to Cheltenham of what's going on at Lords.
Middle stump shows the full face of the bat, rehearses the shot, defends the ball on the onside of the wicket, and there is no runs. Abraham batted pretty well in the first innings. He looks quite at ease, looked quite composed. Probably would not have batted too often in this situation where the team's struggling and depending on him and another 17-year-old to pull them out of trouble. That's pressure in itself. As Helm will looking to add to the pressure in now, both Abraham, and he's playing this one on the front foot. Squeezes the ball out to cover point, and Holden is the fielder there at cover point. Can't score. Stays on 11 as the sun tries to break through here at Lords this afternoon. It was a little bit cloudy and overcast before. At the moment the weather looks really perfect. I don't think at this stage we're going to have any problem for a little while in terms of weather, as Helm with 2 balls in this over as he's in now, balls, and that's the pitch that delivery, and he's on the front foot, meets it in a good position, Abraham, and just plays it back to the bowler, and there is no run.
He looks very solid in defence, doesn't he, Ibrahim?
Yeah, he's got minimal movement. Just looks to just wait for the ball to come. I'd like to see him, if he doesn't get a breakthrough, go around the wicket and try and see how courageous he is with a few short balls. As Helms now with the final ball of this over balls, and he allows this one to go through upside the off stump. Movement after the ball has gone past the batsman. Taken by Simpson, over comes to an end, and that's Helms finishing his 12th over, and it's 59 overs left in the day's play. We both had 37 overs bowled in this innings. Sussex they're 94 for 6 with still an overall lead of 132.
Yes, we've had two really fine spells of bowling in this match. One, of course, by Brad Curry, another young player making his debut at Lord's, who had a spell of 4 for 16 when he really ripped through the Middlesex top order, as Roland Jones comes in from the pavilion end, bowls, and a drive from Lenham into the covers, but easily fielded. And then, of course, Tom Helm today with 4 wickets of his own, and including Alsop, who got a century in the first innings, and Pujara, who got a double century in the first innings. So that was full credit to Tom Helm, as Roland Jones forces another forward defensive out of Archie Lenham, who's on 3. Played 20 balls in this innings, but he knows his primary job is to put up this teenage barrier to any further Middlesex progress, because they would love another wicket, and Sussex are desperate to prevent them getting that, as Roland Jones sends another one whizzing past Lenham's off stump, but good judgment from the youngster. He doesn't have anything to do with it. Through to Simpson.
Yes, and Lenham sees some 21 deliveries so far, but that is not of any importance. Scored 3, but what is important is that he stays there.
So welcome to 5 Live Sports Extra. This is Richard Evans with Roland Butcher, as Roland Jones comes charging in from the pavilion end, with Sussex at 94 for 6 and struggling, because Middlesex have suddenly turned this match around, and having conceded 23 runs in the first innings, the lead is now only 132, with sun shining at Lord's, and if Middlesex can grab these last 4 remaining wickets for not too many, they'll be in the driver's seat, as Roland Jones bowls, and another forward defensive stroke from the 17-year-old Archie Lenham, who is batting with 17-year-old Ibrahim.
Yeah, I think both of these batsmen will welcome this change in weather now. It's brilliant sunshine, because it just makes it a little bit easier to see the ball and take a bit of sting out of the pitch. So I think they're doing pretty well at the moment.
Roland Jones in from the pavilion end and bowls to Archie Lenham, who plays it out with no trouble at all to mid-on, and that's the end of that over, leaving Sussex on 94 for 6. Lenham's on 3, Ibrahim's on 11, and yes, the sun would be welcomed by the Sussex batsman.
Yeah, and Middlesex is pushing hard to try and get this breakthrough, and they have decided to make a change, and they're going to bring Murta is going to bowl from the nursery, and he's got figures of none for 13 off 7 overs, and he's bowled 3 maidens in that 7 over spell. He's going to replace Helm, and Helm As you know, he's picked up 4 wickets with some very good bowling. Murtagh will present a different sort of challenge. He's going to be more nagging in terms of length. And perhaps they could even go even on a more attacking side. Just 2 slips in the gully in places. Murtagh's in, bows, and Ibrahim is quite comfortable coming forward to that delivery, plays it to mid-on, and there's no run. I think he'd be quite happy facing Murtagh at this pace, and I don't think I would have rested Helm at that time. Right when they did, I would have asked him to give me 1 over around the wicket, try and test the bravery of these 2 young men, get a short leg in there, a barrage of short deliveries, just see what they're made of. Instead, he's gone from...
Well, that commentary continues, and I have to say it was lovely to hear both Richard and Roland there, and they'll be continuing this afternoon at Lords. Sussex versus Middlesex, interesting game developed there in the 2nd division. A reminder, there is no cricket as yet, and the forecast is pretty poor in Manchester. It's supposed to be the 2nd ODI this afternoon between England and South Africa. No play as yet. We'll keep you posted on what's going on there. So we've got County Championship cricket for you instead here on 5 Sports Extra, and we've got Hampshire, who need 82 runs for a victory this afternoon, which will keep them in touch with Surrey, already have beaten Essex today by 6 wickets. So Gloucestershire all out for 337 following on. That was just a lead of 81 runs. We're about to see the Hampshire reply to that in the chase, and our commentary team is that of Kit Harris and Kevin James.
Statement of attacking intent from Hampshire, but one man with an idea about it will be Kevin James.
You'd think so, wouldn't you? But I haven't. I'm as surprised as you are. So I've not spoken to the Hampshire dressing room at all. Maybe it's just that maybe they do want to just get a move on. I mean, when you look around, I mean, if we didn't know there was rain in Taunton, you wouldn't think there was any rain arriving. So I don't know. I don't know why that is.
Well, it's not just in Taunton anymore. It's in Bristol, Bath, Malmesbury, and now as far north as Stroud. Ryan Higgins opens the bowling, and Organ plays the first ball off his pads, finds mid-wicket. As you might expect, it's an in-out field from Gloucestershire, a slip and a gully. Those are the catchers. Hammond at backward point, mid-wicket cover, mid-off, mid-on in the ring. And the next ball is positively played to mid-off, no run. Organ looking to get on with it in his intent straight away. And, my name's Kit Harris, and we're also live on 5 Live Sports Extra as Hampshire pursue this target of 82. Here is Ryan Higgins to Felix Organ again, driven, and he gives up running straight away because he knows he's found the gap. The outfield is fast, and Organ and Hampshire are away with a boundary 4.
Maybe there are a couple of dark clouds starting to appear. Maybe that is the reason. I'm just looking to my right, and slowly but surely there does look to be some more threatening clouds coming over. Oh dear.
Well, that's all we need. We had so many eruptions. We didn't have any eruptions on day 2. We had interruptions. None of them were volcanic. 3 for bad light, and another for rain. And, we owe it to cricket to get this finished. Higgins now bowls, and the edge has been appealed for in the slip cordon. They're absolutely convinced. Organ is unmoved, and so, crucially, is umpire Graham Lloyd, who says not out.
Well, difficult to tell from here. Did the bat brush the pad as it went through? Ryan Higgins doesn't look particularly disappointed, and I think he is the sort of guy that normally would be sort of there or thereabouts with maybe anything afterwards.
Does he wear his heart on his sleeve?
He does a bit, yeah. Certainly didn't look particularly bothered, really.
So here he is again. The ball to Organ, who goes for that drive through extra cover again, and it's just as firmly struck, and 4 runs once more. 2 sumptuous shots on the front foot. Higgins a little too full and a little too wide, and Organ and Hampshire have 8.
Yes, and 74 runs needed. I am really keeping an eye on those clouds just to our right. They are getting closer. But I suppose the light might become a factor. That's the worry, isn't it? Because of course it's out of the players' hands. It's the umpires that decide the light situation. And of course, having taken a reading yesterday, in conditions which I suppose they weren't great.
Last ball of the over from Higgins. Another drive, and it's in the gap again, and this will be 4 more. Outstanding start, and Higgins has, well, as much as he's been feeding that shot, the shot has been brilliantly played 3 times in the over. Organ has 12, and at the end of Higgins' opening over, Hampshire are well on their way. 12 without loss, and 70 more needed to win.
It was like Higgins was helping them along there. But good shots, nicely timed. But 3 very similar shots. So we'll keep an eye on the clouds. We'll keep an eye, of course, on the action. And what a session we've had just before lunch and mainly after lunch. Abbott 6 for 76, season's best. 5 for 8. His 5 wickets having at lunch. Or in fact, before the last ball before lunch, which was Miles Hammond out for 169, Abbott had 1 for 68 from just over 17 overs. And finished with 6 for 76, as I say. Gloucestershire losing their last 5 wickets for just 21. And what a difference. Gohar will bowl with a new ball, with his left arm spin.
This is the attacking decision to make, isn't it? To bring on your overseas spinner from the chapel end too, where there are 2 sets of footmarks, both off and leg side.
Yeah.
And, if he can get it into the leg side footmarks, there could be a bit of turn and trouble for James Vince to have to contend with, right-hander. The trouble is, Gloucestershire can ill afford to crowd the bat. A slip and a short leg, the only men in catching positions.
Gohar around the wicket then, left to right as we look. Vince is on the back foot, cuts that away to the man in the deep at the far end of the ground. The only ice cream van on the ground is down that end now. There used to be one near us, but they didn't bother turning up today. 13 without loss, otherwise I'm sure we would all have had another ice cream. We've had a few while we've been here. That's a little bit too far away, that other one. 13 without loss, Hampshire need another 69. Is that an ice cream? No. No, well, you say that, but actually they are bringing another man in. They might as well, actually, Gloucester. I mean, they're not going to... Hampshire need 1 and over. They might as well. That's swept away, but not timed. In fact, Vince calls Organ through as it goes to Chapel on the 45. And that is a single. I'll just leave you for a couple of minutes, Kit.
Thank you, Kevin James. Just off to do an update for BBC Solent listeners. We'll stay live with you here, ball by ball, on 5 Live Sports Extra and our local stations in the area. And it's perfectly clear, just 8 balls into Hampshire's chase, that their approach here is that they want to knock these runs off as quickly as possible, and they're prepared to take risks if necessary. With 10 wickets in hand, why wouldn't they? Safar bowls to Vince, who goes for the sweep forward of square. Almost what they call the stray pull, 4 runs between mid-on and mid-wicket. He knew he had Zach Chappell riding the boundary square on the leg side, so he went straight. Vince is very good when he plays across the line against the spinners. 5 to him now. Hampshire 18 without loss. On the charge. 64 they need now. A blue sky to the north of the ground and heavily clouded to the south, and the clouds are making their way in from the south. We know that it's now raining about 20 miles away to the south. The radar suggests that the rain is just ever so slightly progressing towards us. It's been over Taunton, preventing any play in the LV County Championship Division 1 game between Somerset and Yorkshire all day so far. Here is Gohar to Vince again, reverse sweep, and he's, well, it's misfielded at short third. It went straight to the fielder, who didn't get into a long barrier quickly enough, and the ball was hit hard enough that it's also gone for 4. I'm afraid that's not a very good piece of fielding. Vince moves to 9. Hampshire already past a quarter of the way to their target of 82. 22 without loss. Attempted a slog sweep this time. Vince almost premeditated. Got his big front pad down the pitch, played across the line, and the ball zipped past the wicket and was gathered by Rassie. Hampshire are treating this like a white ball run chase with net run rate in consideration. They want to get it done. Safar drops a little shorter this time, and Vince waits for the ball and paddles it behind square for a single. And will retain the strike as he moves to 10. Hampshire now 23 without loss, 59 more required. Technically, there are 62 overs remaining, but we won't worry too much about those for the time being. Now, are we going to stick with Ryan Higgins? We are, for the time being. He was hit for 3 fours in his first over by Felix Organ. I'm pretty sure that Gloucestershire will want to get Zach Chappell into the attack soon to see if he can do some damage, but Higgins for now, bowling to the right-handed Vince, who punches it off the back foot, and Ollie Price fields at extra cover. It hit him very hard and almost knocked him over. And Graham Van Buren, having seen Vince's intent outside the off stump, has immediately sent Miles Hammond out to the square boundary on the offside. So sweepers both sides of the pitch now. Higgins bowls to Vince, who tucks it off his thigh pad to Gohar, who is the sweeper, to leg. Race a single, but Gohar was in quickly, so they can't get 2. Vince to 11, 24 without loss, 58 to win. Organ back on strike. Now, if the first Higgins over is anything to go by, Gloucestershire are going to want to plug that extra cover gap, and Van Buren has instructed Ollie Price to go a bit finer at extra cover, and Organ waits for the ball outside the off stump, opens the face and glides it all along the floor past slip for 4. Now that's very, very clever cricket indeed from Organ, having gone for the drive throughout the first over and had the field set in response. Accordingly, he's then playing touch cricket using the pace of the ball. Already he has 17 off 8. Hampshire 28 without loss.
Not hanging around, are they?
On the march. 54 to win. And here's a drive in the air, and Van Buren takes a great catch at mid-off, running to his left and diving. Organ has died by the sword, having profited by it to the tune of 17 runs, but it's all over now. He hung on the back foot to play that. He didn't get fully forward. It was a length ball from Higgins. Organ played it on the up. He has perished for 17 off 9, and Gloucestershire have the first of the 9 wickets they need to take if they're going to pull off an extraordinary win. At the moment, it's probably fairer to consider this no more than a bump in the road for Hampshire. But you never know. They are 28 for 1 now, and they need 54 more.
Well, it's difficult to see just what sort of rain might be coming. I mean, I guess if it is coming from Taunton, it's not going to be great. But we can only see part cloud. There's obviously a lot more behind us, behind this pavilion structure. So if it looks as bad as we can see on the edge of the cloud, it don't look great. So Hampshire, I think we're going to see more of this. I think we're going to see a lot of positive play, and I think Hampshire might lose 3 or 4 more wickets getting this, and I think they're quite prepared for that to happen. We saw a situation where they were chasing just over 50 last year to win the game, and they lost 3 wickets doing that. They weren't quite in such a hurry. This has got a little bit more of an urgency around it, but even so, I think we are. I don't think this is going to be something like an 80 3-for-1 job and just take your time, this could be very, very entertaining.
Still looking at the rain radar. The rain hasn't yet reached Gloucester, which would be a potential point of panic for Hampshire, but there will be someone down there who has a very, very keen eye on where the rain is, edging north all the time. And there's no doubt at all that it's the threat of rain that is accounting for Hampshire's approach. Left-hander Nick Gubbins faces his first ball from Higgins. Keeper is standing up, and Gubbins plays it to mid-wicket. Confidently, shall we say. At the moment, although it's clouding over, it is still bright. The light is absolutely fine. It's still a good day for cricket. There's no question of any disruption imminently. Higgins to Gubbins, who drives in the air. Couple of bounces to Chappell at mid-off, and that concludes the over. A successful one for Higgins. Yes, there were 5 runs from it, but he also got the breakthrough, getting rid of Felix Organ. And after just 3 overs, Hampshire are 28 for 1, still needing 54.
Well, what an incredible hour and a half we've had, Kit. Started with that ball before lunch. Miles Hammond played absolutely superbly for his 169, and then ever since then it's been all action, wickets. Now we're seeing Hampshire getting the charge on, trying to beat the weather. It's had everything. Kyle Abbott talking to me this morning saying, you know, we just didn't have much luck yesterday. I had to wait until the stroke of lunch for things to turn, but they did turn. It was firmly in Hampshire's favour. So Zafar Gohar with his spin from the Chappell end, left to right. As we look, will be bowling to James Vince. Just a slip in now. Everybody, or quite a few, back on the boundary now. Gloucestershire are going to make it as hard for Hampshire as possible. That's driven out on the offside. There's virtually a single every time. Vince moves on to 12, 29 for 1. Hampshire need another 53. There is a slip in. There was a mid-wicket in, but everybody else for Vince was on the fence. Picket fence, I should say. A rather pretty picket fence, in line with what you'd expect at Cheltenham. 29 for 1. Gubbins faced 2 balls, yet to get off the mark. Field, understandably, comes a little closer. I think it'll be interesting to see how Gubbins plays this. I think he'll be positive as well. It's just whether he goes aerial and chances his arm a little bit, or whether he try and force it into the gaps. We do know that on this ground, find the gaps, hit with any power, it goes for 4. No point in chasing it.
That seems the thing to do.
Yeah.
Just the first darker cloud is now edging across the ground from behind the old pavilion. And Gloucestershire, no great surprise that some pads have been brought on to go underneath the white trousers of the short leg fielder, and that it is taking an unusual amount of time to get them on.
It's taking time, yeah. Well, by the time he comes on, those clouds will be about another 100 yards closer.
Well, it is certainly taken the full length of a Zafar Gohar over to get these pads on. And that is very well done by Gloucestershire. No word from the umpires on that, because he does have to have his protective wear.
Yeah. Field actually is sent back at mid-off and mid-on for Gubbins. There is a big gap on the offside, so if he just wants to push a single there, there's a comfortable one, although looks like Jack Chappell's coming a little closer in at mid-off, but there's still a single to him. Gohar over the wicket, bowls, sweeps Gubbins. They go for a big shout of LBW. I mean, I think even from here he looks outside the line there, Kit.
He does, yeah. And well, his front pad was practically in a different grid reference from the wicket. He was so far down.
He's almost off the cut strip. Here's Gohar bowls. He's on the back foot. He comes back into him out of the rough, and Gubbins has to readjust. Just hits it into the ground, but definitely turn out of the rough there. He's got to be careful here, Gubbins. Soha won't mind him trying to play it out on the offside like that. Just keeps pitching it in the rough. Gubbins might have a few problems. It's not an area we'd really ideally. Goes for the reverse sweep, misses, beats the off stump, taken by Bracey. This is like a T20.
It is, and Gohar's job is to vary it and give it as big a rip as he can every now and then. And that's the thing that most likely will result in mishits.
Still 53 needed as Gohar bowls, sweeps, top edge, and it's just over the fielder, and that'll race down towards the bottom end of the ground for 4, but definite top edge. And I think we're going to see a lot more of this yet. 49 needed, 33 for 1. We'll see some good shots, but I think we'll see some which will just tease the fielders, maybe even some that will reach the hand. But I don't think this is going to be straightforward.
This is one-day cricket in white clothing.
It is. So, what's Gohar going to do here? Is he going to keep the fielder on the 45? I think he might. The short leg's going to come out. I think no, he's going to stay in. That's good. Still a slip in as well. 33 for 1. Gubbins has 4. That was his off the mark shot. Gohar bowls. Reverse sweep misses outside the off stump. Taken by Bracey. End of the over. Eventful over. 2 overs, none for 16. Gohar. Higgins has bowled 2 overs, 1 for 17. And Hampshire need 49. They've got all the time in the world in terms of overs left in the game, but when you look upwards, it's a slightly different story, although I think we're going to be all right for a little while. My only fear is, even if it doesn't rain, it might just be the light that will become a problem.
Well, the umpires do have a duty to get the game done. If we end here 15, 20 runs short because we've gone off for bad light, that won't be a good headline for day 4.
But do you think Gloucestershire would be quite in their rights to say, look, hang on a minute, when the light meter read this, we came off yesterday, and yet today, well, we haven't got to that stage yet, but we might do. It is darker.
Absolutely within their rights, yes. 49 to win. Here is Higgins bowling to Vince. Keeper still standing up. Vince goes for a big drive down the ground. Aerial. It's cleared the fielders and the rope as well. Big 6, a lazy flowing stroke of the bat. He moves to 18. Now the target just 43 more. Hampshire nearly halfway, 39 for 1. And the ball has disappeared into one of the only 2 corporate tents that are still full of spectators. Sorry, that's a very loud comment from one of our regional BBC reporters next to us, but well, you wouldn't believe this, Kevin, but it turns out the ball is proving very difficult to find.
They don't want to give it back
in the hospitality tent, and the one man pursuing it no more than a caterpillar's crawl is going to find it a bit harder to locate than most. Reluctantly, a fielder making his way over the line.
I don't think the locals like what they've seen in the last hour and a half. They don't want to give it back. They're not happy.
I mean, that's very good. As far as a little bit of gamesmanship is concerned, that's excellent. Two spectators were sent to the back of the tent to look for it, and after a minute or 2 of searching, I think it is Zach Chaffel has just nipped over the fence and picked it up from next to the fence, which is where the ball was all along. Smart stuff. Next ball is outside off stump, and Vince has played the big heave-ho and got a thick edge. Past slip, 4 more down to the deep third boundary. And Gloucestershire are showing every sign of being utterly unwilling at the moment. They are praying for the rain to come. It's not supposed to be over so quickly. They look pretty despondent out there. They fought so hard until Abbott got going after lunch. They look rueful in the field. 43 for 1, past halfway. Vince goes for another big shot. This time it goes past the edge, and a lovely take from Bracey, standing up to Higgins. No run. Vince has 22 off 11.
I was looking down College Lawn for that one.
First big grey cloud is right overhead now, but it doesn't at the moment seem to be followed by another. It's all by itself. Higgins bowls to Vince, who tries to play to leg. The ball zips past his thigh pad. And a neat bit of work from Bracey just to adjust his position across to the onside. He stops it without holding it.
Don't panic, Hampshire fans. There's a bit of a break in the cloud coming over.
39 to win. 2 balls left in the 5th over. Higgins bowls to Vince, who drives, and it's going to be picked up on the boundary. Straight, so just the single to Vince. He won't mind that, especially not if it means that he retains the strike. 23 to him. Hampshire 44 for 1. 38 more needed, and Gubbins, the left-hander, will face the last ball of the over from Higgins, with licence to hit if he wants to, no doubt. Higgins bowls, and he too is just pushing it straight down the ground. They think about the second. Chappell has reeled it in, so Gubbins will keep the strike after all. 5 to him. 45 for 1 Hampshire. And just 5 overs gone. There are 37 runs still to get, and we're getting to the end game now, and as is customary and right, the, as it were, fully neutral commentator disappears at this point. So it's goodbye from me, Kit Harris, and hopefully, for the sake of the cricket and the conclusion, you won't need to hear from me again, and the weather will stay good enough for you to be called home by Kevin James, and replacing me, Ed Seaborn.
Yes, the dark cloud is passing overhead, so we're probably at our worst point at the moment. The light is okay, which is good news, and behind it, it's slightly lighter. So that is great news from a Hampshire point of view. So Vince has 23 off 13, Gubbins 5 off 8, Felix Organ made 17 off 9. Hampshire needing 82 at the start of this 4th innings, with Gloucestershire having been bowled out for 337, having been 316 for 5 at one stage, as that's swept away by Gubbins down on the 45 on the leg side. 46 for 1 Hampshire needing another 36. Quite incredible to think that we're only at the start of the 6th over. Vince promoting himself to opening. No Ian Hollanders yet. A clear sign that Hampshire, with weather in mind, want to get this game done and dusted, because everything has fallen into place. That ball before lunch and then after. There's a reverse sweep from Vince. He misses it, and so does keeper Bracey, and that'll race for 4 at the far end of the ground. It's 4 wides. Gohar, I don't think, likes that too much. He's saying to the umpire, what's that about? Still looking at the umpire. 50 up for Hampshire. 1 ball into the 6th, because of course that's a wide. But Nick Cook still has his hands out.
But he played a reverse sweep.
I don't know, mate. It's not my problem.
I think it's probably because it's passed down the leg side, but then it's not the leg side anymore, is it? Because of the reverse sweep that was attempted. Yeah. We've had this 3 times this season now, twice where the umpire has realised the error and changed the decision, but Nick Cook is not going to change it.
Yeah. I was still shaking his head there at the top of his mark, and that's fly-tiered. He's tried to sweep that. It's gone over first slip. I don't know if he's got an edge onto his boot. What is Cook going to signal this time? It is a bye, and Hampshire move on to 52 for 1, needing just 30.
I don't know, because it's kind of special, the circumstances in which those wides are called. I don't know exactly whether the fact that it's left arm spin over the wicket to the right hander, whether what overrides what, but it technically isn't the leg side if it's a reverse sweep.
Pointing to Gubbins. Gubbins goes for a reverse sweep, and I don't know if that went straight to first slip there. Ryan Higgins out of the rough or off the bat. It's come off the bat, so that, I suppose that's technically a chance.
I think it may have bounced before it got to him.
That's
maybe. Yeah.
53 for 1. I agree with you, but I'll be honest with you. In this situation, with still 58 and a half overs left, I don't think we need to worry about whether the wires and Y-falls or whether it was a wide or not. Other situations, which will probably come up at various times in the future, we'll worry about it. But right now, we don't need to worry. Here comes Gohar and bowls. There's another reverse sweep there from Vince. Doesn't quite get hold of it. It was quite full. Trickles out on the offside. Another single. 54 for 1. Hampshire need 28.
I can't tell you how reassured I am, Kevin. You've just... I was losing my mind here with worry, and you've just settled everything down, and I'm all calm again.
I think you only ever need to worry about things when they really mean something. Then we'll worry about it. So Gubbins has 7, Vince has 24, and field changing for the left-hander Gubbins. There's no short leg now. There is a man on the sweep backward of square leg saving one, and another one a bit further back, a little finer on the leg side. Gohar keeping over the wicket, looking for the rough. Reverse sweep, misses, taken by Bracey.
Are they going to play any shot other than a reverse sweep? This is going to be reverse sweep every ball until the close.
This is so like watching them play Simon Harmer at Chelmsford a few weeks ago. The only thing that's missing is the slog sweep over mid-wicket, but everything else is just the same. 54 for 1 as Gohar comes in again and bowls. There's the reverse sweep, misses, wrapped on the pad. A puff of dust out of the rough there. That'll be the end of the over. It's not quite working at the moment, those reverse sweeps. 54 for 1, Hampshire need another 28.
You know, there were days when it was the most impressive thing to be able to play a reverse sweep. This is trying to do the reverse sweep into total boredom. Every single ball playing the shot. Just, why not? Easy as a forward defence, apparently. 28 more to win. Higgins to continue into his 4th over. Claimed the 1 wicket of Felix Organ, but as you've been saying, really, and it is the nature of these shorter chases. Once you don't take something ridiculous like 3 wickets in the first couple of overs, it's just a formality, really. Of course, you're still gonna bowl the ball hoping for a wicket, but you just can't ever hope to achieve the same level of intensity as you would if you actually had a chance of defending the runs.
The light is still just about okay, which is good news. Still that dark cloud hanging over the ground, but it looks like it's moving away.
Yeah, and it hasn't actually borne any rain. It looked as if it might, but it hasn't. Higgins then, past umpire Lloyd, he's in and bowls. Vince goes for a slug sweep, it's up in the air, out to deep backward square leg, and is caught. So Vince is out. It's a 2nd wicket for Ryan Higgins. Zafar Gohar taking the catch out at deep backward square. Vince departs for 24, Hampshire are 54 for 2. They need a further 28 runs, and the lack of excitement in my tone of voice I think will tell you exactly how much that wicket's likely to mean.
I still think there's going to be 3 or 4 more wickets yet, I really do. I'm keeping an eye on those clouds. It is slightly better behind that dark cloud, so I think we'll keep playing for a little while. James Fuller, the next man in. Again, it's showing Hampshire's intent here about how quickly they want to polish things off. We're at the start of the 7th.
Yeah, I said open with Fuller and Vince. They went with Vince. I don't know whether there's anything wrong with Ian Holland or not. I can imagine they probably just didn't want to have 2. Well, I mean, I say 2 defensive batters. Organ certainly isn't, because he's shown that in the last few matches.
He will get on with it.
Yeah, so actually they just wanted to have 2 who got on with it at the top of the order. But I wonder whether they might consider opening with Fuller just to try and get it over and done with as quickly as possible. And now is the point. I wonder who do you send in next then?
Well, Narian Donald didn't field, did he, this morning? So, I mean, I would expect him to be soon, but I must admit, I haven't spoken to the Hampshire dressing room. I don't know what the situation was with him.
Gloucestershire not exactly getting on with this. George Scott has taken a drink onto the field and is walking off. It's sort of always Nick Cook's turned around and nodded at him. He's going to have to walk a bit quicker now.
And I noticed Nick Gubbins just having a little word with Graham Lloyd a little earlier before Vince was out. I think just saying, look, these guys are just taking a little while here.
Yeah, well, you're always going to put that in the umpires' minds, aren't you, as the batters, even if you don't necessarily think that's the case. So it's Fuller on strike. There's a slip in place, and everybody else is on the boundary. Just they've got the building surrounded. It's Higgins in and bowling to Fuller, who clips in the air out towards deep backward square, but that is 6 runs over the marquee. And James Fuller, who bowled Ryan Higgins, going for quite a similar shot off, to be honest, not exactly the same ball in the first innings, has just whipped that one for 6, 60 for 2.
That wasn't really the same ball.
No.
To be honest. I mean, to be honest, that shot that Ryan Higgins played in the first innings, you have a licence to play that right now, but that weren't like that. That was a ball sort of in the right area. The one before yesterday was not.
No. Easy strike from Fuller. I mean, it's just as easy as a clip off his pads. Didn't seem to put anything into it at all. Higgins is in and bowling to Fuller, who drives firmly past Higgins. It'll go down to long off and be a single, fielded by Zach Chappell, who lobs the throw in sort of somewhere near somebody, and there'll be a single. 61 then for 2. Of course, he doesn't want to just throw it straight to Ryan Higgins, because they can take another few seconds out of proceedings by chucking the ball to long off and then to Ryan Higgins.
Well, I think with 21 runs needed, I think whatever rain might be coming is still a long way off. I mean, it doesn't look particularly threatening, does it?
No, not at all. Higgins bowls to Gubbins, who clips away. And a bat and pad maybe down towards fine leg. It didn't come off particularly quickly, but I think I heard 2 noises there. So it's another single on to the total of Nick Gubbins, who moves on to 862 for 2 are Hampshire. Sussex, meanwhile, 118 for 7 against Middlesex. They lead by 156. That's probably the only game where a result looks likely, with rain still stopping play at Taunton. Higgins bowls to Fuller, who winds up for a big smash into the leg side, doesn't get the elevation, gets 1 out to deep straight mid-wicket. 8 to Fuller now. Hampshire 63 for 2, needing a further 19 runs to win, but that's quite some collapse by Sussex. They've gone from 53 for 1 to at one stage 96 for 7. And there's a bit of a partnership between Archie Lenham and Aristides Carvelas. It's Higgins bowling to Gubbins, who clips leg side. They're going to go for a quick single here. Bracey will pick up and shot at the stumps and miss. And Fuller might actually have been home in the end. I thought that was going to be gone for all money when Bracey picked the ball up. It just rebounded off Gubbins' pad in front of him, and they'd taken a cheeky leg by. And it's 64 for 2 with 18 more runs needed to win. It's 4 for 27 for Tom Helm there at Lords.
What was that name you just mentioned?
Aristides Carvelas. Yeah, so I mentioned him to Kit Harris earlier on. It's not quite as good as a lot of people's favourite, which is Napoleon Einstein, who's an Indian cricketer who apparently his parents named him after 2 of their favourite figures from history. So, hence Napoleon Einstein. Kevin Howes is just shaking his head at me. He's got a slight smirk on his face. So, oh no, it's gone now. It's gone now. No, he's not amused by that.
He looks like some of the crowd. They haven't been happy since just before lunch and just after it. Here comes Gohar, flighted. Again, he's gone for the reverse sweep. Gubbins and misses. Again, it's outside off stump. Bracey doesn't take it cleanly. We're at the start of the 8th over, 64 for 2. Hampshire need another 18 here to record their 7th victory of the season. Gohar bowls. Reverse sweep. Gubbins again doesn't get hold of it, gets wrapped on the hand, and Bracey just jumps and dives in front of the stumps, can't quite get there. Gubbins not having much luck with this reverse sweep.
If I just play it another 10 times, I'll get one. And it's what Hammond had a period a bit like. I mean, not quite with this regularity.
Gohar bowls. It's a top edge sweep, and it's going to be caught on the 45. I think that's Chris Dent under it. Easy catch, and Gubbins. Now, I think Gohar said something to Gubbins there as he's gone past. Gubbins looking around at the bowler. I don't know what was said, but Gohar clearly not happy with this situation. 64 for 3. Gubbins goes for 8.
It's a bit like, what is it? Nobody beats Vitas Gerolaitis 16 times in a row. I think it was the Jimmy Connors one. Vitas Gerolaitis said that in a press conference. Nobody reverse sweeps me 20 times and gets away with it. Zafar Gohar, he gets a wicket, which will pad his stats out a little. And Chris Dent, well, that would have looked rather bad if he dropped that one. It was lobbed up in the air. A pretty straightforward catch.
Well, I'd like to think that Gubbins might just have said to him, how many runs did you get, mate? How many balls did you last?
Ooh. Well, you can ask him, I'm sure.
I'm sure he did.
Anyway, there we go. All adds to the spice of the occasion. It's always Hampshire. I don't know why, but it always seems to be Hampshire, Kevin. Why is that?
Hampshire is in as much as...
Well, I don't know. It's just a bit of fighting, a bit of needle out there. It always seems to be Hampshire. I don't know why. Head shaking. He knows I'm not being serious.
Of course. Is it me? I can't remember.
It is.
There's a reverse sweep from Barker, and the same result as Gubbins, really. He misses. It's not quite working for the left-handers at the moment.
I can't work out what's going on out there. I really can't. he could bowl a wicket maiden here, and every ball could be a reverse sweep or a sweep.
Good job they're not straight. 64 for 3, Barker. There's a reverse sweep, and he does get hold of that, and that's stopped brilliantly by Zach Chappell on the 45. So even when he does get hold of one, it's still a dot ball.
So this is really entertaining, because I was thinking this is going to be one of those chases where it could unfortunately just peter out a bit, and there could be very little in it. But this is ridiculous.
Barker, another reverse sweep. It's in the air past Chappell. That'll be 4. Well, one's got to be connected with, and one's got to find the gap, and we finally got there after what seemed like ages. I'm not sure how Gohar would be thinking right now. But anyway, 4 runs to Barker, 68 for 3, 14 needed. And again, as I look to my right and look at the clouds, we can't see them all because the brick pavilion is dominating the skyline.
Well, we could always move it out of the way for you.
Should we take it down brick by brick, and then we can have a proper look?
Let's do that.
And then rebuild it. Are you a bricklayer, by the way?
Do I look?
I don't know. What do bricklayers look like?
I don't know. I have no idea. But I mean, these are not hands which have any ability in them. It'll be Higgins then to bowl his 5th over, 2 for 38, and Fuller no doubt will be winding up for Cleve Hill.
I mean, you could just do singles now with this field. I mean, it's almost silly trying to heave it out the ground, because I think we've got enough time just to get them in singles.
Definitely. Keeper's decided to go back, and that's exactly what Fuller's done. Just rocks back and cuts it out to Ollie Price on the deep point boundary for a single, and it's 69 now for 3 with 13 more needed by Hampshire. Yeah, it's not going to be bad light, and if that dark cloud that came over doesn't have any rain in it, then none of the ones that we can see will do either. There's a slip in place, and Higgins is now just deciding whether he wants a couple of fielders a bit further up. It's only mid-off, who's at a deep mid-off, which is slightly odd, as Higgins bowls to Barker, who opens the face and guides this one down to 3rd man and picks up a single, 70 for 3. And it's 12 more needed.
Well, if the last 2 balls are anything to go by, it does look as though they've just decided that with everybody back, they will just push it into the gaps. And whether they carry on doing that, I must admit, I don't know. But I'm still looking at the cloud. You know, they'll see a bit further into the distance than I can, or we can.
Van Buren running out to the extra cover boundary as Higgins comes in and bowls him. Fuller has, I assume, dragged that on. It's not easy to tell from this angle, but judging by the length of that ball and the fact off stump has been removed from the ground, I have to imagine that he did drag that on, looking to cut, and chops it into his stumps. Fuller departs for 9. He was certainly looking to thrash that one, and Higgins now has 3 for 40 from 4.5 overs. Bizarre figures. Hampshire are now 70 for 4, needing a further 12 to win.
That's expensive in T20 cricket. But yeah, I mean, listen, 82 to win. Was it going to be sort of 83 for 1 or 83 for 2? Probably not the way they started. I mean, this could very well be, if they get there, 83 for about 7.
How many more wickets do they risk trying to... I mean, you know, they played the previous 2 balls, like you said, just very sensibly, guiding the ball out to the fielder in the deep, and then as soon as Fuller tries to knock the cover off the ball again, he gets out. So surely Liam Dawson has to bring a bit of sense to proceedings. He's that type of cricketer. He's not going to go, surely he's not going to go swinging for the hills, perhaps literally.
Well, I'm just wondering if there comes a point where Gloucester should say, do you know what, let's have the field normal here and make them play proper shots.
Well, I think that, there's a bit of a compromise going on at the moment, I think, with Dawson out there, because like you say, you can't just allow Dawson to milk these runs. So, well, actually, I thought point was going to come up, and Ollie Price was up, but he's been sent back, as has 3rd man. So I thought we were going to get a couple more fielders in a bit closer. Mid-off and mid-on have come up, and there's an extra cover and a mid-wicket saving the single. Higgins bowling to Dawson, who tries to drop and run, but gets it too far in front of him, and there is no run as Higgins is able to field off his own bowling.
Yeah, and the field suggests a little bit more normal cricket maybe now. Dawson certainly will just play normally. He won't go for the well. He'll probably surprise me even here as well. But I think Hampshire with only 12 needed really. I mean, the rain's sufficiently far away for me for it to be okay.
Here comes Higgins. He bowls now to Dawson, who just guides this one through point towards Nick Cook, who does not move a muscle. And they can come through for a single, so Dawson is off the mark. 71 for 4 Hampshire, with 11 more runs needed to win. Did mention briefly those other 2 Division 2 games just to make sure you're up to date with those, but they both look to be heading towards draws, although of course Leicestershire Glamorgan is on day 3 rather than day 4. Higgins last ball of this over to Barker, who tries to nudge this leg side and skews it towards Higgins, who stops and a sprawl away to his right, so there is no run. But Glamorgan 326 for 3 now in reply to Leicestershire's 584, and that coming a week after we had a game between Sussex and Leicestershire. 588 for 9 and 220 for 1 declared, played 756 for 4 declared. And the other game is Derbyshire versus Notts, and Derbyshire following on that one in the final day. Derbyshire are 175 for 1, with Lewis Reece 76 not out, and Harry Kame has been dismissed for 70, but Derbyshire look to be saving that game against Nottinghamshire.
Gohar just about ready. 71 for 4. Hampshire need another 11, and there are 55 overs remaining in the day, if you really want to know that. Here comes the Gohar bowls over the wicket. Sweep there from Dawson, nicely timed, and I think that's a bit of a chase for Chappell, which he's not going to get. It's gone into the corner of the ground away to our right. Cheered on by the Hampshire contingent just below us, just to our left. 2 teams quite close to us. And Dawson moves on to 5. 7 runs needed. Hampshire 75 for 4.
That's a really nice shot from Dawson. There's no risk in that at all. And it's the timing he's managed to get on it. Kind of a paddle, not too much more than that, and yet it's raced away. Just hit it enough.
1 for 32. And he's into the start of his 5th over, Gohar. There's another sweep shot, very full, and it's gone almost behind the keeper and the first slip. It's going towards the boundary, it won't quite get there. Dent pulls it back, just make sure he's over the rope, or this side of the rope. It's called a wide. I don't think Gohar's going to like this either, is he? He's looking at the umpire. No, he's accepted it. Well, 75 for 4.
What can you do? Especially at this stage, what can you do? Well, again, it's the thing about it. It's down the leg side.
Yeah.
But then, does it stay the leg side? I just don't know.
Well, it was.
Every other time I've seen an umpire rescind that.
Well, he's coming over the wicket, which doesn't help. Kicked away by Dawson. Ball just pops up in the air, but it doesn't matter. Yeah, I think it's the very fact that he's coming over the wicket, which is a negative angle anyway, and it's going down the leg side to the right hander. Umpires do tend to then look at wides. If he was coming around the wicket and bowling down the leg side, it wouldn't be the same. Over the wicket again. Dawson sweeps. It's in the air, and that is 1 bounce for 4. Almost 6. And that is it. Hampshire have won this game by 6 wickets. Dawson 9 not out. Barker 5 not out. And that is Hampshire's 7th victory of the season. That's the most by any county. Even though Surrey won today, that's only 6. And the live table will still have Hampshire in 2nd place, but they closed the gap on Surrey, and that has been an amazing turnaround today. I think most people felt today that Gloucestershire were probably going to lose this game, but they put up an amazing fight. 191 for 4 they started. Graham Van Buren and Miles Hammond continued their partnership from last night. In the end, Van Buren was the first to go. 124 those two put on for the 5th, and then there was more to come. 115 between Hammond and Ryan Higgins, and then the wicket of Miles Hammond, the last ball before lunch, sparked an amazing collapse where Gloucestershire lost their last 5 wickets for 21. Kyle Abbott finishing with 6 for 76, including a hat-trick. His last 5 wickets cost just 8 runs. 337 all out meant Hampshire needed just 82, and the only thing in doubt really after that was whether they would beat the weather.
Indeed, yeah. Well, once again, Hampshire have proven very much worthy winners in a game against Gloucestershire. I think Gloucestershire would probably reflect on their 2 games against Hampshire and say, look, at times we actually were not that far off, but Hampshire never let up, except maybe, I suppose, for a little while before Hammond was out of what turned out to be the last ball before lunch. That was the one time when Hampshire really looked as if they were struggling for answers. But then part of that was the fact that it was their own doing, the fact that they dropped a couple of catches. But Gloucestershire, I think in the games against Hampshire, you look at both of them, and they went into that final day of the reverse fixture with a chance to win. And they just about looked as if they were going to give themselves a chance, if not to win, but certainly to save the game, especially if there was any help from the weather. So I don't think it's all totally doom and gloom as it might be in some circles. But at the same time, once again, Hampshire have proven that they are the superior side, and the damage really was done, well, twofold. Once again, Gloucestershire struggling to bowl a side out, with Organ and Vince batting especially well in the first innings, but there was just never a regular clatter of wickets until towards the end of that first innings, when Hampshire started to go for it. Well, there was no coming back from that is for certain. And poor Tom Price, he's taken a hat-trick this season, and he's ended up being the final victim of a hat-trick, the highs and lows of the game of cricket. But it's a 4-wicket win for Hampshire. They were always getting those runs, and they take the points, and Gloucestershire will remain at the foot of the county championship table with 7 losses out of 10 now, and as it stands 30 points behind Somerset, but it won't stay that way. When is, or who is, Hampshire's next opponent?
We are up at Scarborough against Yorkshire, and by the way, 14 points separate Surrey and Hampshire now.
Meanwhile, Gloucestershire, this is only the first game of the Cheltenham Festival. The second game for Gloucestershire starts on July the 25th. Northamptonshire are the visitors there, but tomorrow there's cricket between Western Storm and South East Stars in the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy, so the Cheltenham Festival continues apace. Hopefully you've enjoyed our coverage of this one from the Cheltenham Festival, from Ed Seaborn, from Kevin James, from Kit Harris, and contributions from David Payne as well. Many thanks to all of them. It's goodbye for our BBC Sport website and app listeners, but for our Radio 5 Sports Extra listeners, it's time to hand you over to Kevin Howells.
News coming through from Manchester regarding today's second one-day international between England and South Africa. The covers are coming off. An inspection at 3:30. No play so far in that match between England and South Africa. We'll be over to Emirates Old Trafford just as soon as we get any firm news or confirmation of any extra developments there. The table, as the lads have just run through, all the matches now completed because of frustration for Somerset and Yorkshire in the weather at Taunton. There were moments when they thought they'd get on, and now they've just called it quits because there was no chance that Somerset, who'd built up a lead of over 300 runs, would have enough time to bowl Yorkshire out in their second innings. So match has been drawn there. Scores of Somerset 424 and 225 for 6. Yorkshire 276. So Surrey top the table. They top the championship title race at the moment. Played 10, 187 points. Hampshire second on 173. Lancashire also won their game. Surrey, of course, just to remind you, beat Essex earlier. Lancashire have beaten Northamptonshire by 4 wickets. They're in third on 156 points. That's 31 points behind the leaders, Surrey. The top 3 have played 10 matches. Then you've got Essex and Yorkshire. Both of those have played 9 games. Essex on 123, Yorkshire on 113. Then Kent, who have beaten Warwickshire. Bit of a shock and a surprise when they bowled out Kent for 165 first innings, but then bowled Warwickshire out for 147 in Warwickshire's second innings. 177 runs victory in Birmingham. So Kent in 6th. They've played 10 on 109 points. Northants have played 9 on 107. They came up short against Lancashire today. Warwickshire, and there's been a bit of a lock in there, I'm told, in the dressing room, as they have a big think about what's been going on there in Birmingham over the last couple of days. Warwickshire have played 10 on 90 89 points. Somerset on 87, having played one game fewer than Warwickshire. Gloucestershire on 10 without a win on 57. As I say, it's a very strange world we're living in at the moment, when we don't really know what promotion or relegation looks like, means at all. But as things stand, you've got to understand that teams do not want to be in the bottom two of the First Division, and teams in the Second Division want to be in the top two. And those top two teams at the moment in Division 2 are Nottinghamshire and Middlesex. Nottinghamshire, they've got one wicket down in Derbyshire's second innings following on, but still just the one wicket, and time and overs running out. 191 for 1 at Derbyshire. They trail by 109 runs after Nottinghamshire scored 618 for 8 declared in their first innings. Now, what is interesting in this is if Notts do fail to get a win in that game against Derbyshire, and it's looking more and more likely, it just poses an intriguing question of Middlesex in the game against Sussex. Big scores first innings for both teams. Sussex 523, Middlesex 485, but Sussex second innings now stand at 133 for 7. It's a lead of 171 runs. Let's cross the Lords to find out what's going on. Run up until, this could be till about 3:30, 3:40. If there's any major development there at Emirates Old Trafford, we of course will go straight to Aggers and the team there. But in the meantime, let's go to Lords.
And so Sussex are 134 for 7. The lead is 172.
And where is this match going? We really don't know, which is fascinating for approaching tea time on the fourth day. County cricket can produce some intriguing scenarios, and certainly we've seen some in this match with huge scores, fight backs, big hitting, some great bowling by a debutant and an established member of a team. If you were writing the script, you sort of think you were stretching it a little bit, but it's all happened. And it's why I love county cricket, and why county cricket is so necessary if this game is to prosper. As Helm comes in and bowls and gets the edge, and they're after it, but it's running away down to third man, and it's going to, no, it's not going to beat them. There were two Middlesex fielders in the end, and they chased it down, and the score moves on to 137 for 7. And we welcome back 5 Sports Extra. Where have they been? Down in the West Country. We're at the headquarters of cricket here at Lords on an afternoon of sporadic sunshine. Not with us at the moment, but Tom Helm is, and he's pounding in from the nursery end and hurries the batsman just a little bit, Archie Lenham, who's got one more day of being 17 and has played like a veteran in this innings, knowing exactly what his side wants him to do, which is not get out. And he spent an awful long time on 3 and has now moved on to 14. And Aristides Kervalis, who plays for Greece when he's not playing for Sussex, is on 28. And Helm with a fast ball, but they've taken a quick single to point, and Kervalis was quick enough to get there, but it was a bit of a rush, and the result is 1 more to the total. Tom Helm brought back at the nursery end after a 1 over from Luke Hellman, but all that started with Tim Murtagh, who's still feeling his left hamstring, and the captain finished an over by bowling off about 4 steps because he knew his hamstring had gone, and he's still trying to give it a bit of a massage at mid-on as Tom Helm moves past him in from the nursery end to bowl to Kervalis, who plays it down in front of him to mid-off. Score of 138 for 7, lead of 176, which is starting to get away from Middlesex a little bit. It looked a lot more gettable about half an hour ago when it was in the 130, 140 range. But now Tom Helm needs to produce some more top-class fast bowling as he did before today, and he bowls again, and that's a little shorter, played from his crease by Cavalis, who looks a very well-ordered cricketer. They play cricket in Corfu, don't they? I think there's a cricket ground there where they play quite a lot of cricket.
I've not had the pleasure.
I've never been to Corfu either. My sister Margot had a place on a small island called Egina, which I never got to. But those Greek islands are one step away from paradise, I think. As Tom Helm comes in again, bowls to the Greek international, who plays it defensively to mid-on. And that's the end of the over. 138 for 7, a lead of 176 for Sussex against Middlesex on the 4th day of this county championship match.
Yes, and it's Richard Evans and Andrew Rayburn with you on 5 Live Sports Extra on BBC Radio Sussex and BBC London as well, on the BBC Sport website and app as well. So we've also got Roland Butcher, who's with us, former Middlesex and England batsman, who'll be joining us back again on commentary in a short while. As Richard says, 138 for 7, a lead of 176. There's 43 overs left in the day. We're about to see Umesh Yadav come in to bowl to Archie Lennon, and he lets that one go through to the wicket keeper. So 43 overs left in the day, including this one. But of course, if Sussex are bowled out, you take a couple of overs off for the change of innings. So I mean, Middlesex still have to get 3 wickets. So that we mentioned earlier. For 5 Live Sports Extras listeners' benefit, that if Middlesex would need, would have maximum 40 overs to get this target, but it's going to be less than that now as Umesh Yadav comes in and bowls, and that one beats Lenham. All ends up, it somehow misses the stumps as well. Simpson doesn't take it cleanly behind the stumps, and in the end, no damage done from a Sussex perspective. But boy, Richard, that was quick.
That was very quick and very close, and it missed just about everything that Middlesex would have wanted it to hit, but the score remains at 138 for 7, and the asking price is 176 runs if Middlesex get into bat.
Umesh Yadav plays that.
Lovely stop.
Yeah, really good stop at short leg. Played down into the ground by Archie Lenham. 18 tomorrow. Earlier in the piece we had the sight of 2 17-year-olds at the crease for Sussex. They've got a very young side, and they've only won 1 county championship match since last April, but
a lot of promise in this side, I would say.
Absolutely. They'll have learnt a lot from these experiences as Umesh Yadav comes in and bowls to Lenham, who creams that through the covers for 4. That is a glorious shot. They punch gloves in the middle of the batsman, but that was all Archie Lenham. That he moves on to 19 from 71 deliveries, and that earned a purr from Richard away to my right.
Well, yes, it was such a classic looking cover drive. I mean, it's just straight out of the textbook.
So Sussex have batted through 53, almost 54 overs, and Archie Lenham has faced 12 of those on his own, virtually. So he's certainly going to be a major contributory factor if Sussex are to come out of this avoiding defeat. Now, for the first time today, we're going to have an inspection of the ball, which for this English summer, that's quite a late one, 53.5 overs in.
Yeah, they're not made to last, apparently, these Duke balls, which are being used all over the country, because they have to be changed frequently, which is somewhat annoying.
This one has been returned to the Middlesex captain, Tim Murto, and they're going to get on with play. So clearly the umpires were comfortable with the condition of it. Doesn't mean to say that they won't be throwing it again in a minute as Umesh Yadav comes in to bowl to Lenham, who's up on his toes and defends down the pitch. And there's no run. It went through the required calipers, or whatever they're called. Calipers, are they? What are they called?
Yeah, I know what you mean. The measuring thing.
And the umpires were very happy with that. So
this is quite an extraordinary battle going on out here, and a very experienced international fast bowler bowling at high speed to a 17-year-old, and
this time he's fending off a short one as he navigates that over successfully. 142 for 7. The Sussex lead is 180, and at the end of that over, which is the 54th, there are 42 overs left in the day. That's if Sussex were to bat all the way through. Of course, you knock a couple of overs off for the change of innings, so essentially 40 overs that Sussex has still got to take 3 wickets yet, so there's a hat-trick maybe, but anyway, Richard is going to take his leave, I think, and then I'll be joined in a moment by the former Middlesex and England batter Roland Butcher, who will be joining me on comms. But so just to remind you of that picture here on 5 Live Sports Extra on BBC Radio Sussex and BBC London, and on the BBC Sport website and app, of Sussex 142 for 7, a lead of 180, and we've got a new over from Tom Helm as Lenham ducks underneath that one, and it will be described by Roland Butcher. Good afternoon, Roland.
Yes, good afternoon, and a rearguard action here by Sussex, and oh boy, how they needed it, and being led by 17-year-old Lenham, and with him Carvelis, he is on 28, adding some valuable runs to continue to frustrate Middlesex as Helm in now. And this delivery is way down the leg side, and he's lucky to get away with that one as Carvelis flicked at it, didn't make contact. Any sort of contact could easily have brought him a boundary. There's a short boundary on that side, and also the long leg fielder is pretty wide, so even if it came off the pad, he would have been struggling to get around it. There's a short leg in place, 2 slips, and Middlesex really working hard to try and, as Helm now is going to come around the wicket.
This is a tactic you suggested some time ago.
Yes, it might just be a little bit too late, because Carvelis has been in for a while now and be a little bit more comfortable than he was earlier on, and I think some time ago they should really have been into this one, as Helm is in now. Ball to Carvelis short, and he ducks under a bouncer and allows that one to go through to the keeper. I mean, had he been facing that type of delivery at the beginning, he would have been uncertain of the bounce, the pace, but he's been in now, he's faced 40 odd balls, so he's a lot more comfortable. So,
and as a batter, just describe what it's like facing someone coming around the wicket as a right-hander, because it disorientates you a little bit with the angle, doesn't it?
Well, I mean, if you've just come to the crease, because remember, when you start your innings, I will wait as Helm comes into Carvelis. This one is down the leg side again, and he offers no shot, and it goes through good pace but misdirected to the keeper. Yeah, when someone's bowling short at you around the wicket, you've only just come to the crease. Remember, you're not used to the light, you're not used to the pace of the deliveries, you're not used to the pace of the ball. So it's an uncertain period, so you can easily be, get yourself in the wrong position. Now, when you've been in for a while, starting to see the ball, the pace of the pitch, that same delivery, you seem to get out of the way a little bit quicker because you've been in for a while. And this one, he gets right in behind a shortish delivery, no bounce, and just defends it back to Helm. He's bowling wrong the wicket. He's got 2 men in the deep on the leg side.
A lot of people are sceptical, aren't they, of using the sort of leg theory to tail enders, because they say, well, if you got the top order out by line and length, surely that will be good enough for the tail enders. But is there a better theory than that?
Well, you can get the tail enders out with the length ball, but that's usually followed after the short ones when they're pretty much staying back and not looking to get forward. He's switching back over the wicket now and bowls, and this is a slow delivery and well played by Carvelis, keeping his eye closely on the ball, defends it in front of him. That's the end of Helm's over. He has in figures of 15 overs, 5 maidens, 4 for 31, 142 for 7, overall lead of 180 in Sussex, clawing their way back into saving this game. But with tail enders, the first thing you do if you've got someone with pace is that you put the fear of God into them.
Yeah.
And then you're likely to be able to get them out with a pitched up delivery. If you're not able to scare them, those deliveries that the recognised batsman might edge, they will play and miss because they're not good enough to get it. Yeah, they're not good enough to get into that position. So quite often, and then when you keep going past the outside edge, you become pretty frustrated.
And then if you drop your length back, of course, a lot of tail enders are good enough to sort of swing through the line and clobber some runs, aren't they?
So, you know, if you've got a good bouncer and a good yorker when tail enders first come to the crease, those are the two most effective deliveries to not, if not just get them out, but to ensure that when you do bowl a length ball, they're not in the right position.
It's now an hour since Middlesex have taken a wicket. Luke Holman has come on now with his leg spin, and one defended by Archie Lenham out into the offside. And this two have been together, say, for an hour, and they've put on 46. So 96 for 7 the score was at one stage, 142 for 7 now, as this one is driven but not really well timed by Lenham out into the offside. I think we mentioned earlier that Luke Holman, like a lot of leg spinners, does get through his deliveries quite quickly. So we'll race through this over, no doubt, as a few seagulls have now ventured onto the outfield below the media centre at Lord's here. Middlesex versus Sussex, day 4. That one prodded forward by Lenham into the leg side. Yep, 4 of seagulls are waddling sort of long leg now, or fine leg, where there is nobody in sight, as Holman now comes in and bowls to Lenham, who just comfortably plays that out into the leg side, and another ball is negotiated. Every dot ball cheered heartily, no doubt, by those Sussex listeners, and agonising for Middlesex, who thought that they were onto a good thing earlier. They might still be, but they've made it a little bit more difficult for themselves. This one is dealt with by Lenham by driving it up the pitch straight to Holman, who collects off his own bowling. And we've gone through this over in a flash because this is the last ball of it. And he comes up to the wicket now and bowls, and that one is played off the back foot by Lenham. Maiden over, done in blink and you miss it fashion by Holman. And 142 for 7. That is the lead of 180. It doesn't tell the full story because we have 40 overs left in the day, knock off 2 for the change of innings, and so Middlesex would have a maximum 38 overs to try and get to 180, and it's looking more and more like the draw is favourite, Roland.
Yes, with every over that passes, it makes Middlesex task a little bit more difficult, because it means that they've still got to get those 3 wickets, and then also throw it over. When you have to go up 5 and over, you can spread the field, etc. It's every over now is very, very important for Middlesex, and Sussex also would understand that, as Jones will come in now to Cavallis and bows to Cavallis, and he comes solidly forward and defends to mid-off, cannot score, and that ball making a nice sound on the bat. And Cavallis has done a good job here as tail end batsman, really coming in at number 9. And he has been the main scorer actually in this partnership. He's got 28 so far, and that has really lifted a bit of the responsibility on young Lenham, he's only a young lad, and to see Cavallis helping him as well, as Jones into Cavallis and bowls, and he's back of a length and he's into a defensive mode as he goes back and across, plays it straight up to mid-off. There is no runs, and you don't see the same sort of urgency in the Middlesex team at the moment in the field, and that's really come about because of the frustration of not being able to get these tail enders out. A couple of edges that gone down to third man for 4. It starts to get to you as Jones is in now, balls to Carvallis, and he's forward. He's going to get a single here as he eases that one out to extra cover. Where there's no fielder, he has to come from cover point. and he rotates the strike. He goes to 29th, 143.47.
Toby Rowland-Jones wicketless in this innings so far, 0 for 26 in his 12th over. And just to remind people that Tim Murtagh is struggling with a little bit of a hamstring issue. He's still out on the field, but he is still trying to massage. It is a couple of weeks shy, as we mentioned earlier, of his 41st birthday, the Middlesex captain. So he's always forgiven a little twinge here and there, but at the moment he is fielding at mid-on, but looking a little uncomfortable.
Jones into Lenham now, bowls, and Lenham comes forward and plays it back along the pitch. Jones does the fielding, and there is no run. 143.47. The last wicket fell at 96. So these pair have added some 47 valuable runs for Sussex, who at one stage looked as if they were going to be rolled over quite quickly by Middlesex after that burst by Helm just before lunch set them back somewhat. But good recovery as Jones comes in now to Lenham, and this delivery has Lenham driving, but he can't beat the man at short mid-wicket. It's a good looking shot, the ball on his legs and driven firmly to field at short mid-wicket, who's in a catching position. He stays on 19, score 143 for 7.
Yeah, it's very frustrating, isn't it, for a batter when you can hear that sound, you know how good it is, and then you think, who put that fielder there?
Yeah, and that's the reason he's there, to make sure that he stops it, as Jones, with the fun delivery of this over in, bowls, and he's padded up and has been clean bowled. Really misjudgment there by Lenham. Just back of a length. Ball wasn't that an exciting delivery, but just a total misjudgment of Lenham, and he's bowled all ends up. Middlesex will take it either way. Just having a glance here at the replay, and this delivery just really came back a bit, but total misjudgment. And players now will leave the field, and the breakthrough comes just on the stroke of tea, and the 8th wicket goes down. 143 for 8. Lenham, the last one out, bowled by Rowland-Jones for 19 after that partnership of 47. Corrales, he's 29 out at the tea break, and really Sussex had played themselves into a position of safety, or relative safety, just before the tea interval. They will be devastated by the blow of losing that wicket. So far, Yadav he's got just 1 wicket. Rowland-Jones, he's now got his first 4 for Helm, and Holman, he didn't get any wickets, and really the overall lead of 181 is the lead now, and the question is going to be whether Middlesex can just wrap it up after tea and then chase these runs down.
Well, of course, and it's the second time
we
today
will leave
now
the commentary for now. Welcome back to Cheltenham, where it's actually just starting to rain. But in terms of the cricket, it doesn't matter. In terms of the equipment in front of me, it really does matter. But the cricket, the game is already over. Hampshire have beaten Gloucestershire by 6 wickets. It's all, again, looking interesting at the top of the championship title race, because earlier Surrey defeated Essex. They took their time about it. There was no rush, but they got there eventually with a 6-wicket victory, chasing down 161. So it's Surrey who are very much at the top, unbeaten this season in the county championship, and they are still the team to try and beat and try and get on top of. But Hampshire have kept themselves 14 points behind Surrey, now in second place. Lancashire on 156 after Lancashire also wrapped up a win earlier today, a 4-wicket victory over Northamptonshire. They're 31 points behind Surrey. Then it goes Essex, Yorkshire, Kent, Northants, Warwickshire, Somerset and Gloucestershire. In the other matches in Division 1, Kent beat Warwickshire by 177 runs. Match was drawn between Somerset and Yorkshire. So there we are. We've still got 3 ongoing games in the second division. You can pick all of them up between 4 o'clock and roughly 6, maybe a bit after, because the game between Leicestershire and Glamorgan is still only on its 3rd day, where Glamorgan at Leicester are 345 for 5 after Leicestershire made 584. We know about what's going on there at Lords and the match involving Nottinghamshire and Derbyshire. Well, Derbyshire have got 2, so Derbyshire are 2 down, beg your pardon, 191 for 2. Nottinghamshire chasing 8 more wickets to try and make sure that they stay in a strong position at the top of that Division 2 table, particularly if Middlesex are able to overcome Sussex. So Derbyshire 191 for 2, they trailed by 109 runs. Just as the rain starts to fall for the first time here at Cheltenham, I'm hoping as we go to the northwest and to Manchester and to Henry Moran there at Emirates Old Trafford, that as the rain starts here, you can tell me the rain has stopped with you.
Well, it is stopping, Kevin. I hope you stay dry there and everything clears up. It has cleared up a little bit here. Happily, the covers are being removed. We've had an inspection, the result of which we are waiting for. Further inspection at 4 p.m. That is the message we have just had this moment. So in about 17 minutes or so from now, we will get another inspection with the covers that have been covering the square just being dragged slowly across the field. You might just be able to hear the sound of the super sopper trundling up and down, trying to clear up an outfield that's taken a fair amount of water in the last few hours, but we are hopeful we will see some play in this second one-day international between England and South Africa's men. Aggers has just been out onto the outfield. His report is that it is reasonably dry out there, and certainly there's not as many umbrellas are as up at the moment as there were earlier on today. So we will bring you up to date with any potential start times here. Ebony Rainford Brent is alongside me, as is Andy Zoltzman. Ebbs, it's been a frustrating old day waiting for this rain to clear and hoping that we might see some action.
Yeah, it's very odd, isn't it, considering just a few days ago we were up in Durham watching a 38-degree heat and the sort of sunshine that's hit, you know, here so far. Frustration, really. I think credit to the fans, to be fair. There's still quite a few who've hung around despite the sort of frustration around the rain, but it does feel like there's a little bit of a parting so far, I guess, a bit of clarity and clearness. So we just hope that this hangs on so we can get that second ODI going.
Yeah, hopefully so, because England need a win. Ebbs, they're having a horrible time. I was looking earlier at things, the last time that England lost this number of games in a row. I mean, they're in the position now of having lost against India in that series, having lost this game against South Africa up at Durham, and they've not lost 3 ODIs in a row since 2016. Which is a long way back if you look at the evolution of this 50-over side. So there is just a little bit of pressure on this side, and there's the mitigations of the players that are missing, but they'll be quite eager to get that win just to stop that conversation.
Yeah, I think so, and I think even more so for Jos Buttler. I think, you know, when you take over a new leadership and a new opportunity and a new role, you know, you kind of want to stamp your mark, and obviously we all know the legacy that was left behind, Owen Morgan, and, you know, what he brought to the side. And so for Jos Buttler, we know what he is as a player individually, but he'll want to get that win under his belt. Also, you know, in the changing rooms, you know, when you get into momentum and winning ways, things can flow one direction, but, you know, it hasn't. And the standout's been the batting, really. You know, I mentioned to Andy a moment ago, I'm sure he'll fill us in on some stats, but it, you know, we've looked throughout, and, you know, that last game, it never felt like England really ever got out the blocks. You look back here in that third ODI against India where, you know, they were 70 odd for 4, and it's felt like the batting has gone at a pace. You know, there's many overs that we've lost where they haven't quite completed the innings. It's been just quite an interesting period. So I think it's about England kind of re-establishing how they want to build their brand and making sure that, you know, players are informed. Jason Roy maybe hasn't clicked in the way we've seen him previously. You know, Ben Stokes hasn't clicked, but he's now stepping out, so there's going to be opportunities. There's going to be a bit of movement for a while, but I feel that if they get this win today, even if it's scratchy, then that can at least just start to build that momentum, hopefully that third ODI, and then it kind of starts to park that as the past rather than feeling like there's a problem right now.
How significant was Ben Stokes retiring from one-day international cricket, as much as anything, as an experienced figure in that dressing room?
Yeah, look, I think it's massive for so many reasons. Obviously, I watched Joe Root do his speech actually in that changing room, and they posted it on Twitter on the ECB channels. It's worth having a watch, and it makes you kind of realise the impact he had in that changing room. You know, the influence he had on the players, style of play, the bravado, the taking the game to the opposition. Then there's also the impact it has on the fans and crowd, how he's gone about his cricket, and admittedly he hadn't actually played as much white ball cricket than we think sometimes, but you can never get away from, you know, the World Cup final and what he brought to that side. And I think there's the bigger picture challenge, which is just there is so much cricket, and I think someone like him needing to step back to preserve his body and play and prolong his career, it just starts to make you think, let's make sure we protect our players as much as we can, because we don't want greats like that needing to make these tough decisions. So, it's a significant moment. And I also think someone like Jos Buttler would have enjoyed having him in this format to be able to lean on. So it is what it is, but he will be a huge, huge loss in ODIs.
Results, statistically speaking, how worried should England supporters be given the run of form that England were on for years, and now this little wobble, albeit quite a short one in the grand scheme of things, but are there any signs within that should be concerning?
Well, like I've said when we were talking earlier on today, it's a bit hard to say because they just haven't played that many games, particularly compared with the volume of cricket they were playing during that period of success. I think you mentioned about the opening partnership and the different way that they played. Certainly in the game at Chester Street the other day, Roy and Bairstow put on 102 at 5.3 and over. Now, by historic standards, that's a reasonably quick opening stand. But out of all the opening stands of 100 or more that they've shared, and they've now shared 11 of them, all the others have been at least a run a ball, and most of them have been at over 7 and over. Their quickest was 159 at 9 and over against Pakistan in Bristol in 2019. So it was a marked change in the way they were playing. Now, obviously the pitch might be a factor in that, the heat, the fact that they both fielded for 4 hours might be a factor in that. Another thing is that team from 2015 to 2019 had a very strong tail that gave the top order the freedom to bat very aggressively. That was sort of the strategy of that team was built so that they could sort of attack for the whole 50 overs, and without Wokes, Plunkett, Rashid hasn't batted a lot since the World Cup. Moeen hasn't batted a great deal since the World Cup, so they don't have quite that same sort of batting depth that facilitated the more aggressive approach at the top of the order. But again, it's quite a small sample size, and I mentioned they've been bowled out 4 innings in a row now in one day, all 3 games against India and the first game against South Africa. The last time England were bowled out in 4 successive men's one-day internationals was back in the summer of 2014, before this the new era of English ODI cricket began.
It is easy though, Ebbs, isn't it, to draw huge conclusions from a pretty small sample size, and I know it was the Netherlands and whatever else, but it's not long ago since we were looking at England almost hitting 500, playing in exactly that free style that has led them to such success. But when you do start getting into that losing habit a year out from a World Cup, people do start just getting a little more anxious.
Yeah, I think so. I think some of the points, one Andy made there, Liam Livingstone, for example, clearly an amazing talent. I don't feel like one innings I've really watched him walk out to the crease has been set up for what he's in the side for. And he's maybe decided to sometimes go a little bit harder and maybe backed his own game, but the match situation didn't dictate that. But that's happened partly because things haven't quite happened at the top of the order in the way it needs. So what it feels like is, everyone's got their roles and responsibilities, but it needs to start clicking and working together in partnerships. That opening partnership is something I think, when I think back over this sort of evolution of English white ball cricket, that's been the dominant part that's really got off to a flyer. Power plays have felt like incredible, and then you have your Jos Butlers and people coming in the middle. Joe Root holds it together, and then there's a bang at the end with its Moeen Ali, etc. So it hasn't quite clicked. Well, what is interesting though is none of these players I look down and they wouldn't still be on some of my World 11. It's just maybe form and maybe momentum. I also sometimes wonder as well, cricket is coming thick and fast. And there's been so much going on, and sometimes there is that just nature of it's continuous and haven't been able to refresh. So I wouldn't say I'm worried long term. I think the players are more than capable. What I would like to see though is the combinations start to fire, the partnerships build, and then us see England get back to that brand. And getting bowled out is kind of a bit of a cardinal sin. I think they've got to make sure they just complete the job, get over the line, even if it's scratchy, and then restart to get back in form.
And Jos Buttler as captain, it does add a different dynamic. And aside from what you've lost in Owen Morgan, I wonder what you lose from Jos Buttler, because he famously has a slogan written on the top of his bat handle that we can't repeat here, but it is a sort of go for it attitude, should we say, and forget about everything else. How easy is it to do that and have that attitude? If you're a captain of a side, you're out there for 50 overs, running up and down the 22 yards to go and speak to your bowlers, all those things. Suddenly, he's almost losing a little bit of the ability to have that talismanic freedom that has been such a key part of this.
Yeah, and throw in the wicket keeping as well, and you've got someone who's got a lot of roles and responsibilities. The good thing about him, he's been around the world, he's played in every franchise, he's experienced at this level, he's had success at the highest level. But it is a lot, and I think when things are working for you, actually it all clicks. You're behind the stumps, you're taking it great, you've gone out there, scored some runs, and you're making the plays. I think though it's quite a lot to absorb, when you're having to now take on the full leadership role. He has done it in patches throughout his career, taken on games here and there, but now he genuinely has to do that. I think the other thing which you always forget, but as soon as you start losing games, he has to front up every single game. We go down and interview him, and so then that starts to, as a captain, remind you of the pressure and the scrutiny and the questions. He's been quite good, I think, in interviews. He's been quite honest and been quite open, but he'll desperately want to get that win. Just to get that flow back. Most probably click for himself. He'll want to get the runs as well on the pitch, and then put it all together. So there's no doubt he's got a lot of responsibility on his shoulders.
With regard to Livingstone, we've got to remember he's very early in his one-day international career. You mentioned how sporadic the cricket has been, and it often takes players quite a while to crack a format in international cricket. Looking at some of the players who became core members of that World Cup winning side. Ben Stokes in his first 19 ODI innings averaged 15. Jonny Bairstow, after he played 20 games, he'd averaging 30. Took Jason Roy a little while to crack it as well. He was averaging under 30 after his first 14 matches. So we need to be a bit patient, but because they're playing a lot less cricket, that sort of patience, that process might be elongated in terms of the time it takes for a player to sort of bed in, particularly in the middle order where you're battling very different situations. I think we do need a little bit. Not everyone can be like Rassie van der Dussen, who's averaging 80 odd after his first 30 games.
Yeah, and I was just going to add in as well on there, he came in the other day and he had to force the match situation. Actually, England were behind the rate, the wicket was dry, it was slowing up, and he's having to try and force it in a better situation where he'd been set up to go out and succeed and be in a position he could play his natural game. He wouldn't have had to force it. So I feel like, we've watched a number of situations, but there's no doubt he's an amazing ball striker. I mean, we were here a few days ago where he was pummeling the ball into that leg side boundary and just hitting the ball out of the park. So he's clearly a serious talent. I'd just like to see England get it right, so we can see players like him and Moeen Ali play that freedom and really take big scores, on for England.
How much of the pressure on the batting unit is brought about by the fact that the bowling is depleted at the moment? There have been some brilliant performances, don't get me wrong. Reece Topley in particular has had a superb white ball summer so far, but you're missing Saqib, who's part of our team. You're missing Chris Wokes, Mark Wood, Jofra Archer. Adil Rashid's been missing for a large proportion of this summer, and so you don't have that, I suppose, the insurance policy of the bowling unit that is going to do such an effective job.
Yeah, and I think I have to be honest. I think that England bowling has been pretty decent. I look at that opening partnership, Willey, Topley, etc. I think they have been outstanding in terms of stepping up and continuing to keep the standards high. But I think from a captain's perspective, you sometimes want those options. And one thing that just stood out as you were saying a lot of those names is, one is the pace. There's a lot of pace in a number of those bowlers, Wood, Mahmood, Archer, etc. There's a lot of pace there. And the other is then when you think of Chris Wood, he's always been so miserly when he does bowl in this format. And so Chris Wokes, sorry, not Chris Wood, making up a player here. Well, there is a Chris Wood. But anyway, you get my point. So they are, big losses to have. What I would say, though, is I actually think England's held their bowling together quite well. I wouldn't say that's felt like the biggest weakness. I also noticed when Adil Rashid came in Durham, you realise it gave Jos Buttler more options. He was able to bowl late into the innings at the death, bowl the googlies. He created some problems and has that sort of flexibility. So, there has been some huge losses. But what I would say is I think the bowling's been solid. I wouldn't say I'd take it, and I would actually say an opportunity for Reece Topley to really kind of make his mark as well and show his skill set. But there are some bowlers that we want to see come back, and I hope fitness and everything that's needed to get all those, because when that's firing and then when you've got the batting clicking, this side again is a well-beaten side.
and potentially one good game away from everything falling into place. Because white ball cricket is a fickle thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
It can be one innings for a player, it can be one batting performance from an entire side that completely shifts the dial in terms of how confident they are and how, in turn, other sides are viewing them as well.
I'd also add we're fickle as fans. It's sometimes you want results immediately and now and today. There's no doubt. A win or two, the momentum starts back, the confidence starts flowing, the chests go back, and we're back to talking about this exciting 2019 team that's rebuilt. So I think it's only a matter of time. The talent's there. I think it's maybe just about finding some flow, and maybe, towards the T20s, there'd have been a good run, some real challenging bowling. England did face some really tough bowling, in particular from India, and maybe they'll start to fire towards the end. So it doesn't feel like it's too far away. The components are there. We'll just be putting it all together.
So since that World Cup, they not only have they played very little cricket compared with what they played before, but it's been quite strange as well. The 2020 summer was the two series played Ireland, and then Australia in the COVID summer with no crowds. In the 2021 summer, they played a very weak Sri Lankan side who didn't provide really much meaningful opposition, and then had to bring in an entire new team for the Pakistan series, and that team did tremendously well, won all 3 games. And then this summer they're playing this ridiculously condensed schedule because they had to fit in the extra test match delayed from last year. So it's been very unsatisfactory really in terms of the way the games have fallen.
Yeah, and I was doing the numbers yesterday, and from the first game that England played on June the 2nd, the first day of men's international cricket, up to September the 12th, is 103 days. And in that time, if you count the tour to the Netherlands as well, there are 50 days of cricket. So that is basically 1 in every 2 days there is a men's international. It's no wonder that things maybe slip here and there in terms of who's available, who's going to be able to play all 3 formats for those players that do try and play as many as possible. And so, you look at it like that, it's not easy. And if you get on a poor run, you've not got time to catch your breath and turn it around.
Yeah, and you look and you've got the test team playing while there's a white ball team playing at the same time. Then they pop back to play domestic cricket in between if their team is going well in the Blast, etc., or the county championship. But, it's a lot. It is a lot for these modern players. And I think when it's on top of you, don't forget as well, we've had a couple of years of COVID where players have been locked in whilst having to perform. So I feel like there is sometimes underlying sort of stresses and stretches that make it harder to sometimes find flow. And so hopefully there's just a window where they can refresh and go again.
The covers are being removed. The hover cover has just roared into life briefly, and at long last we get to see a sort of slightly green-tinged pitch out there, which will hopefully have some cricket on before too long. We're due to have another inspection any moment now, and there's always a good sign ahead of an inspection. In fact, I can see there's even the prospect of some warming up going on. Mike Burns, who is the 4th umpire today, is... because normally the 4th umpire will have his umbrella up longer than anybody else ahead of a pitch inspection, but he's been out there practicing his golf swing with his bowling, which is always an encouraging sign. And indeed, here come the 2 on-field umpires that will, fingers crossed, David Milnes and Richard Illingworth, be striding out with some cricket to enjoy shortly. Reece Topley I can see heading out there, and he'll be back in the side today, you would have thought, having been rested in Durham. So I think we're not too far away from news of a start time, which is excellent news, not just for us, but all those patient fans that have been getting ready for the action. There's lots of fancy dress, and I always feel sad, Ebbs, when there's fancy dress that has to sort of sit there with no cricket on, looking rather, your Super Mario looking slightly damp and beleaguered, or whatever it might be.
Yeah, you've made all that effort.
All that effort, I know. But there we go. John Traynor emails to bbc.co.uk saying, hello everyone. On Liam Livingstone's form, after the 1-dayers in the Netherlands, the ECB rested Livingstone until the games against India. He could have played for Lancs and T20, even championship match. He didn't play at all, unsurprisingly, lost a little bit of form. But this is the issue, isn't it? Because at what point do you rest players? At what point do you think keep them playing to keep them in form, or rest them? And as Ben Stokes said to me 2 days ago, we're not cars. You can't just keep filling us up and assume that we'll be able to keep going. So there is this really difficult balancing act.
Yeah, it's a really tough decision. Sometimes it's, injury based in terms of they might be looking at a player, see some vulnerabilities or niggles and think you need a rest for a few games so you can bounce back. I think what's really interesting is younger in your career, you just want to play every game. You know, I'm sure Livingstone would have wanted every opportunity. But that decision has to come from the whole engine behind who are weighing up, you know, the match intensity, other commitments, body fitness and readiness. So, you know, it's a frustrating one. I'm sure Lanks, no doubt, would have wanted him to come back and play as well. But they're making the decisions to protect players, and I think they have to. You know, we saw a lot of that in this last era of rotation, and there was a lot of controversy around how players were rotated. But I do think it's important that players are protected, especially in this modern era, not just treated like cars, actually treated like human beings and athletes.
You say Liam Livingstone's one of the younger players, and he is in terms of his England career, but in a little over 2 weeks, he turns 29. He's right in the peak of when he should be doing absolutely his best work for England, you would have thought. We'll wait and see if he's in the side. You would have thought he will be for this game. And now we see most of the England team out there. There's the football being kicked around. Moeen Ali's doing some keepy-ups with Jason Roy. I can see the South African contingent as well heading out there to prepare their warm-ups. And just looking out of the back of the commentary box, if I wheel my chair around, there is reasonable amount of clear sky. Clear in the sense that the cloud's very high. It doesn't look like that sort of thick, nasty stuff that was hanging over Manchester for much of the day. So we are hoping that we will have news of a start. And indeed, we do have news of a start. 45 minutes from now. So 4:45, 29 overs per team with a 15-minute interval. So they're going to try and cram in a game if they possibly can. You're grimacing, Andy Zoltzman.
45 minutes seems quite a lot of minutes, isn't it?
But before starting?
They're all out there practicing anyway.
Yeah.
Can't be that soggy, can it?
Well, Agos seem to think it was quite dry. The question is that outfield and whether there's any little patch of it that has got a bit damper than the others, and sometimes that can cause a problem. I'm just seeing if the ground staff are working particularly in any area. I can't see them having much focus on anywhere apart from the pitch and the square, which looks to be in pretty good condition. It's been covered for most of the day. So that is the news. In just under 45 minutes, we will be getting a start. Don't know what time the toss will be, presumably in about 10 minutes or so from now. And we'll find out exactly how this game is going to play out. There is a little bit more weather potentially rolling in later on. So whether we get 58 overs of cricket, we'll have to wait and see. But that is good news. We do have a start time at long last. 4:45 we will have the beginning, we hope, of this second one-day international between England and South Africa. And it could work in England's favour potentially, couldn't it? This shortened game, it just clears the mind a little bit. It's slightly more straightforward. It's a bit more like a T20.
Yeah, sometimes it just gives you that clarity, right? Short, sharp game. We know exactly what we're going to do. And you can get out there and express yourself. The wicket still looks good as well in terms of, I think they've kept it very dry despite the rain that we've had late yesterday and today. And so, you know, it might be that opportunity. I guess they'll look to bowl first, just in case there is rain that comes in later to play and it ends up being a stop-start nature. That will then give them that opportunity to know exactly what they have to chase. And hopefully things dry out as well. So, yeah, look, shortened game, a little bit more freedom, a bit more fun, and then a chance to just get things moving.
I can see Keshav Maharaj, the South African captain, striding to the middle. I saw him at breakfast. I'm afraid he put a croissant in the toasting machine, which is a big no-no. You get the signs above those amazing conveyor belts. I saw him. He put a croissant in. It's a bit of a no.
Was there a bit of? Did it toast up and smell as well?
Well, no, but they always
did he get away with it.
I think he got away with it, but it was quite an avant-garde approach to the breakfast buffet from the South African skipper, who's out there now. He's going through some warm-ups, and he, alongside Jos Buttler, will be in the middle. What time? At 25 past. And 20 minutes from now, we are going to have a toss, which is good news, and we're going to see some cricket, which is a real result. And I was worried, Ebbs, when we headed to the ground this morning that we wouldn't see anything at all, but we are going to see some cricket, because I think at least for the next hour or so the weather is going to be set clear enough that we will see some action, and 29 overs aside is the plan, so fingers crossed that all goes ahead as expected. Ebbs, just a very brief word, because tomorrow 5 Live Sport is coming from Worcester with England's women playing the second T20 against South Africa's women. Easy enough victory for them last night, and it's been a pretty dismal tour for South Africa's women. England have just looked completely worlds apart.
Yeah, look, first of all, South Africa are depleted in terms of players. I mean, they have lost, Mignon, Dupree, Marizanne Cap's not been able to, a few issues in the personal scenario at the moment. Darnay van Niekerk has an injury. Liz Elley's just retired. You go through that list of players that you think about when you think of South Africa, and many of them are unable to deliver at the moment. So it's been tough going for them. Also, it's really good to see is for England, they're in a bit of a new era with some young players coming through, and new opportunities for players like Dunkley, who's opened the batting and got 100 in the ODIs, or Izzy Wong, who's been unbelievable with the new ball.
Expecting to win as a clean sweep, because South Africa have struggled, and we know the reasons why, but how encouraged can we be by this England side ahead of both the Commonwealths and then going forward looking at the early part of
I'll look forward to, with the Commonwealth Games coming up, there'll be some more testing games that they may have to go through. And some of those younger players might be challenged a bit more, which will be good, but I think this has given them a chance to get into a solid series, put some performances in, get that confidence of this new kind of generation, backing up the experienced players. Tammy Beaumont back in runs as well, which has been good. And then that gives us a chance to see how they go. Commonwealth Games will be great, at home, in Birmingham. They've got a good run in terms of their groups as well, teams that you think they should, comfortably beat. And that just gives them a chance to do something pretty special at home as well, with good coverage and good airtime.
Yeah, indeed, you'll be able to follow that across the BBC, which should be a really unique experience. Actually, they'll have a different kit, they'll have the Team England branding, all that sort of stuff, so it's going to be quite a different experience. It starts 22nd Commonwealth Games in Birmingham from the 28th of July through to August the 8th, the first time that women's cricket's going to feature part of the games. Yeah, as I say, extensive coverage of every game throughout that tournament on the BBC. Looking ahead to that on the latest edition of the Stumped podcast, which you can find in full on BBC Sounds. They've been having a look ahead to the Commonwealth Games. They've been speaking to New Zealand star Susie Bates, 14 years after representing her country in basketball at the Olympics in Beijing in 2008.
To be honest, no. I think that was the beauty of playing different sports. When I grew up, it was having options, and when basketball had the opportunity to qualify for Beijing, it made my decision around committing to basketball for a couple of years an easy one, because I thought cricket would never get that opportunity and I didn't want to have any regrets. So to be sitting here now going to a Commonwealth Games with cricket, it's pretty surreal, thinking 14 years back I probably thought that was my last opportunity at one of those events once I committed to cricket.
So there was the basketball, there was cricket, but when you were younger, is it true that you also played a bit of rugby union? Because I didn't know this about you.
Yeah, I did. I played everything. Being in a small town like Dunedin, you sort of get dragged into all sports. And with two older brothers, I literally just did everything they did. So I played soccer, I played tennis because Dad was a tennis coach, and rugby I sort of played up until high school. I broke my collarbone playing basketball, and that was actually the end of my rugby career. But I sort of hung out in the midfield, played a little bit of touch with Kelly Brazier, who's a 7-star in New Zealand. So that's kind of how the conversation came up, because we went to school together. And yeah, I did enjoy my rugby, but I guess injuries sort of prevented me from carrying that on, and it clashed with basketball, and I love my basketball too much.
So if it wasn't for that injury, which sort of put pay to playing rugby just then, could you have pursued rugby? Did you want to pursue rugby?
Oh, it's really hard to say. I don't think my mum at the time was overly happy that I was playing rugby. And basketball, I loved going to all the tournaments, and there were lots more opportunities in basketball. So it's sort of, I think, whether I got injured or not, it might have naturally happened that way, knowing that cricket and basketball, there were plenty of opportunities regionally and nationally that I would have had to choose. And yeah, probably rugby wasn't necessarily my favourite sport growing up.
But did you always know that you wanted to pursue a sporting career, albeit wholly amateur at that time?
No, I think that's what's very special about my career is I just played sport because I loved it, and I had two older brothers, and that's what we did on the weekend. And I just joined teams purely for the love of movement and wanting to be part of team sports. And it just has happened in my time, which I'm really fortunate that it became professional, it became a job, but it was never an intention and it never dictated any of my choices, which looking back, I sort of took for granted, whereas nowadays I feel like contracts and things actually can get in the way of young people making what is the right choice for them in terms of their sporting career and actually being able to work out without financial benefit what sport they truly love.
Yeah, I'll pick up on that contracts conversation in a moment, because New Zealand has just been part of quite a landmark decision, which we discussed on Stump just the other week. As far as the cricket and the basketball went then, so rugby was never going to be a thing, but was there a point, clearly you went to the Olympics as a basketballer. Again, was there, when was it impossible to keep playing both?
Yeah, well, so I was 19 when I went to the Olympics with basketball, and I remember leaving the games and basketball was my number one sport. I wanted to be the best basketballer I could be, and I had a taste of international basketball, and I'd signed with a professional team in New Zealand which actually folded. So I'd signed up for that, and cricket was going to become sort of second best for a bit longer, but that team folded. So I joined the domestic cricket team with the Otago Sparks, and we had a World Cup in 2009. So I thought, well, with no basketball, I'll have a go at making that team. And then cricket just kept providing consistent opportunities, which basketball didn't in New Zealand. I would have had to go overseas. So that actually naturally just made me choose more cricket, because I could see when the next World Cup was, I could see when tours for the White Ferns were, whereas basketball with limited funding, I was unsure of what was next and where I had to go.
But it did give you an Olympic experience. Just how cherished is that, being part of, I suppose that bigger movement, as well as representing your country in cricket? You're sort of representing something bigger in Olympics, aren't you?
Yeah, and that's what's so special about it, and what I'm so excited for not only the White Ferns but other female cricketers to experience, because you are a part of a massive global sporting event, and it's pretty special as an athlete to be part of it, no matter what sport you play. So yeah, to go to that Olympics. As a child growing up in New Zealand, I watched the Olympics on TV, and I dreamed of going to one but didn't really know what that sport was going to be, and to have my whole family come as well, that was really cool. My big older brothers, coming to an event to watch me play, that was a special moment, and I've probably appreciated it more now talking about it, and knowing cricket's at a games for the first time. You sort of reflect, and as you get older you realise they're pretty unique opportunities and not every athlete gets to experience them.
Have you got any particular, really standout memories from Beijing? Any particular good stories, whether it was on court or, being able to explore Beijing? If you got any time off afterwards, or what's the sort of favourite memory of being part of that?
Yeah, there's lots of stories that I do feel like were just yesterday. I think an on-court moment was playing the USA women's basketball team, and I remember at half-time we were warming up at both ends and they were slam dunking, and I'd never seen a female dunk the ball live, and I thought, this is what we're up against, and some of the players that I'd only seen on TV. So I do remember that, and playing China and the national anthem was a pretty special moment, hearing that and playing China at home. And yeah, we won one game, but I think the way we competed, we're a very small nation when it comes to basketballers and height, and the American team asked us at one point if we were playing rugby, because we thought the only way we could compete was to be physical. So my rugby background came in handy. And then just, off the court at 19, just rubbing shoulders with the best athletes in their field. Roger Federer was there. You had the Dream Team basketball team that we got to go and watch live, and got to meet a couple of the basketball players. Unfortunately, at 19, I was a bit shy to ask too many questions or have too many photos. So maybe this I'll be braver and go and have some conversations with them. But yeah, just everywhere you looked, the best athletes, and it was just really inspirational.
For your teammates and those other international cricketers who are coming to a multi-sport games for the first time, What is going to be different for them over this 2 weeks?
Yeah, there's just so much going on, and I think the balance is of being able to embrace all the external things with all the other athletes there, all the other competitions that you want to go and watch and support as a New Zealand team, all the village, although it's slightly different in Birmingham, but all the parts of the village that you want to experience, all the fans that are there. So it is trying to embrace that, but actually when you're at training and cricket, nothing changes, but you do want, well, I want our girls to really enjoy the opening ceremony, to really get amongst that, but then understand when it's work time and when it's off time, there are a lot more distractions. So it's being able to just recognise what those are and not avoid them, but just embrace it.
And are you room sharing as well? Is that something different to what you would sort of normally have on cricket tours these days?
Yeah, we're going back to the good old days, and I keep telling the girls that, nowadays we flew economy and we shared rooms, and I think for some of our girls it's actually a benefit because there are some really young girls that haven't experienced this, and I think it's nice to have a roommate, and that's what they do at the village, and I think it's a really good thing for such a short period of time as well.
And your career, Susie, I mean, where would it rank if New Zealand could do well at this Commonwealth Games?
Yeah, personally, it would be a real highlight. I think off the back of the disappointing home World Cup in terms of performances, but the success that we had of promoting the game in our country is something I'll never forget. So we still have that support, and to have a global event to, I guess, make our fans proud again is something that we're really motivated to do. And obviously there's been a lot of change and a lot of stuff happened with New Zealand cricket recently. So if we could medal, it would definitely be a highlight, and that is the goal, to go out there and medal. So that's getting through to the semi-finals, which we haven't done in a pinnacle event in a while. And we have the talent like we've always had. It's just making sure that we give ourselves the best chance in those critical moments.
And you are one of the players that will benefit from the New Zealand initiative to give male and female professionals equal pay in terms of match fees. How is that going to change the dynamic and help the game in the country?
Obviously, it's massive news in New Zealand, and we are now one of the highest paid female athletes in the country through this change. But you're probably not going to see the benefits immediately. It is going to take sort of 5 years, I think, to see the benefits of that investment. But for me, it's about now we have really put our money where our mouths are, and young females like myself growing up, if they get to 18 and potentially are going to choose another sport like basketball, cricket now is a fully professional sport in our country. So I think we're going to attract some of the better athletes because there's a real clear pathway. I think we just have now young girls want to be a part of the White Ferns, and they can actually fully invest in their training, and that makes them better athletes and better cricketers.
Are you worried at all, Susie, that countries that aren't necessarily as well funded as, say, England and Australia might struggle to retain national players in the face of more and more opportunities in the short form leagues. WBBL has been well established. There's now the 100. Whenever a women's IPL, will launch eventually, there will be more tournaments cropping up and more opportunities to be a franchise cricketer who might be better paid than being paid by your own home board.
I sort of don't worry about it, but I think it is a concern that will happen. If you look at, until we'd made that change, Sophie Devine, for example, could have earned a better living playing franchise cricket or playing domestically in Australia full time and giving up her national contract. And that's one of our best players to have. Probably if you look at the recent situation with South Africa, that's potentially happening, that if they're not able to earn that money in those competitions, they won't sign their contract, and then we lose the best players to the international game. So the more that boards can recognise that they need to value their players and value what they do for their country, the less players we're going to have retire early and play franchise cricket. And look, I think franchise cricket is sort of where the global game is heading, and that's also like the fair break tournament that I was involved in. You're never going to have a Hong Kong player be paid what an English or Australian player gets paid, but they can be a full-time professional cricketer, and that makes the standard of all women's cricket better. So it's sort of catch-22, but I think those top 8 nations boards really need to ensure that they're valuing their players to keep them in the international game.
Because greater opportunity is what the women's game has been crying out for, but I guess it's managing those opportunities in a way that's helping the game as a whole. And to that degree, do you think that cricket in the Olympics, given that cricket's now in the Commonwealth Games for this year, could that be a precursor to cricket in the Olympics? And could that act as a further carrot and incentive, if you like, for players to think, by representing my country, I could have an opportunity at the Olympics or Commonwealth?
Yeah, well, the global audience that the Olympics has, that's got to grow sport. And yeah, I think as a hockey player, for example, in our country, if you wanted to go into an Olympics, hockey would be the sport you choose over cricket. So potentially it does attract those athletes. And when you start getting into the American market as well with Olympics, and having the Indians following the Olympics, I think would be massive for the IOC. So there's huge benefits. But yeah, it's going to be an interesting landscape in the next 4 or 5 years. Things have changed so quickly. Although I feel like I've been playing for a long time, it is unrecognizable. In the last 5 years, the women's game, there is things that I never thought would have happened in my career that have happened. So you just never really know what it's going to look like.
Here's one final thought, because you are a legend of the game. You have been playing for a very long time, and I totted up 268 appearances for your country across T20s and ODIs. But you've never played a test match, Susie, for New Zealand. Could that ever happen? And I mean, what did you make of Greg Barclay's comments recently, the new ICC chair, where he was obviously putting the focus on T20, saying, tests isn't necessarily going to form a part of the landscape going forwards. As someone who's never played a test, where would you like to see tests fit in with the broader women's game?
It's a tough one, because personally I'd love to have the opportunity, and I think when you think about equality and equal opportunities, as a cricketer I just think, well, I'm a cricketer, I want the opportunity to play what the men see as the pinnacle of the game, so of course you want that opportunity. My gut feels that New Zealand cricket has never in the last 5-10 years wanted to head in that direction, so I can't see that changing. I do honestly think there is a place for it the way the game is improving, and if boards want to play test matches in that multi-format test, I think that's great and we should be supporting that. I know, the politics and the finances of it all perhaps don't add up, and it's not our main marketing tool, or it's not the main revenue generator, but I don't think that really matters. It can be on top of all the 2020 and ICC events, and we still will provide an entertaining product even if we don't have Red Bull at domestic level. So look, if other boards ask New Zealand cricket, I'll always say we want to play, but I think those decisions are a little bit out of my hands, and I understand it's not necessarily where the men's and women's game is heading, but I still think until we make that decision that the boards that want to play them, I think it's great, and it's just Maharaj and Kock getting an opportunity to play Test match cricket as well. You want the greats to be playing that format.
Well, Susie, you're still a great. You're a legend. Enjoy the Commonwealth. I hope you and the rest of the team are able to embrace that whole experience, and look forward to seeing you in action then. Thanks for being with us on Stumped.
No worries, yeah, can't wait. I'll try and lead the young girls around the village, but make sure they turn up to training on time.
Don't lead them astray.
Yeah, exactly. Not anymore, not at my age.
Well, that was New Zealand's Susie Bates talking to Alison Mitchell on the latest episode of the Stumped podcast, which you can hear in full on BBC Sounds, and there's extensive coverage of the Commonwealth Games, including the Women's T20 tournament, throughout the BBC. So welcome back to Old Trafford. We've got good news, although slightly with fingers crossed, inevitably, but we're hoping that we're going to have play very soon. And we're just bracing for the toss, which will take place. In fact, I think it has taken place down there. I was just checking up on that at the moment. Henry Moran's out there. Henry,
hello,
what have we got? I can see the South Africa captain chatting away there, so presumably South Africa's won the toss.
They have indeed. They're going to have a bowl first. We'll hear from the two skippers in just a moment. I can tell you right here, it's actually quite warm. It feels quite bright. The floodlights are shining, and certainly the worst of that weather that is going over the back of that old pavilion seems to be drifting away. So fingers crossed, we do get a good chunk of play. And a South African skipper is wandering over to me now, Keshav. Thank you for joining us. The plan of action to bowl, simple choice for you?
Yeah, I think it's pretty self-explanatory with the conditions, so hopefully we can try utilise that.
Big opportunity here to win a series.
Yeah, definitely. I think obviously there is a big outcome to everything, but we're just trying to focus on obviously making sure that we're on the right result of this game.
That last match felt almost like the perfect performance from South Africa.
Yeah, definitely. I think it was probably our most clinical performance in a long time, but I think hopefully we can replicate much of this in today's game.
What's the team news for you today?
Just the one change. Andile Phehlukwayo obviously is out due to concussion, and Dwayne Pretorius fills in for him.
Many thanks. Cheers, Keshav. That's the thoughts of the South Africa captain, Keshav Maharaj. I can see Jos Buttler, who, as we said earlier, will be desperate to get that victory. He's having a chat with Simon Doull on the television. We'll grab a word with him just as soon as we possibly can. Find out what England have done with their side. We expect Reece Topley to play. He's been going through some fairly vigorous warm-ups in the last few minutes. Over to my left, and Jos Buttler.
He is playing, yes, I can tell you, Henry.
He is playing fabulous. Yep. Thank you, Aggers. We'll speak to Jos in just a moment. He's wandering over in my direction now. Jos, how you doing? Good to see you. Toss, what would you have done?
Yeah, we would have bowled as well, just with the with the rain around and the shortened game.
How do you reflect on the first game, and how do you turn things around with this second match?
Yeah, I actually think in the first game we weren't far away, to be honest. I thought in those conditions there was a great effort from everyone in the field, and we just never quite got going with the bat and managed to impose ourselves, but it's not very far away, I feel that.
Do you sense that there is just one big performance away from this side finding their groove again?
Yeah, absolutely, and I think we're a bit of a new side again at the minute, and we're looking ahead to the World Cup in 15 months' time in this format. That's what everything is geared towards and building towards that, and we're at the start really of that cycle.
A lot of matches in a short space of time. Team rotation is inevitable. What can you tell us about your side today?
Yeah, we have obviously the enforced change with Ben going out, but we're going to bring in Phil Salt, and he's going to bat at 3 today, and then we've brought back Reece Topley and David Willey.
Go well today. Cheers, Jos. There you go. I guess South Africa winning the toss. They're going to have a bowl first.
Excellent. Thank you very much indeed. We're just keeping our fingers crossed about the weather. The radar, happy, looks quite clear at the moment, but it's looking pretty murky behind Manchester there again. Laura's a rather strange-looking cloud actually over there. It's darkish and it's a really dark grey colour, really, a little bit of bright here and there. But we haven't seen the sun all day up in this part of the world. It's been an incredible change to the weather, really. So let's go through these teams for you. Then they're starting in 15 minutes from now, as we heard. South Africa, not surprisingly, choosing to bowl first in these conditions, and with the shortened game too, which is now 29 overs per side with an interval of just 15 minutes. So England, yes, an enforced change, of course, with Ben Stokes having retired now. So Jason Roy, John Bairstow, Phil Salt will bat at 3, Joe Root at 4, Buttler 5, and then Livingstone, Moeen, Ali, Sam Curran, David Willey, Adil Rashid and Reece Topley is how that side lines up. Matthew Potts, of course, who suffers from sunstroke the other day, also not playing today. And then an enforced change for South Africa as well, with Andile Phehlukwayo having concussion. So Janneman, Malan, Quinton to Kock, Rassie van der Dussen, who scored that brilliant 100 up at Durham, Aiden Markram, Heinrich Klaasen, David Miller, Dwayne Pretorius, Keshav Maharaj, Anrich Nortje, Lungi and Ngidi, and Tabraiz Shamsi. That's how South Africa will line up. So the players are loosening up, doing stretching and various bowling exercises and so on. Sakib's alongside me. It feels actually like quite a good toss to win that one, doesn't it, in these conditions?
Yeah, we were talking before the start of the game about how England haven't had the most to look, especially with the toss, and Jos Buttler here again losing the toss, but the wicket's been under covers for the best part of a day now, so we'll find out how it plays early doors.
I don't know what you do, because when you do, we were saying earlier, it's very easy to get into a sort of a negative mindset, isn't it, when things do not go against you and you're losing games, and it's a dangerous place to get into. And I've seen it on tours, actually, more so than at home. I think when you're on tour, everyone together and the players together, and you're in your rooms and there's lots of brooding going on, and it's quite easy to get a bit of siege mentality and feel that things aren't going right. So it's important that, okay, they have lost the toss again, the conditions are probably suiting the opposition more than they do you, but you kind of got to get rid of that, haven't you?
Yeah, absolutely, and even more so when obviously you're not winning, but right the way down from club cricket up to international cricket, the first thing you get everyone's reaction from is whether you win the toss or not. And on this occasion again, Jos Buttler's lost the toss, but it's the way England react from this and how they the attitude towards this first innings now. It's obviously got to be spot on. They've lost the first game, so they've got to obviously bounce back here.
Yeah, and they've got to start well, haven't they? It's interesting, but I mean, Jonny Bairstow was in such extraordinary form during the Test matches. That, by the way, it's not a rocket going off. That's the hover cover, and this one is a particularly noisy one here at Old Trafford. That lovely sort of throaty roar. It's either good news or bad news, depending on which way it's going, of course. But this is good news because steered by 4 handlers, I would say, and a sort of a helmsman at the front and a couple at the back to steer it round. They've almost taken Mark Butcher out there, actually, as it was swinging round. That's got him moving. Hasn't moved like that for years. To sprint off there, he's got a big smile on his face, as you'd expect, because they take some handling, those things. They're 25 yards long, I suppose, and literally are like hovercraft. Being tugged around. So anyway, that's going to be put away into position. Yeah, it's Bairstow was in such imperious form, and as a batsman, again, you can get that situation where, I mean, I think when, especially that India Test match, by then, I don't think anybody could have bowled at him at all. Doesn't take long though, and a couple of failures, and one day cricket where you've got to feel it getting on with it, slightly different sort of a game. I wonder how he's feeling about batting at the moment, whether he's quite so confident. I mean, really gung-ho as he was when I remember interviewing him at Edgbaston, and again he was man of the match for the way that he played. I wonder if he's asking a few questions about his game again now.
Look, I know Jonny, and obviously those guys would have trained yesterday and he would have wanted to tick every box, but it just goes to show the difference in both formats, and how if you're playing well in one, it doesn't necessarily just transfer into the others easily. At the top of the order, he's expected, and it's something he's done consistently with Jason Roy, they're just expected these days to get England off to a good start. Now,
going in. I mean, how do you replace an all-round?
He's managed to get Joe Root out of 3 and pushed him down to 4, and he's usually accustomed to opening the innings, but he showed us in the Caribbean as well in a T20 there. He can come in and play in the middle order. So for me, look, I think he'll obviously take to this opportunity and hopefully he can make the most of it. What he is, he's a selfless cricketer. He'll go out, he plays one way. He actually has a very good technique as well, from what I've seen with the red ball this summer as well. So, if the ball's moving at the top of the order, He has the technique to obviously see that off, but yeah, I think he's an exciting cricketer and someone everyone will be wanting to watch.
And is he one who's just a sort of a white ball ambition, do you think, or would he see himself potentially as a Test match candidate as well?
See, I personally, I always viewed him as a white ball cricketer, seeing him smack the ball around everywhere, and you know, he plays one way in white ball cricket, but you know, he made the move to Lancashire, and I saw him and I bowled at him a couple of times with a red ball, and it actually caught me a little bit by surprise, thinking, hang on, this guy's actually got a very good technique here, and then you start thinking and you look at the way England are playing and you're like, hang on, could this guy be a bit of an outsider to potentially break into that squad? He keeps in the red ball squad for Lancashire as well. He's got that to his game, but he has got a very sound technique against the red ball, and especially batting here at Old Trafford, it's a great place to bat.
Yeah, they're clearing the field, and there's a lone photographer or two wandering around. How about the spectators? Well, they're not all in their seats by any means. Or well, perhaps they are, in which case it's a small crowd, but I think there are still some to come in, and they're filling up. It's a huge trek up to that temporary stand up there. We've got some dressed actually as cricketers out there. I don't think they're going to come in and pretend that they're the England team or something, but they're all in whites, gathered up there at one part of that stand. We were told once how many thousands of people fit in there, and I've forgotten how many, but it was colossal. It was an extraordinary number of people.
Have you ever been up there?
No, I haven't. Have you?
I managed to get halfway. I'm someone who's not great with heights. In 2019, before the World Cup, we were playing training game with Lancashire. I got halfway up, and legs were shaking a little bit. I thought, I can't do this. We actually had Glenn Maxwell.
Oh yes.
Batting in the middle, and he'd spotted me up there, and he was like, "Wait there," spinner bowled, and he sort of swept one, and I promise you, picked me out.
What?
Ball came to me, and all I had to do was take the catch. But there was me, my legs were shaking. Dropped it.
Oh no! That's a huge hit though up there, isn't it?
We were on one of the end wickets to.
Yeah, fair enough. How did you find him? He's a brilliant cricketer, isn't he? I mean,
Yeah, he was great for Lancashire.
Yeah, helpful.
He was. Yeah, he actually was, and you hear things about him and how he's does all of these things beforehand. But when he came to Lancashire, he was great. He played red ball cricket for us, white ball cricket. He helped a lot of the younger guys out in the dressing room. He was just one of those guys. As an overseas signing, he almost gave you everything you wanted. He helped out with fielding sessions, and you know, he did more than what he could have potentially just turned up for, which was great. And I know he's wanted to come back, but the schedule for him just hasn't allowed that in recent years.
No, what a shame. You haven't ever been hit up the top of that stand, I hope, Saqib?
No.
I hope not.
No, I haven't actually. I'd remember if I did.
I think you would. Well, there's some more fancy dresses arriving there. It looks like some Roman emperors who have been out of our sight for much of the afternoon, and now taking their seats as the England team is going up on the board there. Liam Livingstone, he would love a score here, wouldn't he? I mean, I know everyone would love a score. We're just looking through. Where are we? This white ball series, if you like, this summer, 66 not out against Netherlands start with, then 4-0-15. He got 42 not out in that T20 against India at Trent Bridge, and then 33, 27, 10. I mean, he's got starts there. That's the frustrating thing. 33 from 33, 27 from 31. And he came in at opportunities where he actually could have batted for a while. I mean, some overs, and he'll be looking. I think for if he does get in today. I know it's a shortened game, but to make an impression, I think.
Yeah, and it's funny you say this. The one time he was in where he could potentially face the least amount of balls was the one he scored the highest on when he came in literally in the last 10 overs of that Netherlands innings.
Yeah.
But
blitzed it.
With the way his role is, or how they probably view his role batting at number 6, he actually hasn't had the foundation he'd maybe like to come in and really sort of express himself. He's usually come in when they've lost. lost early wickets and he has to maybe
with a white badge on each cabin. I can see there's a young girl at the end there. She's been holding her flag out now with his outstretched left arm for quite a long time, and I think it's just starting to hurt, and she's holding it up now with her right arm. She's got a long ponytail, and they're waiting, come on, for the umpires to come through and they can put their flags down again. Over to the left, more people coming in, still low grey cloud, but I think we're going to get the moment now where we've got the umpires coming out. Yep, they can wave their flags. That'll get the circulation going again, just fluttering in a very gentle breeze that's blowing from right to left across the ground. And the two umpires shake hands. David Milnes and is it Richard Illingworth? I think it is the other one on his way out there. There we go, David Milnes waving to the crowd. It seemed there, is waving to somebody anyway. It wouldn't necessarily surprise me if that was the case. Walking round a pile of sawdust and on their way out into the middle. The square looks rather strange. The reason I went out for an inspection earlier was to make sure that it's not soaking wet. It gives the impression that sort of very shiny soil has been laid down, and from here it looks like mud. I thought, oh no, as I took the covers off, the rain's got underneath, but it's bone dry. So it's a strange grey colour. It's shiny.
Yeah, the colour of the wickets, and even, you stand on the wickets and they feel like cement. It's different to everywhere else I've seen in the country. The wickets at Old Trafford, really, it's one of those, back end of the season, or what it is now, where you've got a lot of used wickets. It's not a place you want to be fielding square of the wicket, having to dive.
No.
Rock hard, like concrete.
Right, well, the openers are in the middle now, wearing their sort of dark blue, I'd call that, with white lettering on the back. And South Africa take the field in the outfit that they've always seemed to have worn. And whereas England changed their colours quite a lot, actually, I'm not sure I can ever remember South Africa wearing anything else other than what they're wearing now, which is that very familiar green. They've got a quite fancy sort of yellow mustard colour on the front. And already, well, they're going to start with a spin of Maharaj. So that's interesting to see how England's openers will take that on. It's quite brave. It's a 6-over power play. And the left-arm spinner is going to bowl from the Anderson end, down there at the far end. So what are they going to set? Well, they've got a slip. They're expecting this ball to grip a little bit, maybe. The men out long off, and it looks like a deep mid-wicket is going out. Jason Roy is loosening up, swinging his arms, stretching his torso. Shamsi down here at backward square leg. Quinton de Kock is more or less directing operations there from behind the stumps, waving fielders this way and that. And after a delay of getting on for 4 hours, we can finally get underway. The floodlights are on as well, and spectators still rushing into their seats. Words got out to those who maybe had gone for a stretch of the legs round and about that the game is about to start. So Maharaj, his left arm spin from round the wicket, bowls the first ball. Roy's forward, playing it away into the offside, up towards mid-off, who's deep. So the man comes across there from cover to field, and there's no run. Flags fluttering in the distance. Members coming in there. As Maharaj again bowls in a reverse sweep, sent it over Ngidi's head. And England and Roy are away with a boundary, taking on the reverse sweep, just second ball. So he had a sighter and then straight into the reverse sweep.
Yeah, shortened game. We were wondering whether they'd maybe come out and play themselves in a little bit, but not on this occasion from Jason Roy. Just needed the one sighter there, I guess.
Yeah, no messing around. That's why I wonder if England might tinker with their batting order a bit when their time comes, but we shall see what sort of start they get, I guess. The Kock crouches there, nose by the bails. Maharaj again moves in, boys. Roy's down the pitch, flicking out of the way into the leg side, hasn't quite got hold of that, and so the fielder comes in under a bit of pressure from the crowd behind him. It's Van der Dussen there, who's got that wonderful 100 in the heat up at Chester Street. He throws the ball back, and Roy takes one more. So England are 5 for no wicket. Anyway, that's showing a score. Oh, there's a bit of a scoreboard poking out over there and there now, but they turn into electric screens quite quickly, so you've got to look up, grab the score. It's 5 for no wicket, 3 balls gone. And Bairstow looks around, taps away very hard at the crease. Maharaj again moves in, bowls, and it's hit in the air just past mid-on. Again, just taking it on. There's no question of playing in here. Nortje's after it. Feels the ball below the point. And there's 2 more, so they're going after the spinner here. Well, they're bound to do. 7 for no wicket. It's quite a brave call, isn't it?
Yeah, they've shown their intent early here. No sign of spin at the moment from Maharaj.
Bowls again, and Bairstow on the back foot this time to a flatter ball. Maharaj picks it up, and you know, there's a glint, just a trace of sunshine. Not much, don't get too excited, but definitely a faint illumination there, and you can see a shadow at the player's feet, which is good news, because over to our left it looks horrible, very dark over there. Maharaj bowls, firing it down the leg side. The Kock can't take it. Now, did he get something on it, or will this be signalled a wide? Little leg by. Dainty leg by, actually, signalled there at the end of that first over. 8 for no wicket. 29 overs aside, and the power play 6, 17 and 6, as it were. And we've got the big burly figure of Ngidi coming up, pulling off his cap, and he's going to bowl from the Statham end, which is the end that we're sitting here, 3 floors up, looking down over Old Trafford. The point looks well populated. A line of people there, as they always do, leaning on the railings there of the balcony outside, all that glass work and so on. It's a huge building, but funnily enough, now that the other side is the hotel is up, it doesn't look quite so overwhelming as it did before. It looked, when it first was built, it sort of consumed the entire ground, but somehow it fits now, doesn't it?
Not sure it went down too well when they first put it up.
No, it didn't.
Everyone kept describing it as that big red ugly thing.
Yes, and it's been called also post box and all sorts, it was called, but it is huge, but it does work. Bairstow on strike, and Ngidi's on the way over the wicket and bowls, and that's off an edge, and the ball runs to third man, and they pick up a single there as he's trying to drive that up to extra cover. And I think Bairstow and Ngidi are good mates, because they're having a little chatter there.
Yeah, I was just thinking whether they'd played in the same IPL team together, but I don't think they have. But you know, Johnny, he wants to be mates with everyone.
Well, he does, and Ngidi had a big smile on his face, so I just assumed that they're chums. A slip coming in, so on the attack here, they've got the third man, deep square leg. The slips are well spread out, and Ngidi starts his run from outside the 30-yard circle. There's a little pile of sawdust there, and now he's on his way again, very strongly built over the wicket and bowls, and Roy comes down and has a swipe and misses that. And Ngidi again is smiling, but I suppose it is almost like a T20 game, isn't it, to be honest? 6 over power play at the start, 29 overs, not 20, so you're going to play more or less the same way.
Yeah, if the ball's not doing a great deal, I reckon it's actually going to be hard work for the bowlers out there. Today, 2 new balls, so the ball will stay hard, and with the fielding restrictions as well, with 4 men out for, 13 or 17 overs?
17. Here's the next one, and again he has a swipe. There's some bounce, and that went past the edge there, and Roy just signalled there to Bairstow that climbed rather more than he was anticipating. But he's no slouch, and Ngidi, he's got some pace.
Yeah, 87 miles an hour there. Nice carry. That's what you want to see as a fast bowler, isn't it?
Well, I was just thinking, looking at that, it'd be quite a nice sort of test pitch or something. I'd like to see bounce like that. It's straw coloured, not much green grass on it. Ngidi wearing 22 runs in And bowls short and turned into the leg side by Roy is thinking about the second. He's run the first one very quick. They'll have a go at it, but in fact Bairstow in the end, who did set off, was sent back because Miller got there very quickly, running up from mid-on. But just for a moment there, it looks as they might manage to get a crafty second. 10 for no wicket in the second over of this 29 over. Busy than the last South African team I saw, which was the women on Monday, who I'm not sure if they've forgiven their captain yet for winning the toss in about 40 degrees and choosing to field first.
I think Middlesex did the same.
Oh, well, they were fried, absolutely fried. Here's Ngidi, bowls wide outside the off stump, and he's chopped that away. Not sure if he's entirely aiming for it to go quite so fine, but it wasn't a great ball. It's short and wide, and Bairstow could really have hit that almost where he wanted. I don't think it just flew off a bit of a top edge. And again, that bounce, and Ngidi slaps his thigh there as he walks off in disappointment. That was a poor ball. Bairstow just lined up. He might have been looking the way he looked at that. He might just have given it a little bit of an uppercut. But the result was 4 runs, and frankly, that ball deserved it in this form of cricket. And it's 14 for no wicket. But yes, they were absolutely fried. And I felt very sorry for one of the women at the end. She took a wicket and about the 48th over or so. And England have got loads of runs.
Yeah, I was watching him in the warm-ups, and he was getting it through on what looked a tied wicket compared to everyone else.
Yeah. He's quick. He came, I think he might have made his debut against England on a previous series, and he was one of those again, and there's often one when England go on tour to South Africa. Here comes Nortje now from the Anderson end, bowls, and that's slashed away hard for 4. Beating a diving gully fieldsman who gets slowly up onto his feet again. And that was carved away by Roy again, preying on a little bit of width. Markram there couldn't stop it, but they tend to get this Afrikaner out of Bloemfontein or somewhere, feed him on raw meat for a couple of weeks, and then let him loose on the England tourists. And Nortje was one of those, and I can't remember what year it was, but if you look back through the tours of South Africa by England, there's virtually one every tour. They all come roaring in and bowl very quickly. Tertius Bosch, here was another one. This is Roy driving down to mid-off. And there's no run. If I really thought about it, I bet I could name you. And in fact, I'm going to leave you to name it because you've got time. I reckon if you go through the last 5 tours of England to South Africa, there's been a redneck pulled out, fed on gazelle or something, or whatever it may be, and then come out and come and stick it up the Poms.
Okay, I'll just put my gazelle filter on.
Yes, well, definitely Tertius Bosch was another one. Here's Nortje bowling. Oh, I kept it a bit low actually, and went flying there underneath Roy's bat. He tried to hit him out through the offside. There's that big left armour. Quick he was. Went in the hamstring.
Schultz.
Correct. Schultz. They've all got these Afrikaans names, you see. He was quick. Very quick. He could start from Schultz and work forwards, I think.
Do they have to have eaten gazelle? Or
well, you can, yeah. Steenbosch. Nortje again bowls, and that's thumped away to mid-off quite firmly and well fielded there. And so there is no run. It's 18 for no wicket. And interesting, de Kock's not wearing pads. It's definitely a trend in the women's game not to wear wicket-keeping pads, but he's got protective gear under his trousers. It does make you more mobile, I'd suspect. Nortje again from the Anderson end, bowls short, and that's been pulled. And that'll be 4 because the deep square leg can't get there. England off to a flyer.
Yeah, Nortje's banged that one in, short of a length. Deep square leg, fine leg up in the ring. And Jason Roy's just used the pace there, hit it back with a square, 4 runs.
Well, a bit short so far, haven't they? They've stood up a bit. We've had a couple of cuts. Slash down here, pull for 4.
Wonder if they just got carried away with the bounce a little bit.
Slip waiting. Nortje again runs in, bowls. Oh, he's charged him and caught. In charging down the pitch, whether trying to hit that down the ground, and Roy is out, caught mid-wicket. And is walking off looking very ruefully at his bat, as if it just didn't come out of the middle. It sounded a bit clunky, if I'm honest. But it's not every day you go charging someone of Nortje's pace and you try to heave him into the leg side. It is this shortened game, so I don't think anyone can necessarily hold that against Jason Roy, who's made 14 from 11 balls, from 12 balls in fact, and it's 22 for 1.
Yeah, it did look like it came off the bottom of his bat. Watching the replay, sort of twisted in his hands a little bit.
Yeah.
Looked like he was hitting them quite well there. 14 of 12. Just mistimed on that occasion.
But it was a good start, and we'll wait and see who England send in now. It's due to be Phil Salt, and here he comes, tall man, wearing 61, plays his cricket up here these days. Thanks. There's the big cheer that goes out for him, and he has got a great chance. And you know, when you, that's what sport's all about, isn't it? You know, someone goes, opens a door.
Yeah, he's got a real opportunity here to make this spot his own.
Yeah.
Got the backing of Josh Buttler, who said he'll bat at 3, and big man to replace in Ben Stokes.
How do you replace Ben Stokes? I mean, because he's just so many things, isn't he? But well, he's got the first opportunity anyway. He's lining it up. He's not going to face. That was the last ball of the over.
You were talking about de Kock's pads there, and I was still thinking about this diet of these South African quick bowlers. Doesn't sound the greatest, but it's worth implementing.
Well, you give it a go. Tell you what, a bit of raw, and they take a single. So Schultz, Bosch.
Nortje didn't actually make his debut against England. He'd only played 1 test before then, but that was his kind of breakthrough series 2019.
There was a very big one who played in Johannesburg. I think he might have broken down. I think he was one of those fast bowlers.
Chap who played for Kent.
I think he played in the game. It was when Stuart Broad got all the wickets last time. We were in South Africa. I don't think that was Tertius. Here's Ngidi again, running in hard, and it's Salt's first ball, and he drives him on the up there. Calls Bairstow through for a quick single, and the throw at the stumps misses. So I think Salt there, who pulled off a terrific dive, full length. It's like a belly flop, really. In fact, you still see the skid marks now across the damp turf. I think he was in. Yes, he was in. But he's off the mark. He's away, up and running, and it was a confident shot.
Yeah, good length, top of the bounce, straight back down.
Ngidi swings round. Runs in now, bowls to Bairstow, a bit shorter, cracks away off the back foot. That's absolutely Jonny Bairstow's strong point. Square through the offside. A little bit of width. And because he just stays leg side of the ball, he can get that away. Terrific shot. I mean, it's not much width, is it? Just a little bit outside off, but it's a strong square.
Yeah, just a little bit of width there from Ngidi, but it looks like the type of wicket, if you're in the right area, it's hard to score, but your margins are very small.
Yeah. Still 2 slips. Ngidi again bowls, and that does come cutting back, and Bairstow tries to repeat the shot, and Salt again, who's busy, calls him through for a single. Picked up by Markram. No, it's Klaasen actually. I think a backward point. One more. And the batsmen have a little conference there. But again, that cut back a bit.
Yeah, they did, and they've still got the 2 slips in.
Yeah. Even
with England on 29 for 1 of 3.4, South Africa's still keeping their slip fielders in.
Yeah, it suggests that they think it's just doing a little bit, isn't it? 29 for 1. Ngidi runs in, bowls to Salter again, drives hard up to mid-off. Fielded by Maharaj there on his knees. Yeah, well-timed shot for the ball again. There wasn't a half volley. He's looking very fired up.
Yeah, Ngidi, that's exactly where Ngidi wants to be, and must be in some touch playing that.
Yeah.
Top of the bounce, 85 plus miles an hour straight to mid-off.
I think he went off with cramp, this chap I'm thinking of. I think he broke down in the middle of this. If you found him, come on. It was. Let's have a look between commentary stints. Johannesburg Test. Ngidi runs up, bowls. Oh, how's that missed the stumps? Goodness only knows. And Ngidi doesn't know, and Bairstow doesn't care. But somehow it didn't. And Bairstow's smiling there. Missed the leg stump by a fraction. And whistled through to Kock again. That little bit of in movement from Ngidi. Just cut back enough, went straight over leg stump. Bit of luck there for Bairstow.
Hardesvillion.
There you go, there's another one.
Back in 2015-16, you see the guy you're thinking of, Johannesburg. Played his one and only test.
That was him, he broke down.
Play 460 first-class wickets at 27. I think he played for Kent in the county championship. It does say here his diet was entirely raw meat. Mostly kudu that he himself hunted down and slayed with his bare hands.
Hardesvillion, there you go. Well, we've got 5, haven't we, I think? Kudu. That might be the one. Anyway, there we go. So, but
Friedel de Wet.
There's another one.
Yep, played in 29-10. Didn't Steyn make his debut against England?
That was Steyn, but I wouldn't have him as he's not a raw meat eating Afrikaner.
Salads.
Yeah, he's an English speaker. Now then, Nortje runs up, bowls, and that's flicked away off his pads out to deep square leg for a single. And Salt picks up another one. Well, we've got a clutch, haven't we? I don't know what you'd call it. What's a clutch in Afrikaans?
Herd?
Could be a herd. A herd of... these raw fast bowlers who are just sent out on every tour we go there. Quite a lot of them break down. Nortje runs up and bowls, and Bairstow forward, and Nortje picks that up as he follows through, tosses it away for someone else to polish. And there's no run. No, Dale Steyn wouldn't count, and dear old Alan Donald and co. I mean, although Alan was from Bloemfontein, but far too gentle. It's from Potchefstroom, is he? That's very central. There's Nortje bowling, and that's hit in the air. Oh, it's got a bad bounce there at point. And so they're going to come back for 2 as that's hit firmly off the back foot. And Klaasen there, I think to be fair, he got a spinning ball that bounced just in front of him. That was forced off the back foot. And so he managed to evade his grasp. But did someone listening perhaps it swung a little bit actually. It was sort of carved at him by Bairstow. 2 runs, sort of bonus runs really there to point. 33 for 1. 2 balls to go in this over. Nortje bowls short, and Bairstow sways out of the way, then looks optimistically at the umpire to signal that as a wide, but no, he's going to get 1 for the over. A quick, hostile ball. So Bairstow wisely pulling out of that, and you see how fast he's bowling, because Malan, the first slip's only just inside the circle. Have you spotted out there?
He's got fine leg and square leg back.
Ah, yes, they're the two, so nothing on the offside. So they're tempting him here. Nortje again runs in bowls. Bairstow turns that into the leg side. Want to get 2, but I suspect it'd only be 1. No, they're coming back for that second. Very good running. Salt's quick. And so, of course, is Bairstow. So a very busy combination out there at the moment. And England have made this good start. 5 overs gone of 29 overs per side. 35 for 1. Put into bat by South Africa. There's highlights later tonight. Not sure of that conversation necessarily, but at 11 on BBC Two. 11 BBC Two. So if you want to watch some of this, that's where you'll find it tonight. Or it'll be on the iPlayer, I guess, as well, to watch after that. Now, Ngidi is starting his 3rd over, so he's having a good spell from this end, but he's bowled tidily so far. Maharaj coming in for a chat with him. And what are they doing? They're putting another man into the leg side. So it looks as if they also might go on this short ball, maybe. They've got fine leg up. The deep square leg. That's quite an interesting change, that, with fine leg up. Got to be careful with his line here, having put a man across to mid-wicket. In goes Ngidi, is there, and he bowls outside the off stump, and it's almost a repeat there of the last ball the previous over that almost clean bowled Bairstow. Salt rather. He had a swipe there, and it just moved. I'm a bit anxious about fine leg. I don't know about you, but it's going that way. He's on the edge of the circle.
Yeah, it is a weird field to bowl to. You can't give any width because you haven't got the cover on the offside, and then you can't get it too straight because of your fine leg in the ring.
Yeah, I wouldn't like this, especially as he is getting it in there. We'll see. He's a skillful bowler. 35 for 1, and Ngidi again runs in. Bowls to Salt, who gives himself room and slashes that away down to 3rd man. Running that first one very quickly. The fielder gets there, but Salt's coming back for the second. The throw on the way, and it rather stopped there. It hit a damp patch, I think. And it was a little bit wild, but terrific running from Salt, really putting pressure on the fielder, and the result there was a rather wayward throw. Fielder knew he was under pressure, he had to get rid of it quickly, couldn't really get the aim right. Very quick. He's 5 from 5. Bairstow 17 from 15 balls, 37 for 1 in the 6th. Ngidi on his way again. Over the wicket, bowls to Salty there. Well, he's hit it over fine leg for 4, and that did seem rather on, if I'm honest, sitting from the safety of the commentary box. Just slightly straying onto middle and leg stump, and that's well, it's not quite a free hit. You've got to play it well, which he did, but that was on, wasn't it?
Yeah, you spoke about that, Managgers, and it's just with the feel he's got on the offside where he's got no protection. He can't afford to give width, and if you get too straight, you're going to get hurt that side. I feel this mid-wicket man is really there to block out the one, and it's affecting his line. He's better off on the offside, I think.
I think he's rather play with his mind, that mid-wicket. He'd better cross the other side, I think. Anyway, they're keeping as it is for now. 41 for 1, and Ngidi runs in again, bowls, and he steps away a little bit, leg stump. He's brilliantly timed that shot. Stepping away, driving through the line and the length. Wasn't a half volley, but he's played that shot 3 times now, and that's the first time he's actually beaten Maharaj at mid-off. With a really fine shot, beautifully timed. And a slightly dampish ball is returned now. Yeah, he's not quite sure what line he's going to be bowling here.
Yeah, slip man's out into extra cover.
Yeah. Maharaj right on the edge of the circle. So a ring field now. So that bit of protection. As Ngidi again bowls, and well, a bit of a swipe and a miss there from Salt, and the ball dribbles through to the wicket keeper, and there is no run.
One thing South Africa were very good at the other day, obviously bowling second, was they read the conditions and they defended early. Here they've been attacking for maybe too long, finally brought men out, but Ngidi's going at 8 and over at the moment with 2 slips for the majority of that spell.
Towering massively over Maharaj's captain, who's still issuing instructions from mid-off. On his way, it's there now, and he bowls, and that's going to be 4. Carved away through the slips. And Salt, he punched the air there as he got that one away. I mean, he just threw the bat at it, got an edge, and England are making a very good start here. 49 for 1. They have lost that wicket of Roy, but that's a lively start indeed. So, more thoughts from Saqib Mahmood, and then it's going to be Scott Reed coming in here.
Yeah, 14 runs off that third over from Ngidi, who's now 28 from his 3 overs. Salt just moving around the crease, looking to play strong shots, beat fine leg man, beat the mid-off man, and then a thick outside edge, which went past third man for 4. Scott?
Good afternoon, Saqib. Are you well?
I'm good, Scott. How are you?
Well, I'm actually, all this talk of this raw meat, it's kind of making me feel like a salad, if I'm being perfectly honest. You know, just a nice little gentle salad with some grated carrot or something like that.
I was going to say, I hope it doesn't make your mouth water.
It's not really, no. If anything, it's turning me off eating meat, if I'm being
I can only apologise to any vegans who are listening.
I don't suspect you're fed on raw meat, are you, Saqib?
No,
I didn't think you would be. No. You don't look the type to be.
I don't feel I'm built for raw meat.
49 for 1 then, 6 overs gone. Pretorius into the attack from the Jimmy Anderson end, balls to Bairstow, just drops the ball away into the offside. Think about taking a single, but decide against it. Picked up by Markram, just coming up from backward point. And there is no run. So we've got slightly relaxed now, aren't we? We're through the first power play. The first 6 overs were the first power play. The next 17, power play number 2, and then the final 6, power play number 3. So currently got fielders out on the offside boundary. And then there's a long on and a deep square leg. And fine leg as well. Bairstow clatters the ball away through mid-wicket. And it'll be worth a couple, this, for England. And for Bairstow, he moves on to 19. And 51 for 1 in the 7th. What are we making of the start then, Saqib? We're through that kind of power play, slightly altered one-day match. He's more of a T20 feel to it, I guess, isn't it? With it being 29 overs now?
Yeah, we've just seen the 1 over of spin so far. But I feel it's a very good cricket wicket. What we're used to seeing at Old Trafford here, there's a little bit in it for the seamers, but on the same side, if you're slightly off, you're going to get hurt. So far, I think England are in a good position, just a 1 down, obviously trying to express themselves here.
51 for 1 in the 7th. Pretorius running in and bowling to Bairstow, and off the back foot and pulled again through the onside. Out towards the deep mid-wicket boundary. And just for 1, he moves to 20, 52 for 1.
Yeah, the power play 49 for 1. It's England's second best score after the power play in their 5 one-days in England this summer. And bear in mind, it was only a 6-over power play. It shows how they've struggled uncharacteristically. Their other scores 30 for 5 in the first game against India, then 46 for 1 and 66 for 3 in the second and third games, then 47 for 0 at Chester Street earlier in the week.
Is that just conditions and pitch rather than kind of change of strategy, do you think, from England? Pretorius running into Salt where he was for a second, and Salt just pulls away.
I think the oval aside where it did all sorts.
Yeah.
Conditions haven't been the worst, but it's just a change in mindset this game.
Pretorius bowling to Salt, who's off the back foot and heaving the ball away towards the onside and caught at mid-wicket. And Salt goes for 17. And England lose their second in the 7th over. First wicket for Dwayne Pretorius from the Jimmy Anderson end. 52 for 2, England, halfway into the 7th. Salt is just actually coming back, and the 2 umpires are in conversation, I presume, as to whether or not they think this catch was taken cleanly. It was low down, kind of worked out towards mid-wicket. The soft signal is out. So we need kind of
TV umpire to director. We have an umpire review for a fair catch. Soft signal is out. Front foot checked. It's a fair delivery. We'll move on to one of your best angles from front on, please.
So we need pretty comprehensive evidence now to overturn this.
Just rock and roll that, please, if you would. Keep it going through, keep it going through. Fingers clearly under the ball. Just keep it going through, please, so he completes the catch. Thank you. I'm ready with my decision for the big screen.
Well, that was pretty quick. Salt will turn and start to make his way off again. It was the soft signal of out, I think, that was the key thing there. And we'll see that confirmed on the scoreboard, out. So Phil Salt has to make his way back. Saqib Mahmood has left us, and James Anderson is alongside me. Afternoon, James.
Good afternoon, Scott.
Phil Salt out for 17, caught by Miller. 17 off 10.
Yeah, real shame that. I thought he was looking really good. Timed the ball brilliantly from ball one. And unfortunate there. I think that it was out. The catch looked pretty good on the big screen, and with the soft signal being out as well, lots of talk about the soft signal, whether we need that or not. But obviously, having it been given out on the field, very hard to overturn that.
It looked good in real life, didn't it?
Yeah,
in real time.
Yeah, it did. Yeah.
Are you not a fan of the soft signal, or?
Well, I just don't. No, I'm not.
Okay, fair enough.
No, I just think it's really hard for the umpires to see sometimes. So sometimes it can be a bit of a guess whether they think it's out or not out. They go on the reaction to the fielders sometimes.
Okay.
So I think if they're going to send it upstairs, just let the third umpire, who's got all the angles, make the decision.
52 for 2 in the 7th. As Root comes down the pitch, tries to work it to the leg side. The ball deflects away down towards Ngidi at third man. And they are through for the addition of 1 run. There's a big appeal for LBW. Of course, they're contemplating the possibility of a review, so the umpire just waiting to tell us whether it's a bat or leg by. It's been signalled as a leg by. The score moves on to 53 for 2. So Root remains on 0 and Bairstow on 20. 1 ball left of this 7th over. Bairstow 20 from 18 deliveries. We've got some live cricket, which in truth at 2:30, 3 o'clock this afternoon looked a little unlikely. But the skies look a little brighter, and it's been dry for a couple of hours. It's victorious balls to Bairstow, who leans into it and drives safely away through the offside for 1 run. He moves to 21, 7 overs gone, 52 for 2 England after 7. What's your thoughts? And Jimmy, 7 overs in, 54 for 2.
Yeah, I think a good start from England. Yep. You'd sort of take 2 wickets down in the power play in a T20, so I think this is pretty similar to that. Just a slight extension of a T20, so that's what England will be looking at. The pitch looks good. It's been a good carry for the seamers, so encouragement there. But yeah, I think pretty good start.
We're going to see some more spin. We started with a bit of spin, and Maharaj to come and bowl his 2nd over from the Brian Statham end. Seen a couple of replays now of that catch. It looked fine. I don't think there's too many complaints with that. Went low down to Miller, diving away to his left with his fingertips under the ball. The on-field umpires with the soft signal of out, and that was pretty emphatically confirmed with the replay. So over number 8, Bairstow on strike, 21 not out. Maharaj in the ball in left arm around the wicket to Bairstow. Fizzed in a little quicker here. He goes back and works the ball away to mid-wicket where Markram fields, and there is no run. There's a deep square leg, deep point. As Maharaj bowls to Bairstow, shuffles back and works the ball away towards the offside for a single. Moves on to 22. The score moves on to 55 for 2. Brings Root on strike. And that wonderful scene, Jimmy, where everyone's waiting for hours for the game to start. Some people sat in their seats for a few hours, waiting patiently. Others have found other ways to entertain themselves. And then there's a mad dash to try and find your seat when the toss was at 4:25. The play was starting at 4:45, and there's people hurrying around desperately trying to find a seat. Scoop here from Root over the keeper's head. And he's through for, I think, a bye.
I think he might have hit it onto Quinton de Kock's head.
Which we did, yes. Oh yeah,
hit it onto the helmet of the wicketkeeper. Got through for one.
Right off the face of the bat. Going for the scoop. Hits the keeper's helmet. Bairstow off the back foot, works the ball in towards the onside, and there's no run. 56 for 2 in the 8th.
Is that drop catch?
Well, if he hadn't been wearing a helmet, it would have stuck in his mouth, wouldn't it?
The Kock crouching down behind the stumps. Maharaj in, ball, it wraps the pad. It's a big appeal. He's shaping to work it away to the leg side. Bairstow. Maharaj was hopping about, arms outstretched on the appeal.
Just skidded on. I think it might have been going down the leg side. Yeah, looks like that. Not much spin there for Maharaj.
56 for 2. Final ball of the 8th. And the ball's to Bairstow again, right off the back foot. Works the ball out towards deep point for a single. Takes his total on to 23. End of the 8th over, 57 for 2. Bairstow 23, Root on 1. I guess it must change the approach, does it, from England? It's a reduced fixture. It feels much more like a T20 match, this, doesn't it? And that might just change the approach from England. It might actually see the batting order be a little bit more flexible, perhaps.
Yeah, possibly. I think it's definitely more like a T20. I think that's how England would be approaching it, trying to be aggressive throughout. You might get Joe Root, who looks to bat through the innings, and everyone else bat around him. But yeah, we might see Jos Buttler come in earlier than normal.
Victorious balls to Bairstow, just leans into it, dabs the ball away through the offside for a single. Bairstow moves to 24. England move on to 58 for 2.
Well, the beauty for England is they've got Jos Buttler and Liam Livingstone to come. So if these two can build a partnership, Root and Bairstow, then that'll allow those two to come in and do what they do well and or do best, is clear the ropes at the end of an innings.
Victorious turns and comes tearing back in. Balls to Root, who's down the pitch. Big top edge, he's gone high. De Kock says that's mine. In position, takes the catch. And Root's gone for 1. And England lose their 3rd in the 9th. 58 for 3. Root absolutely scared it. Scared it with a big top edge. Went high. And De Kock in position nice and early to take a pretty routine catch.
Yeah, Joe Root's come down the wicket there, used his feet, but then played a sort of crossed the line half pull shot, but wasn't committed to the shot. It was sort of just a half a sort of attempt. It wasn't that full commitment that you need to execute the shot. Didn't execute the shot well enough, and it was an easy catch for Quinton and De Kock after the top edge.
The look of sheer disappointment on the face of Joe Root. As soon as it left the bat, he knew, didn't he? He kind of turned away, his chin into his chest. Oh, that's me done.
Yeah, the minute it came off the bat, his shoulders went down, and he knew what had happened. But interesting option. You know, he's faced 3 balls there and come down the wicket, and he sort of shadowed a straight bat shot after when he got out. He sort of suggesting he should have tried to hit it straighter rather than going across the line with it. But that's it's all good in hindsight.
It is a wonderful thing, James.
Yeah, really is.
58 for 3. It's perhaps not a shot he would play if it's a 50 over match at this stage.
Oh, definitely not. If it was 50 overs, I'd very much doubt we'd see that shot from him. And interesting here, England have sent in Moeen at number 5. Again, I think just trying to keep both Livingstone and Buttler for later in the innings.
Moeen then, new batter for England. Bairstow is on strike. 2 for 5. Pretorius now in and bowling to Bairstow, up onto his toes and pulls the ball away behind square on the leg side. 2 fielders away on that leg side boundary. Neither can get across the ground to cut it off. 4 runs to Bairstow. He moves on to 28.
Not a dissimilar shot to the one Joe Root played to get out, actually, but he just a bit more committed to it. Waited for the ball to come and just rolled his wrists, got it round the corner and found the gap between fine leg and deep square.
62 for 3. Pretorius bowls to Bairstow. He's bowled him. Oh, the bails have flashed to all different parts of the outfield. One's deflected all the way down towards the discs at third man. Comprehensive dismissal. 3rd wicket for Pretorius. And Bairstow goes in the most dramatic of circumstances, comprehensively cleaned up. And England lose another. It's their 4th. 62 for 4 in the 9th.
Yeah, it's a good ball actually from Pretorius. That sort of good length coming back into the right-handed Bairstow. Looks like he tried to work it onto the leg side when he maybe should have played it a bit straighter. As I said, that good length is sort of hard to manoeuvre that away, and it cuts back through the bat and gap between bat and pad and hits the top of middle stump.
One for the bowler to enjoy, James. That must feel pretty good when that comes back in and beats inside edge and the pad and rattles into the stumps.
Yeah, it's a nice one, that, especially the ball after you've been hit for 4. Trying to get your own back, and yeah, that's the length he would have been looking for. Probably dragged the last couple down a little bit shorter than he wanted, and then good length ball through the gate.
Pretorius has 3 for 9 from his 10 balls today, and those 3 have come in 6 balls for just 6 runs.
Of course, into the team for South Africa today. Phehlukwayo not playing. 1 change made by South Africa with Pretorius coming in to the side. 3 changes made by England. Topley, Salt and Willey in for Stokes. Carse and Potts. So just Buttler, England captain, to join Moeen Ali. 2 balls left of the 9th. 62 for 4 England. Pretorius in over the wicket, balls to Buttler, up onto his toes, just eased the ball away through the offside, picked up just backward of point by Rassie van der Dussen, and there is no run.
Joe Root in his 4 one-day international innings this summer now has... Oh, no, scratch that, forgot the 86 got in between. But it's his 4th failure, very rare run of poor form in recent years.
Pretorius, final ball of the over, balls to Buttler, just comes a step down the pitch and then plays the ball safely, defensively, up towards mid-on for no run. That's the end of the over. 62 for 4, so a terrific start, James, for South Africa. England having to piece things back together again here with Moeen Ali and Jos Buttler. 9 overs gone, 62 for 4. A few thoughts from you, Jimmy, and then Heinrich Moran's coming in.
Yeah, it was a good start from England, I thought. Getting over 50 in that first 6 overs in the power play, but then 3 wickets in quick succession just halts the progress. 62 for 4. Now it's a rebuilding process. There's only 20 overs left, but they'll need a period of rebuilding to try and capitalise on those last 10 overs. Keeping Liam Livingstone back at number 7 to hopefully come in later on and clear the ropes.
You sense this partnership is quite an important one to hang around for a little while. Moeen Ali has Maharaj in his sights. There's just a little hint of sunlight, which is rather pleasing as Maharaj comes in, drops it a bit short. Moeen just eases that ball out towards deep mid-wicket. A single will be taken, and England move forward 63 for 4.
I feel like we've seen this a lot so far this summer in the one-day internationals, with Jos and Moeen at the crease having to rebuild, having to stem the sort of the fall of wickets really, and trying to stop the opposition getting on really on top.
And it doesn't necessarily well, more in a moment. Maharaj coming in round the wicket with Buttler waiting, and he's struck on the pad but angling down the leg side. It doesn't necessarily suit things when you're playing 50 overs, but maybe when it's 29 overs, it's a little bit clearer, isn't it? And sort of you think, right, let's get to 20, and then...
Yeah, definitely.
Maharaj into Buttler, who's deep in the crease, pushing into the offside, will pick up a single, a good sliding save by Janneman Malan, and England move to 64 for 4. I asked Joss at the toss whether you can just get a win. It just gets things moving and everything just feels a little bit happier. Here comes Maharaj into Moeen Ali, and the ball skews off a leading edge into the offside. No run. And do you sense that with this team, that there's just one victory and everything will ease off?
I don't necessarily think it's a win. I just, from my point of view, I want to see just slightly better performances, a more complete innings with the bat.
Maharaj into Bolton Moeen, whipping that ball in front of square on the leg side. Will easily get one. England move to 65 for 4.
I think you need also a bit of luck involved in that. Has he won a toss yet?
No.
As captain? So you've got that to think about. He's lost the toss in good bowling conditions in most games.
Maharaj to conclude the over. Buttler again deep in the crease, looking for that gap in the offside. He'll pick up 1 to keep the strike, and after 10 overs a score 66 for 4.
Yeah, the one time he would have wanted to bat first and get put in was at Durham when it was at 80 odd degrees. So it's difficult when that the rub of the green's going against you like that, and I think you need something to turn it around. You need, whether it's a couple of players standing up and putting in real match-winning performances. Joe Root tried in the last game at 86. Reece Topley won the game at Lords pretty much with the ball, 6 for 24, I think. So, you just need things to go your way, and at the minute it feels like everything's against England. So I don't think they should get too down.
And such is the condensed nature, is that it's just a relentless stream, isn't it? Here comes Pretorius then from the Jimmy Anderson end, bowling to Buttler, who's up on his toes, pushing the ball up towards mid-on, and there'll be no run. Because when you've got game after game after game, just having that opportunity to reset, work on a few things, you lose it.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, and it's hard. We spoke about this at the start of the day. It's you need some time sometimes to analyse the performances.
Pretorius bowling to Buttler, times that beautifully out towards deep mid-wicket in front of the big, not so temporary stand these days, and the score moves to 67 for 4.
Like as players, you want to analyse your performance, see what you did right, see what you did wrong. There's always things to be working on, and when the schedule doesn't allow it, you can't practice. There's just no time for that practice in between games when you've got a travel day, instead of being able to go in the nets and try and work on the things that you think you need to improve on.
It's a conversation I had with Sam Curran in the Netherlands about the sort of enforced break he had. Here comes Pretorius bowling to Moeen, who feels for that outside the off stump. It goes through to Quinton to Kock. And he said, the injury he had was a real double-edged sword, because he wanted to be playing overseas in the winter and missed all of that cricket. But it was the first time since he made his debut for England he could actually work on things and really remodel his batting in particular, because the schedule just doesn't allow it.
Yeah, and that, it's something that I think a lot of players have struggled with throughout their careers, is once you get onto the international scene, it is difficult to find those gaps.
Pretorius into bowl to Moeen, who edges that, but past the diving Quinton de Kock, rushing down to the boundary, and 4 runs from the bat of Moeen Ali. His first boundary, and England move to 71 for 4.
I'd say the same about county cricket as well. Once you get into a season, it is difficult because the schedule is so jam-packed to actually find little gaps to make those improvements to your game. But for county cricketers, you generally have that winter period to be able to do that, iron things out and work on different things. But as an international cricketer, you just don't get those opportunities.
Here comes Pretorius into bowl to Moeen, who's pushing forward out to cover. And there is no run. 1 ball left of the 11th over. England 71 for 4. And again, comes back to the question we keep on asking. How do you solve it? How do you make it? I suppose you have to hope that when it comes around to a World Cup, everyone is in the form that they need to be and everything's firing as it should be. Pretorius at the end of his mark again, running in towards us, over the wicket to Moeen Ali, who's driving, skewing off an outside edge and stopped at backward point by Markram. End of the over, 71 for 4.
I think one big thing before a world tournament is you want fresh players. So you want them to go in there mentally and physically fresh so that they can give absolutely everything for that tournament, for that period of time. And you look at guys coming into this series, you've got Bairstow, Root, Stokes, who started the series, Matthew Potts, who played the last game. You know, are they as fresh as they possibly can be after the 4 tests in 5 weeks? Within a week off, maybe, if that. You know, it's hard.
Maharaj bowling to Buttler, comes off an inside edge and flies some distance past the leg stump, but just for a moment he looked panicked. No run. And this is a good point, because travel days are always deemed to be, it's a day off, but it's not. You know, they're long days. You're cramped up on a bus potentially.
Yeah.
Maharaj again. Long sleeves, left arm round the wicket. Forward comes Buttler, meets the ball as he comes down the track. Markram can't pick up cleanly at mid-wicket. They'll get through for a single. 72 for 4.
And also as captain and coach, you probably don't even get time to have those meetings and the things that you know to put things in place about how you want to go about playing.
Over the wicket comes Maharaj to Moeen, who clips that ball straight to mid-wicket. So actually, Matthew Mott probably hasn't had much time really to do much. Really, here comes Maharaj again, whirling his arms over, and Moeen goes hard into the leg side. Fielder waiting in the deep will take the catch. Moeen's picked out the man at deep backward square leg. He caught it nicely, but it went straight to the hands of the fielder, and England have lost a 5th wicket. Moeen Ali goes for 6. It's 72 for 5.
It feels like every attacking shot England have played in the last few overs has gone to hand. It's gone to a South African fielder. And this is no different. Moeen not really played an attacking shot in his innings so far. And then the one time he tries to get after Maharaj, tries to pull it to deep backward square, picks out the fielder perfectly.
Heinrich Nortje is out there, and he was absolutely alone with probably 40 yards either side of him of space, and it's gone straight to his hands.
But again, you know, it's a game of those small margins. You know, you look through the Test series that we played, and in all the, you know, when Bairstow's getting bag full of runs, there's little moments where it just a ball just drops to the side of a fielder or goes into a gap. Whereas if you're in a bad run, and those things go to hand, and it's tough when it's going on, but you have to just keep believing that things will turn around. And you know, that's just, it looks like a really sloppy mistake that from Moeen, but you know, as you say, he wasn't aiming straight at the fielder, I'm sure, but
and
one of those things.
And let's not forget, as Liam Livingstone walks to the middle, 2019, had the ball not hit the back of Ben Stokes' bat, had Trent Boult not stepped on the boundary, we'd look back at that team as a squad that should have won a World Cup and didn't, and underachieved. And these are margins that are absolutely minute. When they start going for you, it can be an unstoppable force. When they stop going for you, it just becomes almost impossible to try and get things back moving. They say you make your own luck, of course, and you know, England have played some poor shots in some of these matches, but that is such a good example of what we've seen in the last few games.
And even, well, you look at all the dismissals today, and they're just looks like slightly poor execution of shots.
Maharaj then into the right-handed Livingstone. Oh, it's a beauty. Beats the lunging bat of Livingstone and strikes the gloves of Quinton de Kock and drops towards slip.
First sign of spin, actually, isn't it? Most of the balls from Maharaj have skidded on to the right-handed batters. That one's turned and bounced, and de Kock, who's usually so good with the gloves, gets hit sort of round his shoulder. It's bounced that much, so good signs for the spin.
Maharaj round the wicket again. Livingstone is forward, and once again slightly lunging. The ball skews away. I think a combination of bat and pad, and the over comes to an end. A successful one. 72 for 5 is the score. South Africa in this 29-over-a-side match, winning the toss and putting England in to bat. The floodlights are shining at Old Trafford. Andy Zaltzman is alongside us and poised.
Keshav Maharaj had a couple of good years for South Africa in One international cricket. Since the last World Cup, the 35 bowlers who bowled 75 overs or more in this format, he's the 4th most economical, behind Shakib and Mehdi of Bangladesh and Hussain of West Indies. So going just 4.5 and over in that time. He's picked up 18 wickets in 15 innings.
Here comes Pretorius, start of a new over with Buttler on strike. England captain pushing firmly back towards Pretorius, who does well just to parry that ball towards Maharaj at mid-off. And again, small margins. That could easily have beaten the hand. Race to the boundary.
Gives Joss confidence, and then he springboards from there. But as it stands, he's 4 off 10, still probably feeling the nerves and wanting to just try and get into some sort of rhythm.
Here comes Pretorius once more, running in. Right arm over. Buttler pushes that ball up towards mid-off again, and we'll pick up a single. He'll move to 5. England 73 for 5. I reckon the Old Trafford scoreboard is the quickest to update in world cricket. Whoever's doing that is an absolute ninja. Even by the time you've looked up.
Yeah, it is good. We've struggled recently with scoreboards at grounds. Not been many actual live ones because they all sort of double up as a big screen, replay screen.
Here comes Pretorius bowling to Livingstone, who's advancing forward, just clips that ball in front of square to pick up a single on the leg side. 74 for 5. And sometimes, if you look up and there's an advert, or you're trying to find where the info is.
I used to have Sabutio cricket as a kid that came with a little manual scoreboard. Could maybe bring that along for the commentary box and just keep topping it up after every ball.
Have you still got it?
Don't think so.
Here comes Pretorius running into bowl to Buttler, who's struck on the pad. Big appeal for LBW, more so from the bowler than anyone else. De Kock behind the stumps was only mildly interested in the run through for a leg by. Was there a bit of bat involved? Is that what the umpire's saying? I think he is. Well, no, now they're signalling leg by. It's always that sort of game of bluff from the umpire to try and pretend that he's not about to signal, but it's off the pads as they wait for the DRS counter to time down. But it is given as a leg by. Here comes Pretorius again then, with Livingstone on strike. Powerfully built right-hander. Pretorius is in, up on his toes as Livingstone wants the quick single, and he'll get there as well. Well set off from the non-striker's end is Buttler. Van der Dussen sprints in the offside, but can't prevent the run. 76 for 5.
I think England's running's been pretty good today. Something that we didn't see at Durham in the last game. I thought South Africa were fantastic in the field there, but today England have just been better at stealing those quick singles to the fielders in the ring.
Long on, deep square legger out on the leg side as Buttler chips the ball, and it's for a moment seemingly inevitably drifting towards mid-wicket, but Buttler has got it straight enough to pick up a single. The over comes to an end, 13 gone, 77 for 5. We say goodbye to Jimmy Anderson for the time being. And Ebony Rain for Brent, World Cup winner with England 2009, is going to join us. There it is. There is the Sabutio table cricket scoreboard. It's minimalist. Runs, wickets, last man. Sabutio table cricket. Did you ever have the one where you rolled the ball down a ramp? I think I had the Mike Atherton World Cup cricket. I think I had.
Called Test match, wasn't it?
There was a lot of versions of it.
Sabutio cricket, we didn't have a table big enough. We had to play it on the floor. I kept kneeling on the players. These serious injuries.
Drinks are being taken here, I should say, with a score on 77 for 5. Ebbs, what have you made of this? Is it a little bit of the same?
Yeah, it's frustrating, isn't it? Because I think, but there's no doubt conditions, there's a bit of swing, there's a bit of nip, there's challenging bowling coming at England, but I think it's the nature of sometimes how shots have got out. You look at Jason Roy, he was looking so good, and when he was balancing in the crease it was working. Then obviously one he tried to force, you feel he gave away the wicket. You look at Moeen Ali, Joe Root, a lot of the shots were false shots, And so it just kind of feels like that same pattern we're seeing at the moment with the England bowling, which is almost batting, which is in some ways going a little bit too hard at it and not being able to establish dominant partnerships, but establish those partnerships. Fair play to South Africa, though. You know, they've been sat in that changing room for hours. New bowler comes in today after the injury, and it's just Pretorius has been on the money, absolutely brilliant, charging in, putting the ball in the areas. So look, I think what is more important now is how England finish. Can they, they're going at just under 6 runs and over. They're going to have to find a way to not only keep that strike rate high so they can make a competitive total, but also you want to see them bat out the innings. We've seen this pattern throughout this white ball phase this summer. It's just England not necessarily completing the overs and just kind of getting through things too quickly. It's like, slow down, get the job done.
Well, Zoltz gave us that stat earlier about how England, I think you have to go back to 2014 when they went 3 games running where they failed to bat out the overs on each occasion, and that has been an unfortunate habit. Colin gets in touch on the email, tms@bbc.co.uk, saying a slog is a slog. Even in this format, England seem to be hell-bent on ... 4. Find a gap to get a single, rotate the strike, a bad ball will come, and then in the back end you can go for every ball. Slog a ball is a poor strategy, says Colin.
I think there's somewhere in between. Is it Colin? Hi, Colin, if you're tuned in. I completely get what you're saying about rotate the strike, open up the game. I don't think you can wait for the bad ball, and sometimes you have to create something, but you don't have to do it through, like you say, the slog. You can play a strong shot by getting into a good position that actually puts the odds in your favour. So I think somewhere in between is that balance, and they just seem to be too far at the moment on the aggressive approach without sort of discipline in the way they're setting up the shots.
The left arm wrist spin of Tabraiz Shamsi is coming on, replacing Maharaj at the Statham end down below us. He took 2 for 53 in that win at Chester Street earlier in the week. Somewhat different conditions to this. This feels a lot more English summer. Here comes Shamsi over the wicket. Drops it a little bit short. It's shovelled in the air. It's not perfectly played by any stretch of the imagination from the bat of Buttler, and the throw comes in from Markram at deep mid-wicket. 2 runs taken. It's the sort of ball that you were expecting to go into the building site.
Yeah. I mean, it stayed very low, didn't it? And it was very slow off the surface as well. Buttler did well in the end, actually, to even manage to just make sure he got some bat on it.
Here comes Shamsi then into bowl to Buttler. Once again, he goes hard into the leg side. This time it'll go straight to the hands of the fielder at square leg. There, it's Heinrich Klaasen. 1 run taken, 80 for 5. Do you remember, Ebbs, 2019 Ashes? When you and I were sent to the back of that temporary stand on the coldest day in the history of English cricket.
Breezy.
Yeah. It was, there was all sorts of stuff blowing across the outfield, like tumbleweed. Not unlike one of your gigs, actually, Zoltz.
Harsh.
Here comes Shamsi, bowling to Livingstone, pushes the ball into the leg side, and there is no run. Sorry.
Andy, don't have it.
Do you remember we were up there, and it was bolting, and there were fans that were waiting all day for the game to get started.
We were trying to actually broadcast professionally whilst being blown away.
Shamsi running in, left arm over the wicket. Again, looking to go hard into the leg side. This time it's Livingstone. Doesn't get hold of much of it. 1 run taken, 81 for 5.
Yeah, it could have been a day like that today. It has improved more than I thought it would. It's quite high up there as well, isn't it? It's a temporary stand. Or is that?
Well, it seems to be permanently there these days.
Yeah, but it is a temporary stand.
Shamsi bowling to Buttler, single taken into the leg side. Well, that feels like a sort of philosophical question, because at what point does a temporary stand in structure become a permanent stand in existence?
Well, it gets used for concerts, therefore it is getting removed at times.
Oh, yeah, because go on, Zolt. You're
Stokes is still annoyed at the slight you had at him.
I've had gigs where even the tumbleweed is left. So I'm not very far from here.
Shamsi to complete the over. It's Livingstone on strike. 82 for 5 is the score. And this will be 1 run and 1 run only as it's worked into the leg side. The bowler will field off his own bowling. The results, I've been to your gigs and they are superb. Let me just leave you with that as I'm getting out of the way before you find back anymore.
Well, for the sake of BBC balance, I should say they're not all superb. Well, I was going to pick up on what you're saying about the dot balls.
Let me just introduce Aggers after some more from you.
And it was something Rassie van der Dussen did superbly well in his extraordinary century in the broiling heat of Chesterler Street. He faced 117 balls, just 34 dot balls, 27% dot ball percentage. And that's one of the lowest dot ball percentages in any one-day international century. It's in the best 2% for that stat.
Right, here's the next ball then, and there's an appeal for leg before wicket, and he's been given out leg before, and Livingstone reviews that immediately. It was full and straight, but it was quite a long way down the pitch. Pretorius there striking him on the front pad as an immediate review, which normally suggests that they've nicked it. But we shall see. He was some way down the pitch.
TV umpire to director. We have a player review for LBW. The on-field decision is out. Front foot checked. It's a fair delivery.
83 for 6 would be the score.
Please.
It's against Livingstone. We're looking first of all to see if there's any bat involved here. Pretorius, of course, a lively, medium-fast bowler at cut back. Oh, I don't think he's hit it. But he is a long way down the pitch.
Any bat involved, but can we confirm that with Ultra Edge, please? Keep it rolling through. Keep it rolling through.
Let's have a look.
A flat line. Keep it rolling through to the pad, please.
Nothing
Copy,
there.
No bat involved. We'll go to ball tracking when ready, please.
What do you reckon, Ebbs?
My gut feel was no. I thought he was a long way down.
Yeah, I feel no too. Taking a skip down the pitch. Have a look. So we read. The second one's the vital one. Wicket's missing. Yeah, it didn't.
Pitching outside off, impacting line, and wickets is missing.
Good review.
We go back to Richard. Richard, you need to reverse your original decision to not out. You're on screen. Signal now.
There we go. Not out. So Richard Illingworth has to swing his arms. And Livingstone survives that. The ball just going over the top, and Pretorius goes back to try again. So 83 for 5 then it reverts to. We're in the 15th over, 29 overs per side. Pretorius again runs in from the Anderson end. Again, Livingstone comes down the pitch a couple of paces, flicks that away wide of mid-wicket. And I heard a noise there. Is that fielder all right? No, he's holding his shoulder there. And I heard like a shout as if he's hurt himself. He's certainly hanging, it's Miller hanging that arm on that shoulder, he's holding it. Oh, I hope he's all right. He's still clutching his left shoulder. He went down very heavily. It's always a really hard square here at Old Trafford, rock hard. He's definitely hurt himself there. The game goes on, and the next one's flicked away into the leg side, and Livingstone this time takes a single to the man on the boundary. So, a lot going on. 86 for 5.
Okay, well, firstly with the LBW decision, look, he starts, he's batting outside his crease by about a sort of half a foot, and then came down. So it always was in the batter's favour.
86 for 5. And comes Pretorius, bowls, and that's launched over mid-off. And Buttler picks up 4. It's taken a while to get going. 14 from 17 balls, which is slow by his standards. But he absolutely picked the spot there with the fielder up inside the circle. And a little bit of bottom hand ascended over the top. Powerfully hit as always by Jos Buttler.
He committed to it. Almost not quite his best. I wouldn't say sweet out the middle, but the thing is that he picked the right area, made sure he got the elevation.
Pretorius again. Buttler waits. Bat raise is there, and he bowls to him. And he waits now, guides the ball to backward point. Fielded in that position by Van der Dussen. And there's no run. Question for Andy Zoltzman from our erstwhile Test Match special producer, Peter Baxter, who we say, hello Peter, lovely to hear from you. What do the following have in common? And is it a record? Asks Peter. Watch Pretorius first though, running in past the umpire, and that's driven by Buttler. Get a single there because mid-off is now hanging back on the edge of the circle. Oh no, he had to wait because commentary will continue here, but I can't deprive our long wave listeners of this question, and they're going for the shipping forecast. Oh, what a tantaliser. Never mind. Good have Peter listening to us. You won't know the answer.
Is it old school
I'm
stats,
not even.
is it?
It's old school, and I'm not even going to bother floating it.
Forget the old school. You're looking very new school with your trendy gear. Haggers. I think you've upped your game.
Also got a black jacket on.
No, but it's colour, some stripes.
Well, I'm trying hard. I was told, my wife said I look like a shambles. She sent me off to go shopping. It's a disgrace, basically. I'm used to that. Shamsi over the wicket, then bowling his left arm wrist spin. That's tucked into the leg side of Cox after it, and he'll throw at the non-striker's end and misses the stumps. And I think Buttler was home, who's called through by Livingstone. But I think that's another example there, actually. If you're a wicket keeper, you'd wear those little things behind your trousers, wouldn't you, rather than full pads?
Yeah.
You move very quickly there.
Yeah.
Women do it, don't they?
Sarah Taylor's been wearing those for a long time.
Yeah.
She's retired now, but started a bit of a trend.
She did. Shamsi bowls a bit dip of the head. He bowls a bit short this time. It's pulled into the leg side. Two men converge on that. Throws a ready on the way to Kock. It just doesn't look quite so cumbersome.
Ability to move around, run around.
Yeah, Amy Jones does it for England too now. So she's obviously started that, or continuing that trend. But it doesn't happen very much in men's cricket, does it? You wouldn't want one from Nortje on the point of the knee.
No.
But I guess they're fully protected and made to measure, I'd imagine, because you have to split in the right place, don't they? Shamsi again bowls, and that's tucked away into the leg side. Buttler picks up one.
It's been a bit tricky, Shamsi, from this angle. Some have skidded through, some have actually stayed low. It's not been easy for them to get the timing against him.
I love watching left arm wrist spin, don't you?
Yeah.
You don't get the chance to see it very often. Changing his field around. What's he got? He's got three on the leg side boundary. One out at deep point now. This is the 16th over, and that's tucked away into the leg side. Power play ends at 17. 95 for 5. England struggling a bit, but it looks a good pitch. There's a bit of bounce in it. Some carry. Ball's not done very much. Even under these leaden skies that we've had. A lot of rain from the mid-morning, really. Here's Shamsi again, dips his head, bowls. And that's hit back at him, and he scrambles there, desperate to get hold of the ball, which is actually picked up by Maharaj there, his captain at mid-wicket, who now goes scuttling off into the offside. He's left a big gap there. Apart from a pigeon who's pecking away on this relayed pitch, he's at mid-wicket, but Maharaj has gone to backward point now, so there's 4 inside the circle in the offside. What are they trying to get Buttler to do here, I wonder? Maharaj again bowls to him, and he tries to work into the leg side, but had to skid it across him, got a thick outside edge and run up to mid-off, and he missed out there, is disappointed. And there is no run. Here's some bit of news. Jonathan Trott has been named the new head coach of the Afghanistan men's cricket team, and he's starting that role shortly. And we're going to give our thoughts to Graham Thorpe, who of course was in that position. But, Jonathan Trott, new head coach to Afghanistan. Taking their guards there, won't they? They'll be scratching away, scraping away at the crease, like Trotter used to do.
They'll be learning from him. He was one of the best.
Yes, he was.
Yeah.
Well, number 3 he was.
Yeah, someone to learn from.
Well enough, on the last tour to West Indies, we were in Antigua, the first test match, and lo and behold, I popped down for breakfast, and there's Trotty having breakfast. I said, I didn't know you were here, Trotty. He said, I didn't know you were here. He'd booked a holiday to go to Antigua, had no idea the cricket was on, and was devastated. Here's Maharaj, and bowls us turned away into the leg side to take a single because all these cricket people were there. All the cricket fans. Trotty, can I have your autograph, please? He's there with his wife and family. Booked a holiday, having no idea there's going to be a test match on.
So there you bombarded.
I assume are our Mariners back with us now? I assume they are. Jamie, yes they are. I can tantalise you then, Andy. What do these 4 have in common? It's not that hard actually, but the record bit might be. That's played to mid-wicket, and there's no run. The shadows from the floodlights visible now. So I'm going to give you David Willey, Reece Topley, Jonny Bairstow and Sam Curran.
What do they all have in common?
What do they have in common, and is it a record? This is played off the back foot for a single to Buttler.
All have fathers who are international cricketers. So have they ever...
Incorrect.
No?
Hold on, David Willey, Sam Curran, Reece Topley, all left armers. Was there one more?
Topley didn't play for England.
Oh, do you say Don, not Reece? Sorry.
The fathers all played first-class cricket. Back goes Livingstone this time and picks up a single down to long on. Is that the most sons of first-class cricketers to play for England? Don't sneer like that. It's for Peter Baxter, who we take very seriously in this box. Don't pull that sort of face. He'll be very disappointed.
Right. Can I just say yes?
You can't just say yes. But it's quite a lot, isn't it? That's turned into the leg side, and a single to Jos Buttler. Shamsi fields. I mean, there is a lot. I can't think of any recently. I'm turning to my left and see Jimmy Anderson as a... In your time, we have Broad, Curran, Maharaj again, pushed into the offside. A single for Livingstone, who's playing nicely here. 12 from 15 balls, and the 100 comes up for England. The last ball of the 17th over. Any more form of... In your time, Jimmy? Come on, there's Broad and Curran. Or Topley. Bairstow. Need one more and we can already decide that it's not a record, Peter, I'm sorry. One more in Jimmy's time. You'd play with Reece Topley, wouldn't you? No. So we're back to 3. Come on, TMS at bbc.co.uk.
Side bottom?
That's a good shout. You'd have had side bottom. Shamsi for now, shuffles in, bowls, and that's smeared into the leg side. 2 men out there, and the deep square leg will find it and throw it back again. It's Heinrich Klaasen out there, fielding with, well, it's not really a building site there, it's a sort of a cleared area where the Red Rose Suite was. You enjoyed, I remember you letting your hair down in there during lockdown.
Where? Oh, over there. I was quiet as.
You were not. Shamsi again bowls, and it goes, his scythe, he's given a catch. Simple catch. And it's the end of Jos Buttler. Looking to hit Shamsi down the ground. Didn't quite get there. And a little loopy scythe catch to short third man. And England do now lose their 6th wicket for 101 in the 18th over.
Yeah, this is quite frustrating from an English fan perspective. This one just angled across and Jos Buttler went to the leg side, almost went too far away from the ball and then had to reach and ended up getting that outside edge. But it's one of those, even the ball before, we just saw Liam Livingstone play a shot and it was just a bit forced, hadn't quite got the timing, looks like trying to force things. And England here really, really struggling to find partnerships, find momentum, consistently back up good shot options. So South Africa are cruising here. If England end up getting bowled out short here, I mean, then there is a problem.
29 overs.
Yeah, then there would be a problem. You know, I'm not saying there's not a little bit in the conditions, but not enough for England.
It's a strange number, isn't it? And it's not quite 2020, and it's not 50. And you know, they came out and attacked it from the word go. Perhaps they've just slightly overplayed their attacking hand a bit as Sam Curran comes out. And of course, while we're on that theme, of course, you can have Sam and Tom together. So that's a double bubble, as they would say.
Double bubble, and that's the lingo.
Yeah, I know.
Now you got the jacket, and you got the lingo.
It's got to go with the jacket. Should I borrow it for the highlights?
I do. I might actually need it. I came with my full-on rain jacket, but you have. I'll borrow that.
Smarten you up. 101 for 6.
So their father Kevin played for Northamptonshire, played internationally for Zimbabwe in one-day international cricket, played in the '83 World Cup.
Played for Gloucestershire as well.
Reece Topley's father Don did appear in international cricket as a sub.
He did in a Lord's Test match, and almost took a catch. And it was one of those where people you sort of dined out on it for a while. It was a sub who almost took a catch. It didn't actually happen, but it almost took one. That was back in the late 80s, I think, wasn't it? That ever happened. Anyway, 101 for 6, and the 18th over, 29 overs per side. England might not be able to bat all these overs out. Maharaj bowls it, steered into the offside by Livingstone. Important he plays a sensible innings here, really. got to stay there for a while. He's got to bat a few overs, I think.
Well, South Africa can afford to be a little bit more aggressive with the field as well. Manoeuvring going around for the left-hander.
I remember you organising the music down in there and everything, Hebs.
What, in the lockdown?
Yes, I do remember it all. You were very lively.
It's not really my personality, is it, Aggers? I'm much more, read a book.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I seem to remember bringing out some shoes. Yeah, we played some table tennis.
Yeah.
We ordered in some grub.
We did. Did old Red Rose Sweet. Now, Shamsi brings Curran forward, and that's fielded at mid-wicket by the captain, Maharaj. And there's no run. I remember you saying that you wanted me to select a playlist, which I did, and you took one look at it, sneered, and it never got played.
Well, I just wanted some music in maybe this decade, and it was...
What's wrong with the Drifters?
No comment.
Never got an airing. 102 for 6. In goes Shamsi again, bowls. Now that's forced back at him. He jumps up there, 2 hands above his head and collects it. Little bundle of energy, Shamsi. Blows into his hands. And prepares to bowl again. There's a slip. That just demonstrates here what South Africa think about the state of the game. Curran waits. Shamsi moves in again and bowls to him. A little bit of slow turn there, but you'd expect that from a wrist spinner. And there's one out to the deep point fieldsman. So the end of the over, and Livingstone has 14. Curran has 1. I think it's time to bring Scott Reed in here, because I stole a couple of minutes of his time last time. So Ebony, some thoughts from you, and then Scott's coming in here.
Yeah, South Africa are sensing a little bit of a window here. Slip coming into play, variation in pace from the bowlers. You just saw Shamsi bowl one, give it a little bit of air and get it to grip and turn a bit, and then some have skidded through. But Scott, it just feels like England are stuttering here. There's a bit of a theme developing over these last few white ball games, isn't there?
The stuttering theme.
Just 3 boundaries since the 6 over power play, so that's in 12 overs, and one of those was edged by Moeen Ali just past the keeper.
103 for 6, starting the 19th over. Maharaj in from the Anderson end. Down the pitch comes Sam Curran, hits it back over the bowler's head. Is it caught in the crowd? May have been dropped. It's 6 for Curran, he moves to 7, and it's 109 for 6.
I'd say that's the cleanest shot we've seen, one of the cleanest shots today. Both the timing and also low risk going back over the bowler's head. A good shot option if you're going to be aggressive. Really nicely played.
Long off and long on the boundary behind the bowler. Maharaj in. Curran uses his feet and works it right in between the legs of Liam Livingstone. Towards long on for a single. Curran moves to 8, 110 for 6. Do you ever have happy memories of your lockdown at Emirates Old Trafford? Okay.
Yeah, I didn't enjoy that.
No?
It's more, I don't know, I'm a free spirit. And I think I enjoyed catching up with colleagues for the first few days. It was a bit of a novelty. We're all locked in. Then the same stories came out back to back.
Right. There's obviously problems over the music playlist as well. Maharaj in, and Livingstone goes right back and works away towards the onside for no run.
It also got competitive on the old table tennis.
Right, okay.
I remember Mikey Holding was in there. Phil Tufnell was in there.
Maharaj around the wicket balls. Livingstone again off the back foot trying to force the ball away. And there is no run.
Yeah, it just turned into a bit, saw different sides.
Okay. 110 for 6 in the 19th. A 6 hit by Sam Curran so far off this over. You can watch that back on the highlight show tonight as Livingstone works the ball away through mid-on for a single. He moves to 15. 111 for 6. 5 past 11 on BBC 2 tonight, and the BBC iPlayer as well. The highlight show. You've got your jacket on today, Ebony. You've got your jacket on for presenting the highlight show.
Well, no, I took it off,
right.
But it goes on very quickly because it is a little bit cool.
You think so?
Yeah, well, from my end, this is a bit cool. You? This is your normal...
I'm all right, yeah. Maharaj in to Curran. Takes a step down the pitch, little wristy shot, which he works away through mid-on for a single to keep the strike. 19 overs gone. Curran 9, Livingstone 15, 112 for 6.
I guess mentioned how Sam Curran used his injury-enforced break over the winter to work on his batting. It's paid dividends in first-class cricket. 6 innings for Surrey, 454 runs, averaged 75 and reached 50 in 5 of those 6 innings, and including scoring his first-class 100. Also had some couple of good innings in the T20 Blast.
He's always been pretty valuable with the bat, hasn't he? And even early on in his England career, we saw some scores that, you know, just showed that he was a genuine all-round talent. I think it helps in this side when you look down at Adil Rashid back in, David Willey. There's still some meat to come. Try and help these last 10 overs.
Curran's on strike, and Shamsi starts his 4th over from the Statham end. Left arm over the wicket to Curran. Worked off the pads out towards the onside. There's no run. It's actually quite surprising when Curran got his first career century. It was a couple of weeks ago, wasn't it? And it was quite surprised he'd not actually done that already. He's such an accomplished batter, isn't he? Got over the line for Surrey a couple of weeks ago. Shamsi balls again. A bit of width this time, carved away off the back foot by Curran. Out through extra cover. Oh, good dive on that wide, long off boundary, actually. Curran does come back for 2. David Miller with a dive to flick the ball away. 114 for 6.
He sounds like he's hit the ball the cleanest and sweetest out of anybody else so far. Just 2 shots and the sound off the bat has been brilliant. The ball has raced away.
It's been pretty good so far from Curran. Shamsi, what's his response? 114 for 6, just plays forward, eases the ball safely off the front foot, gently guiding the ball through mid-off. Miller comes up from the boundary to field. Curran gets a single. He moves on to 12. 115 for 6, as well as the highlights show tonight. 11 BBC Two and the BBC iPlayer. In-play highlights on the BBC Sport website and app. Second one-day international of this 3-match series. Victory for South Africa on Tuesday in the northeast at Chesterley Street. Bit of a northern tour with Leeds to come on Sunday. Shamsi into Livingstone, who goes back and flicks it with plenty of bottom hand. A wristy shot, which he works along the ground through mid-wicket for 1. Livingstone moves on to 16. Score moves on to 116 for 6.
Sam Curran had 22 first-class 50s before finally making that century in June. Had a couple of 90s, couple of 80s. 78 in a test against India. Come close.
Yeah, I remember that 78 against India. He enjoyed himself.
He's 12 not out from 9 deliveries. And Shamsi bowling, goes back and works it off his pads out towards mid-wicket, and there is no run. Maharaj fields. 116 for 6 in the 20th over, the final ball of it. Bowling from the Brian Statham end. Floodlights are on. Shamsi balls again. Curran goes for a big shot. It's a glorious shot. It's 6 runs. Back over the bowler's head and then some from Curran. 122 for 6 at the end of the 20th over. And what a way to end the 20th over.
Boom, that was a proper shot. I like that he's being aggressive, but he's also using smart options. He's going straight down the ground. He's putting everything in his favour. And also he's clearly seeing it well, because he's picking it right out the hand, got the foot movement to perfection, and then hands through the ball. Well, maybe there could be a late charge for England.
Needs to be a late charge. Thank you, Ebony. Ebony Rain for Brent leaving us for the time being, and Saqib Mahmood will be joining us in a minute as the shot that Sam Curran just hit, he's replayed on the giant screen away to our left-hand side. Big cheer around Emirates Old Trafford. Nortje coming back into the attack from the Jimmy Anderson end. 122 for 6. So 20 overs gone, 9 remain. This game has been reduced from 50 overs to 29 overs per side. With the rain around Manchester for most of the day. We started at 4:45, but at least we've got a game and we could have a really good game to watch. Nortje balls to Livingstone, muscles the ball away through mid-wicket, in towards the party stand. Clearing the man on that boundary on the leg side. Malan it is there for South Africa, but enough on it from Livingstone to hit it for 6. 128 for 6.
Yeah, Nortje banging the ball in there, short of a length. Livingstone taking him onto that boundary in front of the temporary stand. We saw Hardik Pandya do a similar thing in the India ODIs where he went short at Livingstone and he didn't back down, he went after him, and I imagine he'll go after Hardik Nortje here as well.
Nortje into Livingstone, short again, he muscles the ball away through the onside, out towards wide, long on. 6 more. In towards the supporters below the point. Successive 6s for Livingstone. That battle with Pandya on Sunday was brilliant to watch. The bowler won it in the end, but there was no backing down from Livingstone. It doesn't appear to be any backing down now from Livingstone.
Yeah, short again, 6 more. Maharaj speaking to Nortje here. It'll be interesting to see what he does after this, but Hardik Pandya stuck at it, even though he went for a few 6s, he stuck at it. It'll be interesting to see if Nortje does the same here.
134 for 6 in the 21st. Nortje running in towards us, balls, Livingstone goes again, it's another monster hit. It's even bigger. Behind square on the leg side, it went a mile in the sky. What a hit from Livingstone, 3 on the spin, 140 for 6.
Yeah, fuller this time from Nortje, but once again the result the same. Oh, he's got all of that.
He's got all of that and the wonderful view of the supporters in the background. As soon as it left the bat, they knew. They were on their feet, they knew it was 6. Well, pressure right back on the bowler now, Saqib.
Yeah, change of field, third man's up. Oh, they've got a complete change of tactics here, I think. Point man back, deep extra cover. Fine leg up in the ring, square leg back. Long gone back. So he's got long gone back, deep square, deep point and deep extra cover.
Yeah, fine leg comes in. So short, fine, short third. 3 on the spin for Livingstone, 140 for 6. He's 34 not out from 24 deliveries. The crowd are right behind it now. Nortje in balls. Top edge of a short third for 4 more. And the crowd on their feet, enjoying every moment of it. They've waited all day for some cricket. And now they're watching one of their own here. A player who was placed for Lancashire here at Emirates Old Trafford. Now in an England shirt. And he's finding the boundaries. This one down towards third man over Ngidi for 4 more. Score moves on to 144 for 6. A boundary off every delivery so far. 2 left of the over. Goes again, swats it to mid-wicket. And Nortje celebrates. Having conceded 3 successive 6s and the 4. Livingstone goes for another hit, but swats it out towards mid-wicket. And England lose their 7th, 144 for 7. It was good fun while it lasted.
Yeah, back of the hand, slower ball there from Nortje. Livingstone waited, but picked the mid-wicket man out. Shame, we were starting to see the best of Livingstone there, weren't we?
He was wound up fully then, wasn't he?
Yeah, 38 from 26. England 144 for 7.
38 from 26. He leaves the field. And the England supporters inside the ground thoroughly enjoyed that. A little spell of brutal hitting from Liam Livingstone. When he gets himself all fired up and swinging, it's some sight, isn't it?
Yeah, you don't want to be 22 yards away, that's for sure.
Yeah, you'd be delighted he's on your team for county and country.
Yeah, and similar with Buttler. I remember Buttler playing an innings a few years ago at Worcester, and I turned around to Ashley Giles and said, so glad I'm on the same team as this man, and the same with Livingstone. But with the introduction of the 100, we're now on separate sides, and yeah, luckily I didn't have to bowl at him at Edgbaston when we played them last year.
So it could well be a possibility this summer for you in a few weeks' time.
Well, I'm out this summer, aren't I?
Oh, of course, yes. I'll get all excited for you.
Yeah, David Willey here at the crease now, joining Sam Curran.
Just keep going, I guess. England now? you reckon, or not? There's 7 down. This is 1 ball left at the 21st, so then 8 overs left, 7 down. Would you see any particular change in strategy or not?
I don't think we'll see any change in intent from England.
Okay.
Especially not with Willey coming, who's more than handy with the bat.
Yep.
He's opened the bat in, opened the batting in T20 cricket as well as he does for Yorkshire. So I can't see England holding back here.
144 for 7. So David Willey, the new batter. Nortje, 2 for 35. In and balls short and left by Willey. Just leaning back, bends his knees. Through to the keeper. Oh, it's been given as a wide. I sense a rather grumpy, angry fast bowler running in from that Jimmy Anderson and Saqib.
Yeah, there's nothing worse than, especially your last over, being given as a wide or a no ball, and you've got to bowl that extra ball. But
I mean, he's just been hammered for 3 sixes and a 4. Gets the wicket, bangs one in short. You do feel a little bit for the bowlers. I know I'm looking at one. Here is Nortje into Willey. It's full and off stump, and it's pushed out into the onside. And there is no run. That does complete his 3rd over. 2 for 36. Well, what an eventful over. 3 successive sixes, and then the top edge 4 down to 3rd man, then the wicket, then the wide, and then a dot ball. 21 overs gone, 145 for 7.
yeah, we did have a big over there from Nortje. Livingstone really taking a liking to him at the start of the over, but I think you'd take, what was it, 23 of the over? You'd take 23 of the over to get Livingstone out, especially at this stage. 8 overs of the innings left, you could really do some damage.
Is there anything you wouldn't take to get Liam Livingstone out? You know, you're sacrificing 23 runs just to get rid of one batter. You'd be quite happy with that.
Yeah, especially if you're Nortje here and you've got the potential of 3 more overs.
Yep.
He could do a lot more damage in those 3 overs.
Over number 22 coming up, Shamsi to bowl it. You mentioned that battle with Livingstone and Pandya on Sunday in the final one-day international of that series. Shamsi's in and bowling to Curran, who uses his feet, comes down the pitch, and that's worked up towards mid-on for a single. He actually hit a hole in the fence on Sunday, Livingstone, didn't he? He hit a 6. It went into the fence that protects the playing surface from the building side. And I don't think they've repaired it. I think they just stuck a poster over it to cover it, I think there might well still be a hole there, a Liam Livingstone created hole, and they've just put a bit of advertising on it, I think. Unless you can spot it, I can't see it. Here's Shamsi into to Willey. He's back and cuts the ball out through the offside, just bounces backward of point.
No,
there is no run.
I'm pretty sure you can still see it, far side of the fence.
You've got better eyesight than me. It was a bit of a brutal hit, wasn't it?
Always is with Livingstone.
Yeah.
It doesn't hold back when he swings.
No, it doesn't, does he? Some big hits today. But he's gone. Livingstone out for 38. Shamsi bowls. Oh, that's a good delivery. Just brings Willey forward. Beats him through to the keeper. No run.
Always like this combination. As a fielding side, when you've got someone bowling express pace one side and spin the other, just all the adrenaline going. Sometimes play something rash off a spinner. Just with all that blood flowing.
146 for 7. Halfway into the 23rd. Balls again. Willey off the back foot. Drives it down the pitch. Good stop, actually. Off his own bowling. No run. Good over this. Just a one off it so far. And Maharaj sprinting up from mid-wicket to give his bowler a bit of a high five. Good stuff from the left arm wrist spinner. Off this angled run. Quite a lengthy run. He's bouncing his way in over the wicket, and back goes Willey. Works it off his pads up towards the leg side, and Maharaj comes round to complete the fielding. Another dot ball, so just the one off the over so far. 146 for 7. Willey still on 0, faced 5 deliveries. Tap of the bat from the England man. Kock crouching down the keeper behind the stumps. He wants a single this time and does get it, actually, just off the back foot. Worked up towards mid-on. They think about 2. And Sam Curran, I think, rightly sends him back as the end of the 22nd over. 147 for 7. With Willey on 1 and Curran unbeaten on 13. And after a blistering over previously, which ended with the wicket of Livingstone, the follow-up over from South Africa was terrific.
Yeah, just the 2 off that over. Shamsi, 5 overs, 1 for 25. Being economical today. You know, we can obviously see 4 bowlers bowling 6 and the 1 bowler bowling 5. I imagine Shamsi will be one of those guys bowling 6 overs, especially with 2 left-handers at the crease, turning that ball away from the left-hander. We've seen a little bit of bounce in this wicket, so it's quite hard to play across the line, especially with the ball turning away.
Okay, will continue from the Anderson end. Willey on 1, the man on strike. In over the wicket and bowls, and Willey pushes that into the offside, just to the right of extra cover. Jogs through for a single, doubles his total, moves on to 2, 148 for 7. The skies are grey. The floodlights are on. It hardly kind of shouts summer, but we've got some live cricket. We've got quite a lively crowd as well. The party stand, plenty in fancy dress. Well oiled, I think, after waiting for some time for some cricket. In good voice. Nokia balls to Curran, just drops it away into the offside. Again, Coles Willey through for 1. Curran moves on to 20. The score moves on to 149 for 7.
Since the opening power play, 98 balls. England have scored 100 runs, 28 of them in 5 balls, and 72 of them in the other 93 either side of that.
Nokia into his 4th over, 2 for 38. It's Willey on strike, unbeaten on 2. Short, and Willey rocks back and looks to try and pull. Drags the ball away towards deep square leg. Klaasen's there to field. Willey does get a single. Brings up the 150, that. 150 for 7, halfway through the 23rd over.
Yeah, Nokia bowling quickly here. Short ball to Willey, nearly... Well, he definitely beat him for pace, but he nearly missed it altogether there, playing it in front of his face.
150 up then for England. 23rd over of this 29 over a side contest. This is fallen off stump and driven by Curran up to mid-off. Shuffles through for a single. He moves on to 21 from 14. And now 151 for 7. And Willey back on strike. Short sleeves, David Willey. Just see his stickers on the back of his bat reflecting off the floodlights that are beaming down. Nokia running in towards us, over the wicket, balls, step to the leg side, swatted out towards that mid-wicket region. Willey wants 2 and does come back for a second. And Klaasen with plenty of ground to cover up away on that leg side. He's at deep square, but he's probably got a good 30 yards to make up to his right, so a bit of ground to cover in front of the building site, which I don't think has been peppered too much so far. The ball was rattling around in and around the building site quite a bit on Sunday. Nokia balls again. Willey looks to maybe uppercut it. And it beats him. It was banged in short and it was quick, and it's through to the keeper, and there is no run. That's the end of Nortje's fourth over. 2 for 42 to 23 overs gone. 153 for 7. Willey 5, Curran on 21. Saki Mahmood, a few thoughts from you, and then Henry Moran is coming up.
Yeah, been a quiet few overs from England here since the wicket of Livingstone after that little onslaught on Heinrich Nortje. But here I think we're into the final power play of 6 overs now. Shamsi bowling his 6th and final over of the day. 5 overs, 1 for 25. Tidy work so far as we see David Milnes signalling for the last power play.
Yes, 6 overs to go, 153 for 7. Can England bat them out? That's the first question, I guess. Willey 5, Curran on 21. Shams is directing the traffic out there, waving his arms this way and that, making sure that the field is set. And now Curran, who's at an enormous 6 today, is over his bat again. To Kock crouching behind him, and he's down the pitch again. He's hit another one, a skimmer. 4, in fact, just landed in front of us down here, out of our view. He certainly tried to give that the big elevation, didn't quite get hold of it. Perhaps 25 not out. So he hit one that really almost came up, and we're three floors up here. I think he hit the 2nd floor, which is quite something. Changing the field out there, just sort of personnel moving really. The ball's finally returned to Shamsi, I think after a bit of drying up. So man goes out to deep mid wicket, and we've got Pretorius coming in to short fine leg. It's Curran on 25 now from 15 balls. Waits for Shamsi, and he goes bowls to him, and he's just clubbed that down the ground. Chase on for the fielder, can't get there below us. It's a brutal shot really. It has stood there, swung the bat hard like a club. Another boundary, 161 for 7. And Livingstone's innings has given us a bit of an injection now. Some terrific 6s hit there, a couple of almighty blows. Music's gone up a notch. 161 for 7. And the 24th over. Curran grips his bat. Waits for Shamsi, bowls to him. Down he comes, hits it high. This has come high and straight. That's come far enough. And the Roman emperors there are jumping up and down in their togas. Well, he was lining up for that, wasn't he? A couple of 4s, and they just got that one out of the screws, as it were, out of the middle of the bat. Punishing over this one. Curran moves to 35. 167 for 7. And Shamsi, sorry, doesn't like the ball. I'm not surprised. It looks like the Dogs had it after this over. Man going out into the offside. Off this over so far then, what have we had?
4-4-6. Curran's scored 23 from his last 7 balls.
Man on the offside then. Shamsi again moves in bowls, and Curran gets a wide ball. He's got hold of this down towards long off. There's a man who takes the catch. They're spoiling the fun, and again didn't quite get hold of that, looking for the straight hit down the ground. And Shamsi gets his revenge, but only after 14 were taken from the first 3 balls. Actually, he bowled that well. He tossed it out wide, and hence Curran mistiming that. Cunning piece of bowling, I reckon. We'll give him credit for that.
Yeah, Curran's been targeting Shamsi straight down the ground. 2 boundaries in his 6, all coming down the ground, and Shamsi changing the field, bringing square leg up. Extra cover back, tossing it slow and wide outside the off stump. Curran picking out the man at long off, finishing with 35 of 18 balls.
Yeah, played well, and they hit some excellent blows there. He's trudging off, and Adil Rashid meanwhile runs on. So loosening up his legs perhaps. Very royal blue and white there with the straps of the pads, numbers on the backs and so on. He's getting a briefing from David Willey. He's passing on some sort of advice there. Willey's on 5 from 10 balls, 167 for 8. So there's only Reece Topley to come. As we know, Rashid's no mug with the bat. Let's see what he can add here. But England at the moment going they're about 5. What's their current run rate? 7 at the moment. So that's pretty decent, frankly. Although it is it's a reduced match. So sort of part T20, part 50 overs really. 29 overs a side. Rashid on strike as Shamsi moves in. Bairstow and he's appealed for leg before wicket. To go, if England can bat them out. Right, just below 7 now. Willey 5 and Rashid yet to score. He's one of those great enthusiasts, isn't he? There's no doubt about it.
Yeah, end of a good spell there.
Leg side, catch it, somebody shouted, but it's gone for 4. Shortened, he swiveled there and played it from his hip, and Klaasen made a big effort there, rushing round to his left on the boundary edge, but couldn't get there, and it's another boundary. I must say it's been an entertaining innings this from England. There's been lots going on, wickets falling, 4s and 6s, and Willey's ready again. Nortje. Pavilion behind him, runs in bowls. That's possibly another wide. It's a very short one, yeah. So I think Nortje just trying something different there. This is sort of natural. Fast bowler's response, really. Get pulled for 4 from one that wasn't really deliberately short. They say, well, have a go at this one then. But of course, in one day cricket, it's a wide. 175 for 8. Run rate above 7 again now. Okay, a long straight run bowls, and that's scythed away to the offside by Willey. Finds the fielder coming in out on that point boundary. It's Malan. One more to England. 176 for 8. Reece Topley to come in next. The last man. I saw his father was lurking around the press box this afternoon.
Yeah, I ran into his father. Had a good chat with him.
Yeah, you tend to. Here's Nortje again from the far end bowls, and that's pushed away into the offside, going for a quick single. They'll make it as well. Good running from Willey. 177 for 8, never short of a theory. Don Topley.
We actually got talking about stress fractures.
Oh, right.
Obviously, I'm going through one at the moment.
Yes.
Reece has had a few, so just gave me his opinions on those.
Yep. Part of the successful Essex side in the 1980s, of course. 177 for 8. Nortje runs in, bowls. Oh, it hits him on the pad. That looked like quite a quick ball, actually. It hurried Willey there. That's a bit of a stinger. They'll take a leg by. 178 for 8. 4 overs to go. The run rate 7.1. Willey has 11. Rashid has 2. And if you are just tuning in our way, what England would put in 29 overs aside after rain. Roy 14, Bairstow 28, Salt 17, Root 1, Moeen 6, Buttler 19, Livingstone 36 from 26 balls, including 3 sixes. Good fun that was. Sam Curran 35 from 18 balls, and they really lifted the tempo of the innings. It looks as if England were floundering there a little. And they were, what, 101 for 6 when Buttler was out in the 18th over. They're going along at a good rate now. And if the rain does hold off, it should be a good finish. And Ngidi's back again. He started off down at this end. And he'll bowl to Willey with fine leg up and mid off on the edge of the circle. Willey left-handed. And then Ngidi goes bounding in. He's there and he bowls, and it's driven by Willey. Yeah, not absolutely out of the middle of the bat. Out to the deep point boundary. One more. 179 for 8. Ngidi part of the Test squad, and will team up with Rabada, of course. They have got a very strong seam attack in that in their Test squad.
It's all that raw meat they eat.
Oh, it is. Yeah, it is. So you've learnt something today, haven't you?
I won't be implementing it though.
You won't? You're vegetarian?
I'm not a vegetarian, but
you're not into...
the sound of raw meat doesn't exactly enlighten me.
Think what it'd do for your pace.
Does it help with back injuries?
I'm sure it does. I'm sure it does. There's all those Afrikaans fast bowlers. You can go and ask any of them. Actually, most of them blew up in the course of the series that they were brought in. 179 for 8. And Ngidi again bowls, and Rashid waits, runs the ball towards third man. Won't get there. It just trickles to the edge of the circle, but he's got the single that brings Willey down on strike. Everybody looked like she hadn't got a clue what you were talking about there. Actually, when you're talking about raw meat, but there you go. Ngidi walks back to his mark again. He does run a long way, right from the edge of the circle and a bit beyond, actually. Turns, and is on his way again. Now, where's Willey going to try and hit him. Ngidi bowls, it's short. Oh, it's good, well bowled actually. It did take some pace off. That was just the pitch that slowed it down. He was certainly Willey was through that pull shot. Yeah, 73.